I request participants to occupy the seats as quickly as possible so that we can start off the event. Gentle reminder to all the participants to put your phones in the silent mode. Good morning. I request all the dignitaries to occupy the seats on the dais. Chief guest and guest of honor, Ms. Uma Reddy Madam and Dr. S.V. Suresha Sir, our principal, Dr. Sharmishta Datta Madam, and Dr. Nanda Kulkarni Madam. Good morning to the distinguished guests, respected faculty, delegates, and students. On behalf of Maharani Lakshmi Ammani College for Women, Autonomous, and Bangalore City University, it is my privilege to welcome each one of you to two-day international conference, Global Goals, Local Solutions, Integrating Sustainability in Everyday Life. Maharani Lakshmi Ammani College for Women, now renowned as MLAC, was established in 1972 through the visionary luminary Dr. K.N.V. Shastri, a distinguished scholar, author, and professor of Indian history and politics, who envisioned the need to create educational opportunities for women in North Bangalore. Over the decades, it has grown into one of the city's most respected institutions, offering a wide spectrum of programs, including pre-university, undergraduate, postgraduate, and PhD programs. Its pursuit of excellence has been recognized through numerous accolades, including NAC accreditation with A grade for 4 successive cycles, autonomous status conferred by UGC, prestigious designations such as College with Potential Excellence, DBT Star College, DST FIST support, and recognition as DBT BIF Center. Bangalore City University, formerly known as Bengaluru Central University, came into existence from the year 2017-18 following the trifurcation of Bangalore University with twin objectives of administrative reforms and quality enhancement. The vision of university is to promote excellence in knowledge, understanding, and inculcate the right disposition to reach out to the universe, raising beyond all boundaries, identities, ideologies and philosophies that arise from caste, creed and religion. This is enunciated in the motto of the university, O Nanna Chetana, Aguni Aniketana, be boundless, inspired by renowned poet Rashtrakavi Kuvempu. Today, these two esteemed institutions, MLAC and BCU, have come together to organize this two-day international conference in hybrid mode with a theme, Global Goals, Local Solutions. This collaborative effort reflects their shared vision of promoting academic excellence and fostering global knowledge exchange right here in the heart of Bengaluru. As we gather today, let us remember, coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is success. Let us begin this event invoking the blessings of Almighty by lighting the lamp and invocation. For this, I call upon Ms. Phalguni Bhatt, Ms. Kavyashri and Ms. Haripriya from MLAC on stage, and I also request the dignitaries to please light the lamp to formally inaugurate the event.
किं ज्योतिस्तव भानुमानहनिमे रात्रौ प्रदीपादिकम् स्यादेवं रविदीपदर्शनविधौ किं ज्योतिराख्याहि मे किं ज्योतिस्तव भानुमानहनिमे रात्रौ प्रदीपादिकम् स्यादेवं रविदीपदर्शनविधौ किं ज्योतिराख्याहि मे चक्षुस्तस्य निमीलनादिसमये किं दीर्धियो दर्शने किं तत्राहमतो भवान् परमकम् ज्योतिस्तदस्मि प्रभो ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः.
Thank you, Phalguni and team. I now request all to raise for Nada Gite.
जय भारत जननीय तनुजाते जय हे कर्नाटक माते जय सुंदर नदिवनಗಳ ನಾಡೆ जय हे रस ಋಷಿಗಳ ಬೀಡೆ जय भारत जननीय तनुजाते ಭೂದೇವಿಯ ಮಕುಟದ ನವಮಣಿಯೇ ಗಂಧದ ಚಂದದ ಹೊನ್ನಿನ ಘಣಿಯೇ ರಾಘವ ಮಧುಸೂದನರವತರಿಸಿದ ಭಾರತ ಜನನೀಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಶಂಕರರ ಮನುಜ ವಿದ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ಬಸವೇಶ್ವರ ಮಧ್ವರ ದಿವ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ರನ್ನ ಷಡಕ್ಷರಿ ಪುಣ್ಯ ಪಂಪಲ ಕುಮಿಪತಿ ಚಿನ್ನ ಕುಮಾರ ವ್ಯಾಸರ ಮಂಗಳಧಾಮ ಕವಿ ಕೋಗಿಲೆಗಳ ಪುಣ್ಯಧಾಮ ನಾನಕ ರಾಮಾನಂದ ಕಬೀರರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನೀಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜನನೀಯ ಜೋಗುಳ ವೇದದ ಘೋಷ ಜನನಿಗೆ ಜೀವವು ನಿನ್ನಾವೇಶ ಹಸುರಿನ ಗಿರಿಗಳ ಸಾಲೆ ನಿನ್ನಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾಲೆ ಕಪಿಲ ಪತಂಜಲ ಗೌತಮ ಜಿನನುತ ಭಾರತ ಜನನೀಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ತೈಲಪ ಹೊಯ್ಸಳರಾಳಿದ ನಾಡೆ ಡಂಕಣ ಜಕಣರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬೀಡೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶರಾವತಿ ತುಂಗ ಕಾವೇರಿಯವರ ರಂಗ ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ವಿವೇಕರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಸರ್ವ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೋಟ ರಸಿಕರ ಕಂಗಳ ಸೆಳೆಯುವ ನೋಟ ಹಿಂದೂ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ ಪಾರಸೀಕ ಜೈನರುದ್ಯಾನ ಜನಕನ ಹೋಲುವ ದೊರೆಗಳ ಧಾಮ ಗಾಯಕ ವೈಣಿಕರ ರಾಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವ ಗೇಹ ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ದೇಹ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಸುಂದರ ನದಿವನಗಳ ನಾಡೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ರಸ ಋಷಿಗಳ ಬೀಡೆ ಜಯ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಸುಂದರ ನದಿವನಗಳ ನಾಡೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ರಸ ಋಷಿಗಳ ಬೀಡೆ ಜಯ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Thank you, Phalguni. Never doubt that small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has, said Margaret Mead. Today, we have such a gathering as quoted by her. I invite Dr. Soumya, HOD, English, MLAG, to join, and also the Joint Secretary of today's conference to deliver the welcome address.
Your Excellencies, distinguished keynote speaker, esteemed delegates, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to one and all present physically and virtually with us today. On this wonderful morning, with great joy and privilege, I stand before you to extend the most heartfelt welcome on behalf of Maharani Lakshmi Ammani College for Women Autonomous and Bengaluru City University to the two-day international conference on Global Goals, Local Solutions, GGLS 2025, which is hosted within the illustrious presence of Bengaluru City University. This confluence of brilliant minds from across the world truly embodies our spirit of collaboration. We are exceptionally fortunate to be guided by luminaries whose presence grace this occasion. We are honored to have our chief guest, Ms. Uma Reddy, President-elect of FKCC and Managing Director of High-Tech Magnetics and Electronics Private Limited. Madam, your journey as a visionary industrialist and a leader championing commerce is a powerful testament to what we can achieve. Your insight will undoubtedly illuminate our path forward. Welcome you, ma'am. We are equally blessed to have with us our guest of honor, Dr. S.V. Suresha, Vice Chancellor of the University of Agricultural Science, Bengaluru. Sir, your esteemed leadership in the vital field of agricultural sciences brings a crucial perspective to our discourse on global goals and local solutions. Welcome to you, sir. From our host institution, we are delighted to welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor B. Ramesh, in his absence here. Sir is held up with meeting with Minister, so he is likely to join us very shortly. And Sir's visionary stewardship continues to elevate the landscape of higher education. We are deeply grateful to your unwavering support, sir. A warm welcome to Shri Naveen Joseph A., Registrar, Admin, and to Professor K.R. Jalaja, in charge Registrar of Evaluation. and former Vice Chancellor in charge, who was instrumental in making this conference a reality. Welcome you, ma'am. I also welcome Srimati Vijay Lakshmi MB, FO, BCU, Professor Devraj VR, IQAC Director, we also welcome Dr. Tandav Gowda, Organizing Secretary from BCU, to this August function. The foundation upon which our institution stands is built by the vision of our trustees. We are profoundly grateful to them. I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to our chairman, Sri S.S. Naganand, in his absentia, whose visionary guidance charts a course towards excellence. I also extend my heartfelt welcome to our managing trustee, Shri K. Jairaj, in his absentia, whose steadfast commitment in our institution is our institution's strength. And our esteemed trustees, Dr. Geeta Narayanan, Dr. Gururaj Karchagi, Professor K.B.R. Varma, and Shri Vinod Shah, your collective wisdom in advocating for holistic and inclusive education is the compass that directs our mission. I extend a special welcome to our beloved principal, Dr. Sharmishtra Datta ma'am. Your dynamic leadership and relentless drive have been the central force behind mobilizing our entire college community to make this grand event a reality. Welcome, ma'am. I would also like to welcome Dr. Nanda Kulkarni, HOD, Department of Mathematics, for her constant motivation, support, and guidance. Welcome, ma'am. I also extend a heartfelt welcome to all the syndicate members of BCU and the MBLAC Academic Council members, our dedicated former principals and IQAC coordinators and controller of examinations. This conference is also made possible by the immense hard work of many, our administrative backbone, Dr. Annadanesha BA, Sri Gangadhara Murthy, and Sri Narayan Subramani. The heart of this event, IQAC coordinator, Ms. Aruna, and our organizing secretary, Dr. Abhinandan, joint organizing secretary, Ms. Sumanjali, and the entire army of faculty and students of MLAC and BCU, whose tireless efforts have brought this vision to life. A special note of welcome to our valued sponsors and friends from media, and most importantly to the scholars, delegates, speakers, panelists, and students who have joined us from across the country and the world, both in person and virtually. Your participation is what transforms this from a mere event into a sincere global conversation. With that, I once again welcome you all. May your time here be insightful, your conversation fruitful, and your connections lasting. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. We welcome you too. The stimulus for the current international conference was the idea integration during a discussion of two eminent institutional IQAC. We envisioned an outcome-based international intellectuals platform to discuss on various avenues that can contribute towards Viksit Bharat 2047. I request Dr. Abhinandan, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, MLAC, and the Organizing Secretary to provide us with an overview of this international conference, its theme, objectives, and expected outcomes. As we listen, let us reflect on the power of innovation as quoted by Edward Teller, "The science of today is the technology of tomorrow."
Very good morning to one and all present here. Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, our distinguished chief guest, keynote speaker, esteemed delegates, colleagues, dear students and friends. It's my privilege and honor as organizing secretary to welcome you all for the two-day international conference on a theme, Global Goals, Local Solution, Integrating the Sustainability Everyday Life, GGLS 2025. Organized by Maharani Lakshmi Ammani College for Women, Autonomous, in proud collaboration with the Bengaluru City University. Our theme, Global Goals, a Local Solution, reminds us something profound. Look around you, think about your streets, your community, the market you shop at. Now zoom out in your mind, see the world as a whole. On this very planet, children are hungry, communities lack clean water, and the ecosystems are collapsing. The challenge can feel overwhelming, even unsolvable. And yet, this is why the United Nations designed the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, a shared blueprint for peace, prosperity of our planet. But here lies the danger. We sometimes think these goals belong to the only world leaders or global organization, and we wait for superheroes. But the truth is, the superheroes are already here. There are our teachers in schools, colleges, and universities ensures no child is left behind from quality education. There are local farmers growing sustainably. There are our community members cleaning polluted river. There are our small business owners choosing renewable energy. Each local actions by our superheroes contributes towards a global change. This is exactly the spirit of this conference, transforming the global aspiration into practical local realities. Over the next 2 days, we witness inaugural and plenary sessions led by the eminent national and international speakers, panel discussions on climate action, sustainable education, innovations in technology, health and community development, paper and poster presentation by the researchers, students showcasing their new approaches. This conference is not just an academic event, it is a movement of collective thought, shared responsibility, and actionable outcomes. One local solution can touch multiple goals at once. A community garden, for instance, provides a fresh fruit, teaches the children, creates a green space, involves health and combat climate change. One efforts, many impacts. As we embark on this journey, I urge each one of you to look inward and find the goal that stirs your heart. And to look local, discovers where your skills and passions can make a difference. Start small, mentor a child, reduce plastic, volunteer, support a sustainable business. These are not just drops in the ocean, they are the ocean. As Margaret Mead wisely said, never doubt that small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our management, MLAC, Bengaluru City University, our chief guests, speakers, sponsors, and delegates. A special appreciation to my colleagues, faculty, volunteers, and student coordinators whose tireless efforts made GGLS 2025 possible, a reality. Friends, sustainability is not a choice, it's a necessity. The global goals are our compass, but the bricks and the mortars for a better world are laid here. by our local hands. So let us not wait for the change. Let us go for and build it. Once again, I warmly welcome you all with this conference and wish you a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abhinandan. This conference indeed is a collective responsibility and the spirit of proactive change that define global sustainable goals. We have with us today Dr. V.R. Devaraj, IQAC Coordinator, Professor and Chairman of Department of Biochemistry at Bengaluru City University. He serves as both academic leader and administrator in his department, guiding curriculum, research and faculty matters. He has many publications to his credit and also has guided several PhD students. It is my privilege to invite Dr. V.R. Devaraj, whose leadership and vision continue to inspire us to deliver the inaugural address.
Good morning, Unundal. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, my colleagues from MLA and also from Bangalore City University, and the delegates of this conference and students. It's a surprise for me that I have to deliver the inaugural address. Okay, there are luminaries in the field who are going to take care of that. On behalf of Bangalore City University, I'm happy to be part of this conference, and as IQAC Director, we have just joined hands with the MLAC IQAC group, and it is our collective responsibility, as mentioned earlier, to guide our future generations for sustainable lifestyles. And all of us are seeing the kind of changes which are rapidly changing our landscape and the kind of environmental disaster that we are facing. And in that direction, conferences like this are going to help us share the knowledges the people have from different corners of the world and also from different parts of the country, wherein it can just give us directions as to which are the right means to control these kind of disasters and also sustain the environment, not only the human life, the entire biodiversity has to be sustained and has to be protected. It is in this direction the contribution from various scholars and researchers and also academicians are going to be throwing light on these aspects. So at this juncture, I do not want to take much of your time. We are already delayed, and I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to just speak a few words, and I wish the conference a grand success. Thank you, Ananda. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. At this juncture, I take the privilege of inviting all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly release the book of extended abstracts of this two-day international conference, Global Goals, Local Solutions, Integrating Sustainability in Everyday Life. This marks the formal beginning of the academic deliberations, symbolizing the wealth of knowledge and research that will be shared during the session. Thank you all. It is our privilege to have our chief guest, Ms. Uma Reddy, President-elect FKCCI, who has graciously accepted our invitation to join this occasion. I request Ms. Jyotsna Timaya, HOD, Department of Management Studies, to introduce the chief guest.
Good morning. Srimati Uma Reddy is an accomplished entrepreneur, visionary leader, and a passionate advocate for MSME sector. She currently serves as the first woman president-elect of the Federation of Karnataka Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FKCCI, for the year 2024-25, one of the most influential apex trade and industry bodies in the state of Karnataka. A graduate in electrical engineering from the prestigious university Vishweshwaraya College of Engineering, Srimati Uma Reddy is a first-generation entrepreneur who has carved an inspiring path for herself in the manufacturing and technology space. She is the founder and managing director of Messrs. High-Tech Magnetics and Electronics Private Limited, which has been delivering transformers, coils, and other critical technology components to its customers for over 3 decades and 3.5 decades. Under her dynamic leadership, the company has grown steadily, catering to the sectors where quality, reliability, and innovation are of utmost importance. Beyond her entrepreneurial success, Srimati Uma Reddy is deeply committed to policy advocacy, industry representation, and capacity building for MSMEs. Over the years, she has played an active role in several trade and industry associations where she has engaged in policymakers, stakeholders, and entrepreneurs to address the challenges and opportunities faced by small and medium enterprises. She has been a strong voice of the MSME community, striving to create an enabling ecosystem that fosters growth, innovation, and competitiveness. Her journey at FKCCI has been marked by exceptional service and leadership, and successfully chaired several important committees, including Export Excellent Awards, Women Entrepreneurs, International Affairs, Manthan, and Enterprise Development, Technology, and Innovation Committees. Her contributions have been instrumental in enhancing FKCCI's engagement with industry and government. She has earlier served as Vice President of FKCCI during 23-24, before taking charge as the President-elect in 24-25. Passionate about women entrepreneurship development, Srimati Uma Reddy has constantly encouraged women to step into business and leadership roles. She has been associated with several leading forums and served as president of AWAKE, eMerg, FICCI, NECM, and Ubuntu Consortium, contributing her expertise to national-level discussions and industry growth initiatives. Her work and leadership have been recognized with numerous national and state-level awards, including the National Award by the Government of India and the prestigious Rajyotsava Award by the Government of Karnataka, which stand as a testament for her outstanding contribution to industry, entrepreneurship, and social development. Srimati Uma Reddy's career reflects her core values of excellence, integrity, and service. As President-elect of FKCCI, she continues to inspire entrepreneurs, particularly women and MSME owners, to dream big, innovate fearlessly, and contribute to robust economic ecosystem of Karnataka and India. Today, as President-elect of FKCCI, she continues to inspire entrepreneurs, particularly women and MSME owners, encouraging them and sustainable economy. We are indeed privileged to have Srimati Uma Reddy with us today, and it is a great pride, and we welcome her and look forward to her insights and inspiring presence. Thank you.
It is now time to hear from our chief guest, an eminent leader and a change maker whose contributions continually inspire us. Over to you, madam.
Thank you. Dr. Sharmishta Datta, the principal of the Marani Lakshmi Ammani College. Dr. Soumya, HOD English, MLAC. Dr. S.V. Suresha, Vice Chancellor, Agricultural University. Professor Aruna H.K. from our MLAC. Dr. Abhinandan N., Professor V.R. Devraj, Director, IQAC. Professor Dr. Nanda Kulkarni, Dr. Jalaja, to all the students here, experts, scholars, professors, Elargo Namaskara, good morning. With all the dignitaries on the dais, the esteemed members of the organizing committee, distinguished scholars, policy makers, I'm sure are there, practitioners, all those who are there on the hybrid mode, all the international delegates, all the delegates here, all my dear students. It gives me immense pleasure to join you today at this inaugural session of a very, very relevant topic, and I know it's being held for 2 days, the 2-day international conference on global goals and local solutions. And what's very interesting is it's integrating local communities, and that's the topic which is of prime importance for us. With what we seek happening in terms of climate change, we've seen the recent rains in Bangalore. September is supposed to be the second summer, and we've been having rain after rain, day after day. And what's happening in North India and world over, I think these are relevant topics, and must congratulate both Maharani Lakshmi Ammani College and Bangalore City University for picking up this very relevant topic and having this 2-day international conference with all the papers that are being presented. A big round of applause to both these universities for their action and organization skills. So the theme for this conference is Global Goals, Local Solutions. It actually captures the profound truth that is needed. While the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals provides us with a universal framework, right, for all of us to work on, I think the real success of an event of this kind is how we adapt this to our local needs and find solutions that will provide that. Development is never one size that fits all. So we have to adapt it to what is required for our communities and our needs and our regions. What works in one region may not work in another area or community, and that needs a lot of adaptability. And that is why the needs of local communities are very, very important to us, to understand what is the need of these local communities that we can find solutions to their problems and challenges. So the creativity of all the young minds here, all the innovation that you will bring about in your future, all the entrepreneurial activities that you may come about, whether you're an entrepreneur or whether you're an entrepreneurial representative in a corporate company, and the solutions that you will bring about the difference in our local communities. And you play a very, very big role in this future of our country. India has a very unique role to play in this journey. Our nation is home to rich traditions, and we've heard about it, whether it's rainwater harvesting, whether it's organic farming. It's something that we have as our heritage. And our community-driven social enterprises have been a path-breaking solution. You've heard of the self-help groups, their activities that they have been doing. I'm sure there are many, many, many SHGs across the country. And there are in that many hidden gems who have come out with solutions. And those solutions have been providing a kind of a resolving of their problems within their local communities. And they need a lot of support and encouragement to take it further. So actually call upon all the students to find such local communities for you to work with it and give your ideas and solutions and help them do better in their activities. We have been witnessing lot of cutting edge innovation and frugal solutions. And this is an area that we have seen in the launch of Chandrayaan. Frugal solutions have been something which we in India have been very, very successful with, and world over it has been recognized. So knowledge and innovation is the capital of India, and it stands at the forefront of this transformation. As we look forward towards Viksit Bharat, and that's something we've been talking about, 2047 Viksit Bharat, the vision of a developed India, sustainability must not be seen as an option, but it must be at the very heart of our growth. Whether it's climate action, renewable energy, digital inclusion, or women's economic empowerment, or MSMEs development, every step must align both global goals and local realities. So I would actually like to highlight 3 dimensions, and that's an area that I think all of us need to work. And the first and the most important that we've all been discussing across for several years is climate and environment. And we talk about climate and environment, and we need urgent local solutions. And an area that I, as an entrepreneur, would have to talk about is our focus on renewable energy, water management. I think these are 2 basic areas that we all need to focus on. Renewable energy, we talked about solar, we talk about wind power, but how do we, as every individual sitting here, bring about a difference by ensuring that wherever possible, let us try to use solar power so that we help reduce our power from the grid. And these are areas that each of us need to work on. Just 2 days ago, I was at the Bangalore Water, BWSSB, Bangalore Water Sewage and Supply Board. They have come out with about 34 STPIs in and around Bengaluru. And they have tertiary water available, which will be available to every individual for all 365 days. Of course, we all use Kaveri water for drinking purposes. But this tertiary water that they're bringing about, I understand, is as good as potable water. Yes, we as humans, we are not very happy about using this tertiary or used water as potable water. But there are various other options, be it gardening, be it our washrooms. These are areas where, or be it water that is utilized in industries. Wherever there is a requirement of tertiary water, please share this information among your networks. Keep BWSSB informed about it, or please let us know at FKCCI so that we are able to help BWSSB provide specific line of this water where industries use huge amount of water. Look at cooling towers, look at garden spaces. These are spaces where they can use. And they're right now not being used they're right now being used only up to 25% of the capacity. 75% is now going to rejuvenate some lakes so that the lakes get rejuvenated, then it being going out elsewhere. So this is an area that I call upon all those who can. Please do connect with us if you know of any places where this water can be used. The second inclusion I would talk about is women entrepreneurs, the youth here, MSMEs. They all need to be empowered as key drivers of sustainable growth. Expect all students to look at, and every opportunity where within your homes, within your colleges, within your networks, you're able to say, if there is a sustainable way of doing this, let's try to do that. And some of our previous speakers spoke about usage of plastic, but I'm sure that in every area, be it water management, be it power utilization, or use of plastic, use of reusable plastic, please ensure that you are able to give your contribution to that. Third and the most important, collaboration, and this is something I keep talking to Dr. Jalaja also, is the academia industry connect. We need to bridge this. We need to help reduce this bridge so that the students, their innovation actually gets captured into industry so that they are able to do better and perform better. In this area, I must talk about a program that we organize every year. Some of the students may know about it. How many of the students here know about Manthan, the program that FKCCI organizes? A raise of hands. If any of you have been part of Manthan? I see far and few. I look forward to a larger participation of Manthan. Probably this is from Maharani Lakshmi Amani College. Manthan is a business plan presentation competition that FKCCI organizes every year. It's in its 17th edition. We just had our grand finale day before yesterday, where a cash prize of 10 lakhs was distributed to 11 top winners of Manthan. And it starts with a simple concept note of a one page given by a student from a graduate or a postgraduate college. They go through, and so this year we had about nearly 600 applications, which meant the involvement of at least 3 to 4 in every application. 3 to 4 students get together to, put their idea or a concept. So we are actually reaching to about 2,500 students who participate in Manthan. They go through the first knowledge workshop. They're taught about business plan. We have a lot of CAs, practicing industrialists who mentor them, guide them, go through the first knowledge workshop, they go through a second knowledge workshop, and they keep toning their skills and honing it in such a way that at the end of the third knowledge workshop, some of them are ready, not only with just the idea, but with the product. And it was very interesting that out of the 11 that we received, I think 4 of them were focused not specifically on technology that will bring about a difference in the lives of people in the space of environment and sustainability. And so it is really very interesting, and I think we as organizers should encourage students to look at sustainability. So I really appreciate the fact that we are having this event today. So this conference will bring together not only academics, but also policymakers and practitioners from the papers that you are going to come out with. And it will bring a lot of contribution to sustainable practices. Some of you students might also understand that in MSMEs, there was a time when MSMEs only were focused in product manufacturing. But now sustainability plays a very, very important role. We need to ensure our carbon credits are low. We also need to ensure that earlier it was environment, health and safety practices in every MSME. Now we need to ensure ESG compliance in every factory. So, when this is coming about, you see a larger good in the industry. So let us all remember that sustainability is not about just balancing economies against environment. It's also about creating harmony among different people from the planet, harmony between people, harmony between planet, and also bring about prosperity. So the global goals will remain aspirations, unless each one of us here will take ownership to ensure that we contribute to the sustainability development goals. I'm confident that over the next 2 days, all of the papers that are being presented will actually bring about growth and sustainable growth. And on that emphasis, thank you very much for inviting me to this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for your inspiring and insightful address. Your words have truly enlightened us and will serve as a greater source of inspiration. We are equally privileged to have with us our guest of honor for today, Dr. S.V. Suresha, a distinguished academician whose contributions to the field of education and research have left a lasting impact. I request Ms. Jyotsna Timmaya, HOD, Department of Management Studies, to introduce the guest of honor.
It's my privilege and honor to introduce our distinguished guest of honor, Dr. S.V. Suresha, the Vice Chancellor of University of Agricultural Sciences, Gandhi Krishi Vigyan Kendra, Bangalore. Dr. Suresha is a visionary leader, renowned academician, and an accomplished researcher in the field of agriculture and allied sciences. With decades of experience in teaching, research, and administration, he has been instrumental in strengthening agricultural education, promoting cutting-edge research, and encouraging innovation for the farming community. Dr. Suresha assumed charge as Vice Chancellor of UAS Bangalore in October 2022. He earned his master's degree in agricultural extension from UAS Bangalore in 1987 and completed his doctorate in agricultural extension in 1993, receiving a gold medal for his academic excellence. He began his professional journey as a scientific officer with the Department of Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka. In 1995, he joined the UAS Bangalore as an assistant professor, and over the last 28 years, he has served the university with distinction in several key positions, including Associate Editor at the Communication Center, Program Coordinator of Krishi Vigyan Kendra, Bangalore Rural, Coordinator and Head of the Bakery Training Unit, Comptroller and Dean of Students' Welfare. As a coordinator of the Bakery Training Unit, Dr. Suresha has made remarkable contributions to skill development and entrepreneurship. He designed and introduced 15 innovative training courses to meet nutritional needs and create value for aspiring entrepreneurs, benefiting over 3,800 trainees. He established a dedicated placement cell for certificate and diploma students and pioneered industry engagement sessions to align trading with current market requirements. His innovative learn, bake, and earn model has empowered women to take up home-based baking as a livelihood option. Under his leadership, BHEL Bangalore funded and established a bakery production unit at the Women's Central Jail, Tumkur, providing inmates with rehabilitation-oriented livelihood skills. He also initiated training programs for the wives of MAG Center soldiers, promoting self-employment opportunities. In addition, he has developed and commercialized 22 technologies to strengthen secondary agriculture and value addition. As Comptroller of USAB, Dr. Suresha has spearheaded several reforms, including implementation of HRMS, first among SAUs in Karnataka, and introducing ESI benefits for contract workers. He has also played a crucial role in mobilizing Rs 28.15 billion grants, driving significant infrastructure development across the campus. During his tenure as Dean of Students' Welfare, he managed NSS, NCC, Health Services, Placement Cell, International Cell, and YRC. He introduced Pradhan Mantri Bharatiya Janaushadhi Prayojana at the UAS dispensary, ensuring affordable medicines on campus, and developed world-class international hostel facilities. A prolific academician, Dr. Suresha has authored over 200 publications, including research papers, books, and an international US patent and video documentaries. He has guided numerous MSc and PhD scholars, shaping future researchers and academicians. His work has earned him 2 Lifetime Achievements Awards, 3 international awards, and 18 national and state honors. Dr. Suresha stands as a shining example of visionary leadership and unwavering dedication to the agricultural education and rural empowerment. It is indeed an honor to celebrate his contributions as he continues to guide UAS Bangalore towards greater heights of excellence, collaboration, and global recognition. It is an honor to welcome him today, and we eagerly look forward for his valuable insights. I request Dr. Suresha to address the gathering.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್. respected dignitaries on the dais, the faculty, participants of this 2 days international conference, and dear student friends. It's indeed always a pleasure for me to join these kinds of conferences or the workshops where there will be an exchange of knowledge and also the sharing of what we know and what we need to know from others. And as Uma Reddy rightly pointed out, the theme of today's conference, it's very appropriate and relevant for the present day context. I too believe the global goals and the local solutions. That is what our Prime Minister vision, that Viksit Bharat or Make India, Make in India. That is the one with which we also aim at finding out the local solutions. But probably we all know the challenges are plenty. But at the same time, if we look back to our progress, when she was mentioning, Uma Reddy was mentioning about the renewable energy sources. You just look at 2015, it was only around 38 gigawatts of renewable energy was there in India. But in 2025, it has gone up to 180 gigawatts. That is what we say the progress. The access to sanitation, it was hardly around 35% in India, around in 2015. But now it has gone up to 85% in India, the access to sanitation. But at the same time, if you look at the gross enrollment ratio to the higher education, it was around 28 to 30%, somewhere around 2014, but now it has gone up to 38%. But if you look at the employability of these, the youth in the country, it's somewhere around 28%. But now it has gone up to 45%. But still, if you look at the global scenario, it is somewhere around 65 to 70%. Then she was also talking about the carbon footprint. We feel little bit proud that we are much below the global average of 4.5 tons, but we are with 1.4 tons, the carbon footprint. That means to say, why I am sharing these statistics and the figures, it clearly shows we are progressing. No doubt we are developing, but is it steadily or a rapid growth? But when I say, when people talk about the growth, the question that arises with us is, there should be a rapid growth in every field. But if you look at the irony of the situation, if you place a question mark, at what cost you have to grow? On the verge of growing, what is that we are losing? Are we taking care of the sustainability in all the fields of development? So when we call this sustainability, it can't happen in isolation always. The sustainability, it is a multidisciplinary or an interdisciplinary approach. That's what we said. This conference aims at looking at the academia, the industry, the policymakers, the researchers. Or otherwise, it will never happen in isolation. So that is what we expect from this conference. All the stakeholders of this society. We are all equally responsible. The sustainable growth, in addition to, we have to see what is that we are leaving it to the next generation. The growth for the next generation should also be a major emphasis of this conference always. But most of the time, as you know, what is that we need to do it for this sustainable growth? There are 3 dimensions. That is the most of the time when we talk about, we call the climate change. it more or less refers to, almost it is a synonym with our farming systems. Whenever we say the climate change, immediately we look at how we will cultivate. Because it is a season bound. It is a monsoon bound. When India became independent, you all know, in 1947, immediately after that we were with begging bowls with other countries for the food grains. We were looking for America for a broken wheat through which we were feeding our people. But in 2025, I proudly say, this country has produced 359 million tons of food grains, and it has made this country self-sufficient. And even without growing a single grain for another 2 years, we can sustain. That is what we have achieved. During 1965, thanks to our visionaries like Dr. Swaminathan, we has introduced the green revolution for this country, where the high-yielding varieties were released, accompanied with the application of chemical fertilizers, where the people were reluctant, the farmers were reluctant to use the chemical fertilizers. We convinced them and made them to apply the chemical fertilizers. But immediately after that, our main aim or goal was to make this country self-sufficient in food grain production. But unfortunately, we lost sustainability during that period. Overemphasis on the chemical fertilizers. In a hurry to produce more, it was only the production, the over-irrigated crops. Because the crops, the yielding varieties were more responsive to the chemical fertilizers and the irrigation. Naturally, we looked at it, but at the same time, we lost the natural resources. Now, we are talking about many more things like the natural farming, the organic farming. But the people who have done something, but at that time, kindly don't blame us. You people have done that, but it's not the case. We were interested in making this country self-sufficient. But over a period of years, we realized we also progressed, but somewhere we forgot something which the natural resources needs to be considered. Now our top soils are eroded. The top soils have become unfertile. And the plants are not in a position to absorb the nutrients from the soil. But now we are talking about sustainability and conservation of natural resources like soil, water, the air. Now you all know the organic carbon of the soil has reduced to 0.3 to 0.4. But in case if you need to grow the crops, it should be somewhere around 0.6 to 0.7. But unfortunately, if the soils become unfertile, if the soils become, or if they start lacking the nutrients, what will happen to the human health in later? But that's why most of the time, because of this carelessness about sustainable development, at the age of 40, if you visit a doctor, whether it is required or not, you will end up with a prescription for calcium, B12 and B4, vitamin D deficiencies. And invariably everybody will, it's all because of whatever that we have earned in one angle, we are losing in the another side of it. So kindly look at the sustainability in this. And also the hunger, another factor. Though we claim that we are a developing country or a developed country, the shamefulness on the part of this civilized society is making the people to become hungry or keep them hungry forever. So that we need to look at for a sustainable development of these people. And also in most of the cases, what we understood, the empowerment of the woman, which is of more relevance at the present day. And I am happy that in the higher education now the enrollment ratio has increased, or it is more than 50% nowadays. So that is another angle we need to look at it. And then the youth empowerment. You all know the present day scenario, the migration has started. The people who are earning in the villages, they are pushing out of villages for the sake of non-productive employments that are generated in the cities. And that has resulted in the imbalanced growth of the cities, the water scarcity, the rise of slums in the slums in the cities, where you can't share the resources that are available within this city limits. So under such circumstances, how sustainability can be ensured? So that is what, and also sometimes we will also blame the education system what we are introducing in the country. Some days back when we were young, if you were asking the student what you would like to become, normally they used to say, I want to become a doctor, I want to save the country by looking after the health of these people. But after he becoming the doctor, if you ask him, he will simply say, I want to become a doctor, I have become a doctor now. I am a doctor right now. But he will never talk about saving the lives of the people. But he will get into the 5432 syndrome. What is that 54321 syndrome? 5-digit salary, one four-wheeler, maybe Benz or Mercedes, or a 3-bedroom house, and then 2 children, and if possible, 1 wife or husband. So that is the education system that has created. When once the student was thinking of protecting this country's health, now he has become so selfish that he is trying to looking after only himself. That is the irony of this education system. But we need to look at the system also. And now we talk about more of the entrepreneurship in the colleges. And Bangalore has also become, along with the Silicon City, it has become the startup hub also, where most of the students, and most of the time this, as you all know, the education system is creating the people only for the jobs, but not for entrepreneurship development. So if you want to ensure sustainable development, kindly make your education system look more towards the entrepreneurship development rather than making them to become the workers with with the companies. So under these circumstances, if you look at the sustainable development is not a single dimension or a single parameter, which is bounded by many parameters, many dimensions, which may be related with the farming systems, or maybe with sociological dimensions, or maybe with psychological dimensions. Even thinking about sustainability is also very important for the people. So kindly bring in the deliberations which aims at overall development of this society, keeping the sustainability at the prime importance, and see that all the dimensions are incorporated and a meaningful deliberations and getting some recommendations. And I feel the recommendations, let it not remain with your books or whatever the abstracts that we have released today. Let it reach the policy makers. You pursue them, you convince them that there is a need to make a sustainable development in the country by conserving all natural resources. It's not only for ourselves, maybe for conserving them for the future generation is also required. And I am very happy that this theme will help the students to understand the importance of this sustainable growth. And I appreciate and congratulate the organizers for picking up an appropriate theme for today's conference. And I hope the deliberations will be meaningful and useful also for the society. And once again, let me congratulate all of them, and also thank you for giving me an opportunity to share few of my thoughts with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful words. Dr. Sharmishta Datta, principal at Maharani Lakshmi Ammani College for Women, Autonomous, Bengaluru, has over 3 decades of academics and research experience. She holds a PhD from Rewa University and specializes in plant sciences. She has led several UGC-funded projects on medicinal plants and has published widely and received many awards to her credit. I invite Madam to deliver the presidential address.
Distinguished guests, respected academicians, esteemed researchers and scholars, members of the industry, delegates, and dear friends, students. A very good morning to each one of you. It's both an honor and privilege to address this August gathering at the inauguration of the International Conference on Global Goals, Local Solutions, Integrating Sustainability in Everyday Life. At the outset, I extend my heartfelt appreciation and gratitude to Bangalore City University for joining hands with Maharani Lakshmi Ammani College for Women in hosting this meaningful academic venture. This collaboration reflects a shared vision, a vision of higher education institutions coming together not only to pursue academic excellence, but also to shoulder social responsibility by addressing some of the most pressing global challenges of our times. My earnest greetings and gratitudes to all the dignitaries, keynote speakers, panelists, and participants who have joined us across the globe. To your presence here today underscores the collective commitment we all share towards creating more equitable, sustainable, and resilient world. The theme of this conference is deeply significant and highly relevant to the times we live in. Sustainability is no longer a choice, it is a requirement. As we navigate the complex challenges of the 21st century, climate change, urbanization, resources depletion, and social inequity, the importance of aligning global development goals with local solutions cannot be overstated. The United Nations Sustainable Developmental Goals offer a comprehensive outline for a better and more sustainable future. However, their success depends not only on policies and international cooperations, but also on grassroots innovation, community engagement, and localized action. Sustainability is no longer a theoretical concept discussed within academic walls. It is a practice imperative, one that must impermeate our homes, our industries, our governance, and most importantly, our everyday lives. This conference aims to create a platform for interdisciplinary dialogues and meaningful exchange, bringing together the perspective of academia, industry, research institution, and students. It is our sincere hope that the deliberations over the coming days will foster innovative ideas, collaborative models, and actionable solutions that bridge the gap between the global framework and local realities. As an institution committed to academic excellence and social responsibilities, MLAC has consistently strived to integrate sustainability into our educational ethos, be it through curriculum, campus initiatives, or community outreach. We believe that our role extends beyond imparting knowledge. It includes the nurturing and generations of responsible, ethical, environmentally conscious citizens. The outcomes of this conference will, I certain, inspire actionable strategies that can be adopted not only in our institution, but also within the local communities. This joint initiative of IQAC of MLAC and BCU demonstrates the power of academic synergy. It signifies how collaboration across institutions can create stronger platforms for acknowledge and for knowledge exchange, innovation, and problem solving together. We are not just organizing a conference, we are creating a dialogue that bridges global aspiration with local realities. To our students and young scholars present here today, this is your moment to learn, question, contribute, and lead. The future of sustainability rests not just on the scientific advancement and economic strategies, but on your commitments to think globally and act locally. Let this conference serve not only to the academic milestone, but as a catalyst for real-world change. Before I conclude, I extend my deepest appreciation to the organizing committee, our esteemed collaborators, faculty members, and volunteers who have worked tirelessly to make this event a reality. Your dedication and professionalism are truly commendable. I wish the conference a very success and look forward to rich intellectual engagements and outcomes that will emerge from the collective endeavor. Thank you.
Gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. To conclude this inauguration ceremony, I invite Ms. Aruna, IQAC Coordinator, MLAC, to propose vote of thanks.
Good morning. It gives me immense pleasure to deliver a vote of thanks on behalf of Maharani Lakshmi Amani College for Women and Bangalore City University to the two-day international conference on global goals, local solutions, sustainability in everyday life. I would like to express sincere gratitude to Chief Guest Ms. Uma Reddy for your invaluable and inspirational speech. I extend my deepest gratitude to our guest of honor, Dr. S.V. Suresha, Honorable Vice Chancellor of University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, for accepting our invitation and grace today's function. We are honored to be associated with Bangalore City University in hosting this conference and grateful to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor B. Ramesha. Sir, your guidance and support is highly acknowledged. Thank you, sir, in your absence here. Gratitude to Sri Naveen Joseph, Register Admin, for organizing Kumara Kripa Guest House accommodation for the dignitaries for the conference. So please accept our appreciation in your absence. Special mention to Professor K.R. Jalaja, in charge Registrar of Evaluation and former Vice Chancellor in charge. Ma'am, your invaluable support, suggestions, and guidance played a key role in organizing this conference. Thank you, ma'am. I take this opportunity to thank Professor Devraj VR, Director of IQAC BCU, Dr. Tandava Gowda, Organizing Secretary of BCU, for the role and support. We MLACians are privileged to have visionary leaders in the trust. Their constant guidance and support has enabled our institution to reach many milestones. On behalf of entire organizing committee, it is my duty and honor to thank our chairman, Sri S.S. Nagananda, in absentia, for his invaluable contribution in the form of encouragement. I would like to express sincere gratitude to Managing Trustee, Sri K. Jairaj. Your guidance throughout the journey of conference has been inspirational. Thank you, sir, on behalf of MLACians in your absence. In your absence here, Dr. Geeta Narayanan, Dr. Gurraj Karjagi, Professor K.B.R. Verma, and Sri Vinod Shah are the other pillars of our trust. Your timely advices and suggestions have played a pivotal role in shaping the conference and making this a reality. I would like to thank them all in their absentia. We would like to express sincere gratitude to our principal, Dr. Sharmishta Datta. Your constant guidance, motivation, and leading the team has positive impact. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank Dr. Nanda Kulkarni for being a source of support and encouragement always. Thank you, ma'am. We have gathered here to have two-day deliberations. The intense coordination and cooperation among the committee members is the reason behind. The entire faculty and students of MBLAC, along with BCU, have played a vital role in this regard. A huge round of applause for all your efforts. Dr. Abhinandan, Organizing Secretary. We are grateful to your dedication and effort. Without your meticulous planning and execution of work, this international conference would not have been a reality. Along with you, Dr. Soumya and Ms. Sumanjali as joint organizing secretaries have added value to this conference with consistent engagement and brainstorming sessions with various committee members. And I would also like to special thanks to Ms. Deeksha, the student coordinator, who has also helped us in organizing this conference. The committee acknowledges the presence of former principals, IQAC coordinators, and former COEs, I see a lot of them over there, for their presence. Dr. Annadanisha B.A., Sri Gangadhar Murthy, Sri Narayana Subramani for their administrative support. Thank you all. Thanks to the media for your coverage and event. GJLS 2025 team acknowledges the plenary speakers, chairpersons, panelists, scholars, delegates, and students for being part of this event. Your contributions in your designated roles are value additions to the success of this conference, and we are highly grateful to you all. We are also thankful to our sponsors for their partnership. The GJLS committee would like to immensely thank Adya Institute. Mr. Rakshit is over there. I could see him. Malgudi Chaha, Pyrotechnologies, UCO Bank, RBL Bank, Chitra Arts, Clinomics, and EasyLeap for your generous sponsorship. Finally, this event would not have been possible without the exceptional dedication of the volunteers, whose meticulous efforts ensured its seamless execution. May this conference serve not only as a record of discussions, but also as an inspiration for continued innovation and collaboration. Let it remind us that every global goal begins with a local solution, and that each of us have a role to play in building a more just, sustainable, and inclusive world. Thank you all again.
Thank you. With this, we come to a close for inauguration ceremony. We look forward for a day of learning, collaboration, and new ideas. As Pope Francis reminds us, the time for seeking global solution is running out. We can find suitable solutions only if we act together and in agreement. Thank you all. We will now break for refreshments. I request all the poster presenters to display their posters in the open venue next to the dining hall. Thank you all.
I request everyone to take your seats. Good morning, everyone. I'm Abhinandan from the Department of English, MLAC. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to today's panel discussion on global goals, local solutions, integrating sustainability in everyday life. I request all the panelists and the moderator to come to the dais. I request all of you take your seats. This session is a part of our ongoing efforts to bring thought leaders, innovators, academicians, and practitioners together to exchange ideas on how sustainability can be practically woven into our everyday lives. Over the next 90 minutes, we'll be exploring how education, entrepreneurship, finance, research, and investments can collectively contribute to a more sustainable future. Our panel today brings together experts from diverse fields who will share their insights on how global sustainability goals can find meaningful expression in local contexts. The discussion will cover themes ranging from education and strategy, innovation and entrepreneurship, finance and banking, academia and research, to investments and business growth. We'll also have icebreakers, crossfire exchanges, and closing reflections to make this session engaging and thought-provoking. Allow me first to welcome and introduce our esteemed moderator, CMA Dr. Abhijit S. Jain, Director of Jain's Academy and former Chairman of ICMAI, Bengaluru Chapter, a distinguished cost and management accountant and academician. Dr. Jain has been at the forefront of bridging academia and professional practices. I welcome you, sir. Joining him on his panel are 5 distinguished voices: Dr. Aditya Gupta, COO of ACMC at IIM Bangalore, an expert in strategy, management, and academia. Dr. Gupta brings deep insights into aligning business education and operations with sustainability. Welcome you, sir. Sri Vigneshwaran, entrepreneur and founder of Think UOU, known for his innovative approach to entrepreneurship. He emphasizes new organizational models that embed sustainability. Welcome, sir. Ms. Meghna Vijayaraj, Assistant Manager at Standard Chartered GBS. With a strong background in banking and finance, we will shed light on how the financial sector integrates ESG and drives sustainable lifestyles. Welcome, ma'am. Give a huge round of applause, everyone. Dr. K.S. Suryanarayana, Academic Director and Principal of EIMR Business School, Bangalore, a scholar and a researcher. He champions the role of academia in cultivating sustainability as a culture and skill. I welcome you, sir. Mr. Rajesh Babu GM, Managing Partner at Bangalore Ventures with expertise in venture capital and investments. He evaluates sustainability-driven business opportunities and supports growth in emerging sector. I welcome you, sir. Together, this diverse panel will provide us with a holistic perspective on how sustainability can move from being a global aspiration to a local reality. Without further ado, I now invite our moderator, CMA Dr. Abhijit S. Jain, to take over.
Thank you, Mr. Abhinandan. A very good morning to one and all present over here, distinguished panelists on the stage, dignitaries of the dais, the organizing committee, students, faculty members, and all the other participants. On behalf of the organizers of this two-day seminar, the MLAC and Bangalore City University, I warmly welcome you to today's panel discussion on the theme, Going Global, Global Goals, Local Solutions, Integrating Sustainability in Everyday Life. Before we move on to the session, I would like to personally thank the organizing team from MLAC and especially Dr. Abhinandan for having given me this opportunity to moderate the panel discussion on such an important and relevant topic at this conference. I would like to thank Dr. Jalaja Madam, Dean and Chairperson, and in-charge Registrar Evaluation of the BCU as well for this opportunity. Thank you, Madam. Sustainability is often seen as a global agenda. We have heard this from our inaugural speakers as well. But the real impact is created when individuals, communities, and organizations take action at the local level. Today, we are fortunate to have a diverse panel, including leaders from the industry, innovators, academicians, investors who bring a unique perspective on how to bridge the global and the local divide. Mr. Abhinandan has introduced my panelists already. A quick introduction from my side on where they stand as what kind of expertise they bring to the panel. So joining with us first is Dr. Gupta, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Supply Chain Management Center at IIM Bangalore, who has been shaping management strategies and education with a sustainability lens. He comes from the industry and now moved into academia. So I welcome you, sir, to the panel. Thank you for having accepted our request. Next, we have Sri Vigneshwaran, an entrepreneur and founder whose work demonstrates how innovation and sustainability can go ahead hand in hand for startups and how business models have been transforming. Welcome you, sir. Next, we have with us Ms. Meghana Vijayaraj, who is an assistant manager at Standard Chartered GBS, who brings in the finance perspective to the panel. Welcome you, ma'am. Dr. K.S. Suryanarayana, who is an academic director and principal of EIMR Business School, who champions sustainability as an essential part of business education and leadership. Welcome you, sir. And finally, we have Mr. Rajesh Babu, the GM and managing partner at Bangalore Ventures, who brings in the investing lens into the panel. Welcome you, sir. Let's give our panelists a warm round of applause, please. And right away, I start off with the panel discussion with this introduction of my panelists. And I hope all the participants are back. If not, I know your phones are not working. There's no network over here, but somehow try to ask all your friends to be in the auditorium quickly because we are starting out our panel discussion with this August panel. To kick off things, I would like each of the panelists to answer a quick icebreaker which will set the tone for our discussion deeper today. I would like each of you to take your round, and I would like to hear from you. When you hear the phrase global goals and local solutions, what's that first word or image that comes to your mind? Dr. Gupta, please.
Okay, so I would like to answer in the manner in which you have named this organization on this event. I would say collective contribution and widespread well-being.
Thank you. So collective contribution is the key word for sustainability. Yeah. Coming to Mr. Vigneshwaran, what is the first thing that comes to your mind when you hear the topic global goals, local solutions?
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon all. So when we have the startups and innovators, we always get into a group of decision makers, not hierarchy, but a way of deciding locally for the benefit of the organization or the benefit of the people surviving for that position or the situation. That's sustainability for us.
Okay, so the key word that comes out of your
the decision that is relevant to the community or the situation.
Okay.
That's how
Again,
sustainability
it's like a collaborative decision that you're talking all about. Okay. Yes, Ms. Meghna.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me here. The phrase that comes to me, I'm going to keep it sweet and short, is connecting community. That is something that comes to mind when you use that particular phrase. An image that comes to my mind would be, I'm sure most of us are aware and have seen, is Nokia connecting people. That's something that strikes to me when this particular topic or someone tells you what comes to mind. So that's my answer.
Thank you. Dr. Suryanarayan.
Good morning, everyone. See, for me, it is all about recognizing one size fits all is not a solution for this, because we have different problems. And moreover, the global frameworks like SDG, US, can be successful only if it is implemented in local context, communities and culture. Finally, global goals will remain a dream until local solution makes it a reality.
So basically, it's focusing on localization, if I can put it in one word.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. The first thing it strikes me that, the famous saying that earth is for every man's need, not for its greed. So why we have to recall this, the important topic of, we are just finding solutions that already we have made damage for. And when we are in the corrective measures, every little solution or every little change, each one of them would adapt, whether it is like in every due course of our life, in our daily life, if we do that. Yeah, the very striking is that, we have abused enough. Now it is a time for us to recall, think back, rework everything. Whatever the metaphor comes in, we have to put in place.
So basically, corrective actions is what you want to focus on.
Absolutely. Yep.
So I think in the panel, you're the toughest person to be, I can say, to convince you on sustainability, because you come from the investor's point of view, and investors look at the single bottom line, but we're moving on to the triple bottom line now. And I would be more interested to hear from you when it comes to your turn of questions. So so with this icebreaker question, I think everybody has set in kind of the stage for sustainability from their perspective. So I would like to take on in a more strategic way that I start off with Dr. Gupta, who will be talking about why sustainability and business. Then I move on to Vigneshwaran, who is going to talk about entrepreneurship, business models, and then comes the most important thing, that is the empower of business, that is money, and then how the new generation can penetrate into these new models from the education side from Dr. Suryanarayan, and finally the ROI is the ultimate. How much ever we talk about the triple bottom line, the first bottom line will always be the thing for sustaining the business itself, first of all. So sustainability from the perspective of environment, climate, all that is going to be spoken, but ultimately if the business cannot sustain itself, and to sustain the business you need that ROI, so we have the investor lens as well. So right away going to Dr. Gupta. My first question to you is, why should business organizations make sustainability a core part of their strategy? And how does sustainability align with and differ from ESG in terms of scope and practice?
Thanks, Dr. Jain. What I will do is I will first come to the second part of the question and then go to the first part of the question. So in business, we use a term called ESG, which is more commonly used as compared to word sustainability, because sustainability is more of a societal concept, but ESG is more of a business concept. So when we say ESG, ESG is an acronym for environment, social and governance. And what it means is that if the business cares for environment, if it cares for community, employees, society and customers, and if it governs itself ethically, then it is good for profitability, good for business, good for investors, and good for society. So that is the concept of ESG. So having said that, I will just come to the why sustainability or ESG is so core to the business strategy at this point of time.
So at this point of time, ESG and sustainability is impacting almost every function of the organization. And what I will do is in next 4 to 5 minutes, I will try to touch base with all the function and how ESG and sustainability is impacting all of them. So let me first start with the most basic and the most important function, which is sales, marketing, and brand. Okay. And let me start with a small story, so if people can relate to it. So there is a brand or a company called Patagonia in US, and they are into business of selling jackets. And it was summer of 2011, and they came a full page ad at the center of New York Times, and it says, "Don't buy this jacket." Okay. Now, for a company which is into business of making jackets, it was exceptional for them to say that please don't buy this jacket. They also cited what are the reason why the customer should not buy their jacket, because that jacket consumes certain amount of gallons of water, it generates certain amount of waste, it also was generating certain amount of carbon dioxide. Now, can you imagine what was the impact of this particular advertisement on the sales? Post this particular advertisement, the sales went up by 30%. Over a period of time, Patagonia has made several changes. They have become one of the most environmental friendly organizations in the world. They are rated as a B Corp, which is business with purpose. And from 2011 to 2025, they have, I would say, 3 times is the revenue now. And they are established as a most environmental friendly organization in the world. So if you look at Tesla also, it is known for electric vehicles. Tata Group is known for their commitment to employees and community also. So if a company is practicing ESG and sustainability, obviously they are building brand and reputation for themselves and a loyal customer base also. So that's the first one, which is in terms of sales and marketing. Second is in terms of operational efficiency and cost. So when we talk about ESG or sustainability, that means less of energy, that means less of cost, less of logistics, less of cost, less of material and waste, less of cost. So almost every activity that we do in ESG is also translating into reduction of cost. Third thing that I would like to talk about is employee engagement. So all of you are there in this particular room. Suppose you have, okay, so if I can have attention from all of you. Suppose you have 2 job offers, okay? So from company A and company B. Now company A is extremely profit driven, and they hardly care for maybe community or maybe even the suppliers and others also. At the same time, there is a company B which also is offering at par, but they are extremely environment friendly also. They care for community also, and they care for suppliers and customer also. Which organization are you most likely to join? Okay. Sorry. So I think, though I'm not able to hear, but I think most obvious answer would be organization B. Because if it cares for environment and community, it is in turn is going to care for the employee as well. So employee engagement has got a lot of relationship with ESG, and there are several research which has proved that ESG leads to a better employee engagement also, and retention also, and talent acquisition also. So what is the relationship between ESG and financial performance? Again, there are several research which has done, and there is a positive correlation between ESG performance and the financial performance. And the reason for that is that if you build brand, if you have loyal customer, and if you are able to reduce cost, finally it is translating into better margin for the company. So to summarize, I think ESG impacting almost every function in the organization, and it is a positive impact which is happening, and there is a huge correlation between profitability and ESG performance. I think that was quite an interesting perspective, because whenever we talk about sustainability and sustainable actions by business houses, we feel that it's a cost or a burden to the organization. But Dr. Gupta has made it very clear that in the long run, at least, it might be a short-run cost, I can say, but in the long run, it's always going to benefit our profitability. Another question before I can move on to the other panelists, to Dr. Gupta. how can operations and supply chain management in specific, because you come from the supply chain management expertise, play a role in reducing carbon footprint at both organizational and individual levels?
So I think I'm exceeding my time, but I don't know how many of you are aware, when we talk about organization emission, we divide them into 3 scopes called Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. Scope 3 emissions is where the most of the supply chain emissions are lying, and in most of the organizations, the Scope 3 emission account for almost 75 to 80% of the total emission. So if a company has to become a net zero, they have to reduce their supply chain emissions. Now, in terms of how they can do it in operations, I believe there are 4 ways that they can do it. One is what we call as a sustainable sourcing. So when we say sustainable sourcing, it means sourcing a sustainable product from a sustainable supplier. Okay, so both the parts are equally important. Then we can talk about green logistics or sustainable logistics, where we can have alternate fuels like green hydrogen or EV, or we can move from I would say polluting mode to a better mode also. Third could be in terms of green packaging. If we can make packaging more lighter, compostable, biodegradable, non-hazardous, that also can reduce the emission from operation point of view. And the lastly is if we can adopt renewable energy in operations, okay? So which could be, say, from a diesel forklift to an electric forklift, or maybe from a diesel generator to a biogas generator. So these are some examples where if we can move from a polluting fuel or emitting fuel to a non-emitting fuel. So these are some of the actions which are there. I will not go into details of that, but maybe if time permits, we can go into that.
Yeah, thank you. I think the most important point that I would take from this statement that on supply chain management that Dr. Gupta was talking about is, when you're talking about ESG, we feel that it's only for the Tatas and for the Birlas to take care of it. But that's not true, because when Sir spoke about sustainable supply chain, he told something about sustainable sourcing. Now, when you talk about a company like Tata Motors, it is going to source from all kind of MSMEs, and when it does a sustainability check of its vendors, it becomes all the more important, though not from the regulations point of view that an MSME has to comply with sustainability norms, but I think to get more business, at least they should be more sustainable. And thank you for this perspective, Dr. Gupta. And this brings me to MSMEs, startups, entrepreneurship. So I move on to Dr. Sri Vigneshwaran, who is an entrepreneurial expert. And I would like to pose a simple question to him. As an entrepreneur, do you see alternate organizational models that are emerging that move beyond traditional hierarchies? If so, could you introduce us to one of such framework that you believe is especially relevant for startups aiming to be sustainable, and explain how it works in practice? I think people should pay more attention here, because it's speaking about entrepreneurship, it's speaking about startups, and we are the startup capital of the country. So yes, Vigneshwar.
Yeah. So in startups, I would like to share 2 concepts. One is the holocratic organization, which is a group of decision makers who make a movement first. Okay. Now, who is a global? We always say somebody outside is global. I am part of global. So my organization is a global. Like, I am part of this earth. So when we do this, we are first responsible to take decisions on ecosystem building. So holocratic is something that we build decisions now, so that we move forward. So that's one of the system that for any ESG or any this ecosystem change, the ecosystem, the ecology should be understood or listened, or it should have a environment to play. So as a system, we always focus on, for startups, why don't you get into a small decision makers in your team to move your organization faster, not to wait with the hierarchy for every decision. So that is one of the systems. So when you create a system like that, when you want to bring a non-plastic environment, it's very easy to adopt that such kind of movements. Activities can be easily adopted in an ecosystem. So one of the other things, one more concept is Frederick Lulu is reinventing organization. In that he talks about teal organization. So teal organization is nothing but everybody is interested to plant a tree actually. So in teal organization, we don't plant trees, we plant forests. So if you go to a forest or if you go to a tree and ask who planted you as a paradigm, we don't know who planted. Such is the way that an organization has to be built. So if I ask who is the founder of Google, everyone can say Larry Page, but most of us have forgotten Brian Serrin, okay, who is the key guy, who is a coder for Google. But where are they? They are not CEOs. They are now developers. They have stepped down and they are building a forest ecosystem. So in this paradigm of teal organization is to understand more on a forest organization. It will evolve itself. Who planted a tree? You go and ask a tree. We don't know. So that's how a product has to be brought in a company. Like Google has got many products. Map is a product. Google Sheet is a product. Google Slide is a product. Gmail is a product. But who developed, we don't know. There's no identity for a hierarchy there. So as a team, a lot of products has to be evolved that way. And in teal organization, I'll end up with how to understand teal organization is, there was a system of paradigm of a lion paradigm. So what does a lion do? If it is hungry, it will beat and it will eat. So that was the era of a king. So they conquer the land and they beat and take the wealth. So that was one era. Then came the spider era. Like they put a web and the prey will fall and then they eat. Spider eats. So that's an industry revolution that came. So there will be industries, we go there, we work and take salary. But now there is the organization that we recommend is either a teal organization or a holocratic organization where you have an idea, you raise your hand, and then there is a lot of mentors, a lot of information that is being in the web, and you start that ecosystem to be built with the team. So that is a holocratic or a teal organization that we recommend.
I think a good two new phrases that everybody as students, as faculties, as moderator or as panelists, I think most of us would have heard these or some of us may be aware. But yeah, thank you for that new perspective. But my only concern is how or what motivates these sustainable organizations to adopt this kind of a framework, and how does its agility help them respond to emerging changes or challenges in the market, like shifting consumer demand. You see, the consumer demand is no more stable or static. You never know what consumer wants tomorrow. He is like the trump card of the market today. And how do you think that these frameworks that you are talking about help these organizations?
So one of the activity that we have in our ecosystem is we don't touch tissues and we don't touch plastic. So that's the ecosystem that we build, okay? We don't touch. That's the commitment we have, and sometime we have to touch plastic bottles to drink water. That's okay. But when we have an awareness that let us reduce plastics, first the ecosystem should listen to us. So we have to create that holocratic or a teal organization. Then the activities can be built very easily. So whenever we do a mobile app or a UI UX, we certainly look after the servers that is going to drain the data so that the servers are not heat. So that kind of designs we used to think. So the ecosystem is very easy to adopt when you listen to what is sustainability. It's not only that with ESG you have to talk sustainability. We can reduce servers, we can reduce server speed because of this data transcription. There are a lot of ecosystem that can be touch point in various sectors. It's not only that I have to plant a tree. It can reduce in any of the activity. That's what I always tell. The global is me, not outside. So we start the global. So that's how it is. Yeah.
So I think the takeaway from your new framework that you talk about is sustainability is no more responsibility of a single division. It is it's an individual, every individual, like we are talking right from the morning inaugural session also, that it starts from me and here. So that's the approach in your new organization framework that you try to say. So wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Vigneshwaran, and for that insightful and new perspective from vision to practice. And this is always enhanced by what? By finance. It is enabled by finance. So this brings me to Ms. Meghana. So the first question to you would be, financial institutions play a critical role in driving sustainability. Agree?
Definitely,
Yeah.
I agree.
How is the banking sector integrating this ESG into practice?
Okay. As finance, we are, like how you mentioned, the source for your capital, your cash flow for every event that comes into the picture. So have we started? Yes. Are we there yet? No. But we are in the transition period, the transition mode. That's a good thing because finance is no more the traditional method that we know of, but rather there is a change that's come into the picture where we're focusing into integrating all the sustainability, ESGs, various forms that we could give back to the community. Because at the end of the day, it's community that lost. And if there is no community, there is no long-term investment, I don't think so any financial firms will even exist. So definitely there is a huge focus. And hopefully we see more in the future. But at the moment, it's just a seedling that you could say. So hoping it grows into a tree, like Sir mentioned, and be able to spread its wings and bring in more changes that we see in today's world.
So basically, we are in the transition phase in the banking sector. And as a banking business, as students of commerce, essentially over here, we have always read that banking is nothing but accepting deposits and giving loans. So coming from this sustainability as a new perspective in the entire business or in the industry, what are the new financial products that banking sector has emerged out with to enable customers as well as the banking sector, as well as the banking sector, to put in their little bit of contribution towards sustainability?
Okay, so there's two ways into looking into it from a financial perspective, because one, as a banking sector, you're looking at customers and their products. So a few of them that's come into picture where most are aware of, but maybe not well known, are your green deposits, your green cards, your green loans that is given, which focus mainly on sustainable products or renewable products that individuals or clients are looking into. As simple as loans for your electrical vehicles and stuff that has been encouraged upon. That is from a financial products perspective. As a financial firm, what they have started is more about CSR activities that is commonly known, solely focusing on certain problems in that particular area and sector, because India being very vast, we have a lot of different problems. Tackling all of it at one place, not possible, but can we start somewhere? Yes. So volunteering program, investment, being able to help finance or source it, because there is a cost involved to get those requirements or products to ensure that people or community receive their basic necessities, like let it be as simple as water, even electricity. So there is an investment that we could help as an industry and give back to our community as well. So it goes both ways, as a product for the firm as well as a service community to everybody around. So it tackles both ways.
So I think you're talking about, if I can sum it up in three perspectives on the banking sector. One is the internal processes or the way business has been managed or been banking business. Earlier we had those passbook days which have all gone off. So you're going paperless or there with green cards, etc. Secondly is your focused financing, I can say, that is green loans, sustainable towards your EV vehicles or solar panels, etc. And the third perspective, or third area is basically the CSR. Thank you, Ms. Meghanath. Now we have done with strategy, why sustainability, entrepreneurship, models, finance. And what is next is basically the new generation has to enter into business. And how is the new generation coming into business? It is coming in from the institutions or from the education sector. So I think even the education sector should, that's what we've been talking about, industry, academia, gap filling, etc. It's not about taking students simply to an industrial visit which is going to fill that gap. That's definitely not going to fill the gap. It's just going to give you a feel of the industry, I can say. But what actually fills the gap is the curriculum. So it takes me to Dr. Surya Narayana, who is an academic expert and a research expert. How can business schools foster a culture of sustainability among students beyond classroom teaching?
Absolutely, it's an appropriate and relevant point, Abhijit. See, first of all, as you mentioned, that we should move away from the conventional teaching for this to happen and try to inculcate this habit of sustainability in the curriculum. For example, when we teach finance, we need to bring in that green financing, green bonds, make an awareness, create an awareness among the students. When we have different clubs in the institution, I'm sure we'll have a lot of clubs. Why don't we also include a sustainability club, institute a sustainability championship award in the college, and inculcate that habit among the students not to bring the one-time use products like plastic bottles, etc., making it a plastic-free zone, or wastewater management, or energy, solar power, lot of awareness, and it should be implemented. See, and every part of curriculum, whether it is there in the syllabus or not, I think all of us have the freedom to connect to this whenever we do a particular chapter. For example, now today when we speak about accounting, we can bring in carbon accounting. What is the emission that, how it is accounted in terms of carbon counts, etc. There should be an awareness created in everything what we do. Finally, what I would say is, universities and colleges shouldn't teach sustainability only in theory. It should be lived, practiced, and rewarded accordingly. Then only this, becomes a habit, and then we are really contributing for the development of this.
I think it's a good point for all college representatives to bring in a sustainability club. That's an excellent idea. And I should also put in over here that if you want students to actually practice sustainability, I think students are always engaged in all such kinds of fests, activities in the college, etc. So you make it a point that in your fest that you organize, you make a zero emission or basically a completely sustainable kind of fest, and that is, I think, the
in
seed
fact
over
one
there.
of the events also they can organize on sustainability also.
Correct.
They can have presentations,
Sure.
and they can tie up with NGOs.
More than what I think as an event for sustainability, because if I have something like this as a sustainability event, everybody comes with the mindset that okay, they are going to only talk about sustainability. But in a non-sustainability focused event, if sustainability is brought in, I think that is going to inculcate the habit of sustainability, is what I feel. So thank you so much. And another important question from the student's point of view, do you see sustainability becoming a key employability skill in future job market? And how should students prepare for it? I think half of it has already been answered. But the first half, I would like you to again.
Fantastic point. Today, employability is not understanding the business so that you have developed the skill of being employable. More than that, you should know how to run the business responsibly, because you have a lot of stakeholders. One of the examples in 2022, I was working in Gulf country for many years, 17 years I spent. Qatar, when they hosted the football match, the FIFA did not permit them to host the FIFA because there was an objection raised because there was a poor condition for the laborers, particularly from India there. They had not given them basic facilities. So the FIFA rejected that. They said, there is climatic problem. Climatic change is one of the sustainability issues. And they said that you are given poor, facilities and living conditions for the labor. Unless you revive that, you change those things, we are not going to give you this contract. And Qatar government was forced to do that. So therefore, now it is all the stakeholders. You have your customers, you have your employees, society at large. What are you doing for them? It's not like becoming a matlabi, like somebody told that you want to join an organization which is responsible, or you just want to join an organization which multiplies its profit. Now today I think Gen Z, we should congratulate them actually and give a round of applause for yourself, because now people are thinking about it. So it's not only making money and getting a good job, how responsibility you do. With what responsibility you do business. Now these days you have ESG consultants, and you have smart city planners are coming. Somewhere I read smart city planners, and green bond planners, financial planners, sustainability managers, and giving a direction and advising the companies on how to implement sustainability, be it whatever organization. Shell has done this. Shell Corporation has created this post. I was hearing in one of the meetings there. So these are the kind of skills that you need to develop, along with your regular skills in whatever area you are specializing in, I am sure that sustainability should become an inseparable part of that, is what I believe in.
Okay. Thank you. Having our audience, majority of them as students, I would like to take approval from all the other panelists and ask a bonus question to Dr. Surya Narayana, where I'm asking two questions to all. I would like to pose this third question to you because at the end of the day, the students should take away something from here. So how can collaborations between academia, industry, and government strengthen these local solutions for global sustainability change?
Maybe I was thinking and I was reading somewhere, we can coin out that new word, glocalization, not globalization. So somebody was mentioning the topic of think globally, act locally, etc. How do we act locally? What should we do for that? Actually, see, it's a triple helix model, we say. Triple helix model is industry should help the academics and government should frame the policy. The research, academic institutions, universities should encourage lot of research in sustainability. Of course, funding is not a problem. We have a lot of funding for this now. This being a very important topic and under Viksit Bharat, there is scope for getting funds. So they should increase the research orientation. Research studies has to be done by the university. Later, the industry should contribute in terms of exploiting it commercially, bringing in technology, and government makes the policy in terms of smoothly executing it, funding, granting subsidies, and helping in framing the policies to protect the society at large. One of the best examples that I have always read is the Pavagada solar project in Karnataka, one of the Asia's biggest project in Karnataka, where government helped in acquiring the lands, and universities developed a lot of researchers, and they are bringing out new courses exclusively based on renewable energy. And companies like Adani and Tata Powers, they have invested in the technology, and this is a triple helix model, and when you triangulate between academia, industry and the government, it has become a successful model and it is running very successfully. Similarly, it could be the model of Nama Metro which is coming up. It is a part of Green Mission, Namami Gange project. It's a huge investment by the central government. $1 billion has been invested, where a lot of education research, in terms of education, research is happening, in terms of technology, company is helping, in terms of government is supporting with lot of funds, etc. I think absolutely there is undoubtedly that government, academy and industry should join hands together only when this sustainability can be achieved, in my opinion.
Yeah, so that's a good point. I think all the three have to take their own responsibility, and it is not that academia blames industry, industry blames academia, telling that we are not getting students on par, and then government telling that industries are not working on par.
Can I add something to it? Yeah, so I would like to talk about two initiatives that we have taken at IIM Bangalore, just to add to what sir said. One is we are writing a lot of case studies on sustainability. Okay, so just to give you two case studies. So a company called Kalyani Steel came with the first green steel in India. So that we have documented as what was their journey. Similarly, there is a company called Schneider Electric which has done a lot of work in terms of supplier ecosystem. So that we have documented as a case study. There is another company which has done a lot of in terms of bioenergy also. That we have documented as a case study. So that's one thing that I would like to highlight. Second, there is a Government of India. There is a Government of India platform called Swayam platform. I don't know, students must be aware. So it's a free of cost online program. So on that at IIM Bangalore, we offer a 30-hour, 12-week program on ESG and sustainability. So executives and students both join that, and they get a learning in terms of ESG and sustainability. So it's again a government, academia and industry partnership to learn what is ESG and sustainability.
I think those are good initiatives from IIM as expected. So thank you, Dr. Surya Narayana. And now let's look at sustainability from an investor's lens. Mr. Rajesh, as an investor, how do you evaluate sustainability as a part of your investment decisions?
Yeah, see, we look at it at a different lens altogether. The first is that, we, any idea, let's say smallest of the smallest, or the biggest of the biggest. So we don't see that the idea should be something really like deep tech or something like technology intervention or deep innovation is required. Not really. So a simple basic idea which is sustainable. If I just put all the ideas in one sustainable framework, let's say we are working on clean tech or whether we're working on some agri-tech kind of relevant to sustainability business. So here what we see, the first thing is that, whether this particular idea can sustain itself. Whether it is like, every idea should be fueled either by resources, such as funds is a major thing that, without which you can't manifest or you can't bring that idea into a reality. So how far can we give that, the fuel to run the entity? And what best runway the organization has to sustain itself? The first parameter is what we go. And the second best thing is about the team. How good is the team? Like whether the team is really passionate in building things. So when we say passion, a passionate team, the passion dies over a period of time if things doesn't work. And the thing, when the sustainability, when there's something, a young bunch of kids or, the seasoned entrepreneurs who are just trying to venture into the upcoming field like sustainability, the business is tough. Yes, there is less competition in this sector, but more complex. Why? Because we have to deal with a lot of informal. Let's say waste management space, 70 to 80% has been dominated by informal community or informal sector. I'm not saying that, that particular sector is less contributing to the economy, but a structured green economy, it isn't contributing to that expectation. So streamlining that, a good, I would say educated or well-talented entrepreneurs has to go to a certain extent beyond their office and work with the informal community back again. That is something that we have to think beyond. So these are the few things what we look into this space, entrepreneurs or companies. When these parameters are met, that's, I think, we are 50% reached to put in or advise our, for fellow investors to put in the money and watch them grow.
Yeah, and what are the sectors in India that you look at coming up in the future as big opportunities in India with respect to sustainability, sustainable investments? What are those sectors that you actually...
Yeah, rightly mentioned, Dr. Gupta, that, the supply chain. I would say the first thing is that, we talk about reverse supply chain. So reverse logistics, what we are talking about, from linear economy to circular economy, what we are talking about, even the policy backup is so strong that, because I can just give you one hypothetical example that, India got a first plastic waste management policy in 2016. And we were now in 2025. And the early adoption to 6 to 8 important amendments. And now we are talking about ESG. And we're also talking about EPR. And EPR is something that extended produces responsibility for the students to understand. It's companies' responsibility to I can give you an example, it's polluters pay policy kind of. If I'm the manufacturer, let's say I can't name the brands in the forum, but again, if I'm a manufacturer of any brand, any product, let's say a PET bottle filled with any beverages or water, it is my responsibility to collect back, or I have to empanel or support the fellow recycler to collect on my behalf, recycle them, and support with technology and get the feedstock back into my mainstream production. So that is something that is new opportunities for everyone to watch in. So I would say the plastic, there's an open market. We have a EPR framework. It's already set. And even the companies have the targets to consume 30% of their virgin into the mainstream. That's one opportunity. Then e-waste, the second, the textile is coming up. And when waste management space is something that, which is really, really exciting. I spent nearly 15 years of my time in this space, waste management, building 2 business and 1 for-profit and another non-profit. A successful one, I would say. But yes, a huge space in this, along with agri-tech, everyone we talk about, organic farming, sustainable farming. The basics is that, the soil rejuvenation or soil is something that, which, yes, the technology is required in that space where we are looking to get great minds, and with the best minds, what we are trying to work on. And any little or any smallest of the smallest idea can be transformed into one of the best global solutions ever.
Sorry, just to add to it. Say mobile came to India in 1995. Okay, so that was the first time it came to India. And in 30 years, it has become a complete industry in itself. Okay. Now, I would like to name 3 industries which are getting originated from sustainability or ESG. ESG and sustainability is creating 3 large industries that I would like to name about. One is solar and wind energy. Okay, so solar and wind energy completely driven by ESG. Second is entire EV industry. So entire green hydrogen, EV and other thing, alternate fuel as we call them. So that is also being driven by ESG and sustainability. And third is what he mentioned about, which is in terms of recycling industry. So whether it is recycling of e-waste, whether it is recycling of lithium-ion batteries and others also. So this entire industry is again being created by ESG. So the way mobile industry came up, these 3 industries are also going to be the industry for future.
So I think the takeaway from Mr. Rajesh's point is whenever there is a new investment pitch, the flavor of sustainability is important, as what I see now. Absolutely. Any investor looking into any investment pitch is looking into sustainability, not only the business sustainability, but also the environmental sustainability. So that needs to be kept in mind for all the upcoming entrepreneurs, whoever are having that acumen of entrepreneurship, want to get into new business. So see how you can build that, or how you can have that flavor of sustainability in your business model. And this brings to a close of the first round, where all the experts have spoken about their field of expertise. And I move ahead with the crossfire round, where I would be asking a question to each of the specific panelists and an open opportunity to other panelists to pitch in as well. So the first question goes to Dr. Gupta. What lessons can India learn from other countries that have successfully integrated sustainability in everyday system?
So I believe that most sustainable nations in the world are the Scandinavian countries. So Norway, Finland, Sweden and Denmark are the most sustainable countries in the entire world. And I was so smitten with them that I visited 3 of them last year. So I had a first-hand experience of experiencing these countries. So there are several things that they have done, but very in a nutshell, which I would like to highlight. One is the urban infrastructure. Okay. Now, if you go to Copenhagen, at every 100 meter or 200 meter, you will discover a cycle stand which is loaded with cycles. So even for 5 kilometers or 10 kilometers also, people are driving cycles, and there are cycle pathways which have been created. Similarly, people hardly use private transportation, so either it is cycling or public transportation which is there. So that is one. Secondly, if you look at, say, Finland. Now, Finland, the 95% of the energy, 90% of the energy either coming from solar, hydro, or from wind energy. And they have a target to have 100% of energy coming from renewable sources by 2035. So that's another thing which is happening. Thirdly, very quickly, I think this entire environmental education is not happening even at a college level, but it is being imparted at a school level. Okay. So if you look at even Japan also, I think this entire inculcation of ESG and sustainability is happening at a very, very young age. So these are some of the 3 or 4 takeaways. I can talk about more also, but let others also talk about.
I think that point on inculcating in the schooling itself is very, very important. Anybody else wants to take on this question?
So one of the observation from the overseas or the abroad market is the countries are, the infrastructure is not built above the road. The infrastructure is focused below the road. The drainage management, all that is very important. And there are a lot of research happening in other countries that can be improvised from India. The other thing is, I had one of my aunt's daughter. She did research in Indian Institute of Science, but she was into oceanography. There is a specific thing on how this ocean ecosystem is working and how to improvise the ocean, which is a very big ecology that is disturbing the ESG. And that research is not there in India, but it has to be improvised. So there should be a lot of MBA in sustainability, MBA in oceanography should come up, or MSc in oceanography should come up, so that this awareness also is part of the next level of the business or in the ecosystem. The business.
I think whenever Vigneshwaran speaks, vocabulary enhancement is done. So thank you so much. Though in the previously, when I was talking to him, he was telling that he is a bank bencher, but I think outstanding student. Yeah. So that's enhancement of vocabulary now. So I have at least got 3 new words today. Yes, sir. I think you wanted to add on.
Actually, see, in many countries, when I worked abroad many years, so what we do there is we form, even education is also a part of sustainability, giving good education, basic infrastructure, etc. When we look at India, the recent statistics says according to 22-23, 28.5% of the students only can afford higher education. So this should increase. And there should be some programs like other countries where students should, from the institutes, universities should go to the schools, talk to them about the clean and green environment, create an awareness among them, whatever they can do. A small change can lead to big differences. So reusable items should be encouraged and so on. So this is what I feel at the institution and individual levels we can do.
Yeah. I think that's the takeaway that we need to inculcate the academics in the school itself, or this topic basically into the schooling itself. So another important question from the holacracy setup that Vigneshwaran was talking. Can you see a new role emerging from an idea such as a sustainability champion, and how would that role again authority within the holacracy setup?
Yeah. So in holacracy models, decisions are very important. Listening is very important. And then comes the communication. So first thing is deciding the authority to take what kind of decisions I can take. So that awareness should be there. And then listening. What is that to be decided? That is very important. Then comes the communication. So this kind of architecture in any of the organization, when it comes, then that teammate, we don't call in our organization any employees. There's no employee mindset. So we call as a teammate, and we tell them that you are a champion in taking decisions or champion in listening. That's a sustainable model that has to be there first. So if this attitudes, or if this characters, or if this avatars are coming, then you activate a lot of activities like, okay, let's not touch plastic bottles, let's not touch tissues. Then that will evolve a lot. That can easily spread, and it can be followed by everyone. So that's one of the things that we recommend in organizations.
I think that's important. Anybody else wants to add on something to this? Or I move on to Ms. Meghana. What role can women professionals in financial sector play in championing sustainability initiatives in the workplace and beyond?
Okay. Let me take a step back, rather, and then I'll come to women in finance. So when I was studying, back in the day, I studied in Jyoti Nivas College, and I was part of this entrepreneurship cell, was the commerce president back then. The exposure of what is sustainability, like Sir said, was not there. Nobody knew. To having a capitalist venture, we were running, company businesses, campus businesses. But to have a venture capitalist or having a funding was not there. The exposure was not there. And then pitching it, like we used to come to IIM, and we used to pitch our ideas, get the funding. That has there's a huge change back from where I am to sitting here today to see the amount of changes that has happened is drastic. Kudos to everybody who's involved, including people in the back end, we do not know who it is, but kudos to everybody who helped come to this particular forum that we are sitting at to be able to talk to it openly. So coming to women like me as a person, getting into an organization in finance and being able to advocate for sustainability, to bring about awareness, how we act like bridges between the firm as an organization who can help fund the cash flow, to being a part of the community to be able to give it back. So every individual as a woman, it starts out small. No idea, like how Sir mentioned, is not necessarily a bad thing. Any idea can translate to be and have a huge impact. So being woman has a huge change agent, being a change agent, both from an academia standpoint as well as being part of the industry, because you have a huge impact, you have a huge voice that you could stand for, represent, and just be an advocate for it. So women in the industry, kudos to everybody, and I hope to see more people in the industry being able to talk about it, stand for it. So yeah, that's something that I would see in the future.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Saurinarayana, what role do you see research and academic institutions playing in developing local solutions for global challenges?
Very good question. In fact, I was thinking about, why not institutions start with, because it's mandatory by the regulatory authorities like NAC. There is specific points for that, and everybody is aware who is in the academia. So bring in that ESG audits, start somewhere. It should start. We know that we are doing good things, but it should be accounted. ESG reports should be mentioned. Carbon accounting should be how much carbon we are emitting, and start with energy audits like we do academic audits. So these kind of reporting puts you in a better position. So then everybody, you can be a champion in that, and those institutions should be recognized actually, that they should stand as examples so that we all can follow that, and other institutions can follow it, that we have a ESG reporting, we have energy audits conducted apart from the academic audits, and a third angle to it is to what level you are inculcating practices in every area that you excel, how this sustainability is incorporated. I think should be practiced and lived. It's not only theory that we do. Somewhere that should start and initiate, from good example. You can be a good example of an institution like that.
So when we talk about neutrality, there are three kind of a neutrality which are there. So there could be carbon neutrality, there could be water neutrality, and there could be waste neutrality. Now just to give you an example, because I am from IIM Bangalore. So at IIM Bangalore, we are water positive. We are almost waste neutral because everything we recycle. And as far as carbon neutrality is concerned, we measure and report our carbon emission. Only thing is because of certain constraints, we are not able to buy renewable energy. Otherwise, we'll become even energy positive also. So, so I think what he said is very valid. So all the institutions should drive towards it, but there are some institutions which have already taken lead in that. So that's all we are saying. Thank you.
I think what Sir tries to point out is there should be an evaluation of that, and also there should be points that should be rewarded.
Sure. So just to add to that, so as far as, that's again a self-initiative. So we have applied for a LEED Platinum certification for our campus. Okay, so that's in process again.
In fact, there is something called impact measurement. What is the impact that we had by spending? So institutions should set apart a small budget for it, and it should be accounted and it should be visible to others that what is the budget set apart only for the sustainability purposes. Sure. And then impact should be measured every year.
Definitely.
So then there is a graph that is evident.
So before that, I recommend that, but to outstanding students like us, we are not aware of that. So what I recommend is we should have sustainable hackathons. United Nations of hackathons. So this side people should talk about one ESG, one side they have to talk. And there should be premier leagues in sustainability. There should be a community that has to be built with awareness so that it becomes like a community that is for the next generation, that juniors are coming. So they'll also see and build. Then this measurements is actually good. Because like me, we are very not that great in academics, so we can't do that on a very scalable way. But we do it as a practice. When we do it as a practice, see, when we play cricket, the end of the day, the one-day match is not very important. The net practices are very important. So that kind of environment, if you do, then the ecosystem is very valuable. Yeah.
So I think the institutions have to think out of the box and think of initiatives so that would also interest the students also to take part. I think that's a good point, and there are a lot of innovative ideas coming out from there as well. That's why he's an entrepreneur, I should say. Thank you. Mr. Rajesh Babu, the last question to you. Can you share how startups or SMEs you have worked with, if you have, with have embedded sustainability into their business models and succeeded? One or two quick examples.
Yeah, I told you that I have personally have started two organizations and which is still successfully running. And the investment what we make, what I have made in other couple of sector is the same. So I see the same pattern. Like, you know, when I that's the reason when I told you that, you know, we as an investor point of view, we just take a back step and start evaluating things. The first thing on the metrics, see, as I told you that, you know, a beautiful idea can only transform into a business. A great business will only happen through metrics. The financials, the P&L, whatever, the scaling. Whether it is worth scaling within 6 months to a year, it is worth investing. Or whether it is investable company within a year or plus one more is worth doing a business. Or drop it, work on different idea where you can scale and scale to such a level that, you know, we don't see it to become to an unicorn level of investment kind of, but as I told, anything which can scalable, replicable kind of models, which can co-develop and co-build. Let's say reporting, just now we're just talking about reporting part. It's a fantastic area to invest in. Why? Because the small MSc struggles in documenting stuff. And there is a fantastic opportunity there in documenting those things in a SaaS platform. And this reporting is something that is a huge gap was there for over, let's say like 6 to 7 years. There was a huge gap, which the government itself plunged into, create a platform called CPCB EPR platform. So hope, like, you know, that has a complete traceability of the, it's like just like a product passport, right from the cradle to, like, you know, till it goes end of life, till it reaches to the cradle, back in the cradle to cradle approach. The entire process documentation has to be uploaded. It's been mandated now. So that was something where the entrepreneurs can develop certain tools, technologies, like SaaS platforms or ESG audit platforms. And these are the few areas. Yes, there are quite a few startups have raised a lot of money in this space, but I would say like there are huge opportunities still available in this particular stream to like enter and help MSCs.
Yeah. Thank you. Anybody else wants to take up? No. Thank you. I think we've got a lot of expert perspectives on this sustainability front. And now I would like to open the floor to the audience. If you have any questions, you can keep it concise, and if directed to any of the particular panelists, you can direct it. Anybody from the audience? You will have to speak out because of the lights. I cannot see your hands. I think everybody is more hungry. Okay, so the closing round, this is, I think, to everybody, whether you have understood whatever has been spoken or everything has gone over your head. I'm not sure till now whatever has been spoken, but I'm sure that this question, and I expect all the panelists also to answer in that way, that everybody in this hall should be able to understand from your answer over here. And I would request each of you to give in an answer in just one line. Keep it simple. If you could suggest one simple step that every individual here can take today to make life more sustainable, what would it be?
Sorry, I will take two sentences.
Understandable to everybody.
Yeah. So there is a global risk report which comes out from World Economic Forum every year, and climate change, or what we call as a climate crisis, is the single biggest risk which is being rated as number one for last 5 years. So my suggestion to all of you is, please be mindful of this. You have about 50 more years to survive on this particular earth, and please be kind to Mother Earth.
Be kind to Mother Earth.
Yeah, one is again the forest ecosystem. How does a forest stand all these years is because of the connection of the roots. So what I feel is we have to learn from our our ethos, like our own philosophies, what is being taught to us, where the basic things has to be followed on its own way, so that we care this earth more than what we are. Like, we have to give this earth to the next generation also. So one of the primary goal that we have is, we will, in our organization, and we want others also to follow, we tell our clients also to follow this: never touch a plastic, bottles, or touch tissues. So that's the giveaway.
Yeah, so never touch plastics, tissues. Yes, madam.
I think I'm going to keep it sweet and short. I'm going to say that it starts from home. You make the change. You have the impact to make the change. So start from home. It can be as simple as your waste segregation, planting, being cognizant, like how Sir said, mindfulness. So yeah, it just starts from home. If you can start from there, you have the impact.
So one activity that you can suggest everybody to start from today at home. Quick.
I think there are a lot. There are a lot.
Just one. Just one.
Like as simple
Very
as
simple.
Waste segregation, being mindful.
Waste segregation. Yeah, I take that. Waste segregation.
I think we are all conveying the same message, but in a different way. But what I would say is, every individual here should make up ourselves and tighten our belt. Say that I will not use what you call one-time use product, reusable product, everyday one. So if we start, say for example, he was asking, I will not use plastic bottles from today. That's one change. That will have a big impact. If all of us stand together on this and say that from today, I will not use plastic bottles. So like that, every 2 days, 3 days, once you have one change, I think that will have a big impact locally.
So again, coming to plastic bottles.
Yeah, plastic, see, as in many forums have discussed this, the plastic is the best replacement for metal. So what is the next alternative of plastic is unimaginable, I would say. Yes, there are quite a few innovations is happening around the agri-waste, converting that into like sustainable packaging, which is emerging sector. But to replace a total plastic is something ambitious. But every small little step what we take in daily life, that will eventually creates demand. And where there is demand, there is an opportunity to build business. And where there's scalable business, there is demand will be fulfilled, and thus will be solving the sustainable goals in a much larger way.
Yeah, thank you. So one simple step from my side also I will just put in over here. Stop using those ballpoint pens and go back to the fountain pens, and I have started using that actually. So do that little bit from your side. So I just wanted to keep it this simple. So just one thing, instead of talking about what, where, what is the goal, etc. What I can do today, I can just do a small thing that can help me contribute towards a more sustainable world. That's what we were looking at. I would like to thank our distinguished panelists for sharing their rich perspective and practical insights. Thank you everybody personally. Today's discussions reminded us that while sustainability is a global necessity, it's a local action. Be it through education, entrepreneurship, finance, academia, investment that truly brings change. On behalf of the organizers, MLAC and Bangalore City University, I thank all our panelists, our audience, and everyone who contributed to making this session meaningful. Let's continue to think global, act local, and make a sustainability a part of our everyday life. And hope every one of you over here starts off something that reminds you or brings it to your conscious that, yeah, I'm doing something towards sustainability. That's the whole motto, and I think that should be a fruitful result of this panel discussion, at least that was handed over to me. I again thank Principal of MLAC as well as the IQAC, Cell of MLAC, Dr. Abhinandan, the Organizing Secretary, the BCU, Dr. Jalaja Madam, the IQAC of BCU, everybody for having given me this opportunity and responsibility of moderating this August panel where all of them are way, way senior than me. So thank you so much, and I hope I have not, I hope I've done justice to my job that was allotted to me. Thank you so much, and may I ask the organizers to announce for the next.
Once again, good afternoon all. Thank you to our moderator, our panelists for expanding our horizons through this amazing discussion. I'm sure that a lot of us have realized the importance of sustainable development and how it is going to be the driving force towards the future. We would now like to take a moment to express our gratitude by presenting a token of gratitude for our esteemed guests. May I request Dr. Nanda Kulkarni, HOD, Department of Mathematics, to kindly come forward to do the honors. We begin with our moderator, CMA Dr. Abhijit S. Jain, for gracefully steering today's discussion. Thank you, sir. Next, our distinguished panelist, Dr. Aditya Gupta. Thank you, sir. Mr. Vigneshwaran, thank you, sir. Now I request our principal, Dr. Sharmishta Datta, to give away the prizes. Thank you, Nandana. Ms. Meghna Vijayaraj. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. K.S. Suryanarayana. Mr. Rajesh Babu GM. Thank you, ma'am. Please join me in giving them a huge round of applause for their valuable time, insights, and contributions. Before we conclude, it is my honor to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing team. First and foremost, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to our moderator, CMA Dr. Abhijit S. Jain, for skillfully guiding the discussion and drawing out meaningful perspectives. Thank you, sir. To our distinguished panelists, Dr. Aditya Gupta, Sri Vigneshwaran, Ms. Meghna Vijayaraj, Dr. K.S. Suryanarayana, and Mr. Rajesh Babu, thank you for sharing your time, wisdom, and experiences that has left us with much to reflect and act upon. Thank you all. A special thanks to MLAC and Bengaluru City University and the organizing committee for their seamless participation and coordination in making this event a success. We also extend our gratitude to our audience, students, faculty, and professionals for your active participation and for making this dialogue meaningful. As we conclude, let us remember that events like this are made possible not just by ideas and discussions, but also by the institutions and sponsors who believe in creating impact. We are deeply grateful for our sponsors, Adya Institute, Malgudi Chai, Pyro Technologies, Kaveri Associates, Clinomic Center for Clinical Research, Chitra Arts, EasyLib, UCO Bank, and RBL Bank, whose generous contribution has helped make this conference a reality. Thank you all once again. Wishing you all a wonderful day ahead. Thank you. We will break for lunch now, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will be starting the track 1 of presentation shortly. I request all of the presenters to please come forward and sit in the first few rows. Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, distinguished speakers, and dear participants. I am Aditi, Assistant Professor in the Department of Psychology at Maharani Lakshmi Ammani College for Women, Bengaluru, and it is my honor to serve as a Master of Ceremonies for this track of International Conference on Global Goals, Local Solutions, Integrating Sustainability in Everyday Life. And it is my privilege to welcome you all to this series of presentations. MLAC has always been committed to academic excellence and social responsibility, empowering generations of women to be leaders and change makers. At the heart of this vision stands the Internal Quality Assurance Cell, the IQAC, which consistently fosters innovation, inclusivity, and sustainable practices. This conference is the result of a proud collaboration between Maharani Lakshmi Ammani College for Women and Bengaluru City University, a partnership that embodies the spirit of bridging global goals with local solutions. Today, we have Professor Manjunath K.R., who has joined us virtually, who is the chairman of the Department of MBA at Kuvempu University, who has joined us virtually. I also would like to extend my warm welcome to Mr. Shyam Bhushan Ghosh, founder, CEO, AI Plaintech, Professor Manjunath, Dr. S. Satyeshwar, Principal, Jyoti Institute of Commerce and Management. I would like to take this moment to invite everybody for the plenary talk of the day. We would start with Professor Manjunath K.R., Chairman of the Department of MBA at Kuvempu University. With nearly 2 decades of academic and research experience, he has made significant contributions in the field of finance and marketing. Professor Manjunath holds an MBA from Bangalore University and a PhD in portfolio optimization through stock options and futures from Kuvempu University. He has published over 70 research papers, authored books on finance derivatives, management accounting, and advertising, and has guided several doctoral scholars. Actively involved in research projects, outreach programs, and academic bodies, he has also conducted more than 130 training and capacity building programs at regional, state, and national levels. Beyond teaching, he has served in various administrative roles at Kuvempu University and continues to contribute as a consultant and trainer. We are honored to have him as a chairperson for this session. I now would like to invite him to give his plenary address.
So very good afternoon. I hope All right, okay. Thank you very much. I request the host to enable me to share the PowerPoint presentations, please. Right. So I first and foremost thank the organizing authority, the MLA College administration, the staff members, Abhinandan, and the Bangalore City University for extending me this opportunity. And I should have been up there as the chairman of the session and would have been a part of the session, but due to some administrative responsibilities back here, I'll be running the interviews of the guest faculties, and me myself being also serving as the deputy registrar of HRM section, I was not able to join in. First and foremost, okay, I would like to take you through for the next 10-15 minutes regarding what is the essence of it and like how exactly the sustainable development and the need for initiatives of sustainable development has become very, very important today. And we all know very well that innovations today has become more of a compliance requirement than being a mere strategic engagement. Because the compliance requirement from perspectives of everything, if you speak about the statutory requirements or from the customer's requirement, market requirements or whatsoever, everywhere we say that innovations becomes the driving force for creating competency. Like in the words of Michael Porter, he says that if you want to build a competitive structure for your business, you will have to emphasize on 4 building blocks for competency. One is your superior innovation, which is going to be helping you to develop superior quality, and that is going to be building superior efficiency, and all those factors contributes to customer responsiveness, and that is basically going to be a superior customer responsiveness. And in the process of doing so, we know very well that again, sustainability is going to be obviously going to be having an impact on cost. Or innovation is going to be having a substantial impact on cost. It is not only that we are speaking about the monetary cost, it is also the psychic cost. Because every customer, it is going to be something like, okay, is it going to be your innovations are going to be something which is customable or customizable to a customer requirement, and how the customer is going to be adopting that into his day-to-day life. And is there anything called as an ease of adoption, right? The innovations will have to emphasize on that, because in the process of accepting those innovations and adopting those innovations, if the customer feels that again there is going to be a lot of complexities involved, so most of the time the innovations may not be in a position to penetrate into the customers and or the market and position itself. And certainly, the next very important aspect is also about the environmental cost. So we need to see what is going to be the impact on the environment. Your innovations, is this going to be something which can be adoptable very easily, and it is going to be having something which is going to be a bare minimum impact on the environment, right? That is what is going to be very, very important to be focusing on. And it becomes very essential for you to ensure that the company provides for all those compliances. And the cost structure is going to be one which is going to be helping you to absorb all those costs and have a very, very less impact on the beneficiaries. And we say like, okay, there is also a need to study anthropy. What do you mean by this? Okay, what is going to be the accumulation of civilization? Like how exactly a person is going to be learning various things which is going to be essential for him to become something better or become having some kind of a betterment or standards in his life. And we say that there's always going to be a need for a positive accretion of knowledge and experience. Every business or every society will keep on learning on a continuous front, whether these kind of developments which is going to be requiring and both the augmented requirements of the customers or the market or the society can be customizable into the organizational standards and provide for better standard of living for the people. And what is going to be the achievements of the mankind, and what exactly are going to be the developments what the mankind is going to be experiencing, right? And what exactly are going to be the enhancements and which is going to be providing for betterment of existence of our planet and also going to be for our planet as well. And we say like there's going to be always an earnest need for you to have a positive actions which are to be initiated and which are going to be initiated in future as well, which can provide and thrive for prosperity. And we say like okay, there's a need for developing anthropism, right? I'm telling more from a psychological perspective, because if you are going to be looking at sustainability and you're going to be focusing on initiating sustainable development, what is very, very important for all of us is to develop some kind of a spiritual insight into the nature, because we need to say like we always philanthropically we say like mother god, nature god and everything, but is it only going to be in terms of the words, spoken phrases, or have we really inculcated those values into us, right? Is those aspects which is going to be initiated and imputed into our day-to-day lives, which is going to be making us to have sense of responsibility, sense of belongingness towards nature. And we say like there is a need for us to characterize the divinity in each and every one of us. How we are going to be doing that? We are required to develop new solutions, approaches, which are going to be aimed at delivering value to all stakeholder groups. We need to know, we say like, until unless we're going to be having a holistic insight into development, developments are not going to be having any meaning. And further, we should ensure that again we're going to be providing for all environmental protections and its habitat, so that we are not going to be having an undue influence of innovation on our very survival or our living. And furthermore, how should be our sustainability and growth goals? We need to be focusing on self-reliance. We need to be achieving self-reliance. How are we going to be achieving those self-reliance, or what are the avenues for self-reliance? We are going to be setting a clear-cut goals, because most of the times whenever we say like okay, the SDG initiatives, okay, that I'm going to be talking a little bit few minutes from now, we say that there are going to be set standards there, but are those standards adoptable by us? Like okay, what exactly the challenges that we are going to be experiencing, and are we going to be having the necessary infrastructure, which is going to be knowledge, financial, everything, for us to adopt those standards? And how we going to be ensuring that okay, our resources are going to be compatible to the standards that we're going to be setting, and we're going to be ensuring that okay, we're going to be realizing each and every goal that we have set for ourselves. We are required to also develop and embrace new skills, because we are also required to learn not only from the environment within, because we say like every organization today has evolved itself to become a learning organization. We are learning continuously. From our environment we are learning, from our internal stakeholders, claimants we are learning, from the external stakeholders we are learning, and we can always see that again at the national level or at the international level there is a continuous efforts made for a resilient, or we can also say like there's a resilient efforts made towards creating such standards which can provide for better standard of living and also socially, economically viable. And we say like there is a need for us to embrace responsibility. As I said, like we need to ensure that we are going to be having a very good a shared responsibility, a feel of shared value systems with us. It's going to be making us to develop some interdependent and supportive networks. And furthermore, we are also required to develop some futuristic goals which are going to be helping us to develop a self-reliant society as well as a nation. And obviously, we say like if we cannot adopt some standards, adapt to it. Okay, we can just bring in some kind of standards which is accustomable to us, and we can develop those which can help us to realize those sustainable developments or objectives of sustainable development. What is the essence to build a sustainable world for a greener tomorrow? Right, we have something which is IMF standards. We say like there are 5 pillars. Right, IMF says they are the 5 pillars for sustainable development. One is people. You've got to build a sense of responsibility among each and every individual. And prosperity, provide for betterment of existence on this planet. Everybody, right? It is not only the policy maker that we're going to be speaking at the macro level. Each and every individual also will have to have insight towards building prosperity. Planet, create a green environment, provide for harmony between man and nature. This is not something which is going to be philosophy that we are speaking today, but we have seen this for ages, for decades now. We say like, if you want to have a happy living, if you want to create a happy living environment, you are supposed to build a harmony between humans and nature. There's a need for us to develop some partnerships where it is are going to be a strategic initiatives which can provide for inclusive and impulsive interpersonal relationships. Next, this is like SDG by United Nations. It's like every single industry now, the entire youth, when you're going to be, like, we hope that there are going to be a lot of youth who are participating in this event. We need to look at these SDG initiatives not only as an initiative for reforms, but rather an initiative for opportunities. This is going to be calling the youth, right? We say like the entire world's greatest strength is youth. We need to inculcate these SDG initiatives in each and every one of them and make them to feel that these SDG initiatives are creating plenty of opportunities. There are a lot of evolving opportunities for each and every one of them. Well, there's a need for us to focus on good health and well-being. Well-being. Sorry, yeah, it's like it got out of YouTube. Okay, so we are required to provide for clean water and sanitation, affordable clean energy. Industrial innovations and infrastructures are to be developed which can provide for holistic development, provide for inclusive development so that we can bring in each and every strata of the economy, the economically, socially deprived sections also to the path of growth and development. And responsible consumption and production, obviously we say like that as the age-old philosophy says, the mother god has enough for the people who are there in need, but can never serve the people who are there in greed. We need to ensure that we are going to be utilizing the resources to the optimal extent. At the same time, we also leave plenty of resources for the future generations. That's what we say like sustainability. We say that sustainable goals can be achieved only by making people realize that it is not only that the government or the statutory bodies are going to be imposing the responsibilities on us, but there should be a self-responsibility created for us to focus on that. Climate actions becomes very, very essential, and partnership are essential for us to realize our goals. That is your SDG 17. So we say like, okay, I see that 8 of these among the 17 are clearly well-defined development goals which aims at creating a sustainable tomorrow. digitalization and sustainable growth. Okay, there are many organizations who are considering someone to be a sustainable champion. Like, who are these people? We say like, digitalization is one of the key essence for us to go for sustainable growth, because this is creating a momentum which is done by the industries, and not only that, okay, they're also supporting these momentums. Okay, they are going to be considered as a sustainable champions. I think the previous slide, please. I think, yeah. All right. So this is actually, the digitalization is unfolding plenty of opportunities, which is aimed at building information efficiency for the people, and at the same time also helping these transactions. Many of these transactions are going green, and we know, like, okay, how exactly the virtual reality and augmented reality has created new paradigms for the business or the evolving business. And the vision, and there is a need for us to drive and direct all our efforts towards impacting sustainability through reliability, efficiency, having ambitious and illustrious visions, and developing various competitive structures. Next. And we see like there's also a momentum shift, right? Okay, we have moved from Industry 4.0 to 5.0, where there is an emphasis on providing welfare for both workers and our planet. Earlier, the focus was merely towards automation and data exchange in manufacturing, but today there is a focus towards collaborating humans and machines, right? So this is going to be aiming at developing various advanced technologies, which is ensuring that we are going to be developing that process, which is going to be helping us to provide for welfare for both workers as well as provide for our planet. Next. And we say like there is always a need for us to have a triple bottom line approach, right? So what is the triple bottom line approach? We are required to ensure that the socio-economic and environmental objectives are achieved by promoting sustainable community infrastructure, right? We need to ensure that we are creating all such necessary infrastructure which is essential for us to provide for an integrated growth of all these three aspects, that is your society, your economy, as well as the environment at large. Next, please. There is also a need for us to develop and promote sustainable green targets. I hope that, again, like I heard in the prelude when they were telling that, again, we are going to be listening to a lot of paper presentations which are going to be focusing on this, because there is a hue cry on the global level regarding how we are going to be developing those targets which can be considered to be a sustainable green targets, because there is an earnest need for us to develop the knowledge, abilities, values, and attitudes. All these things are very, very essential for us to live in a very good environment, develop and support a sustainable and a resource-efficient society. Because we always say that, we say like even from our the words of the Prime Minister, we always say like we should ensure at taking our India to newer heights, and we are evolving as a self-reliant nation. And today we are not speaking about made in India, but we are speaking about make in India. There are plenty of startup initiatives which are taken up. And as I said, that those 8 sustainable standards, developmental goals that we have set out of 17 are creating new paradigms for business to look for a prospective future growth. Next, please. And finally, I would like to tell that, okay, we are required to develop a passionate and zealous insight, right? Which is going to be ensuring that there is a presence of focused desire among each and every stakeholder for providing for better living standards, which demands you should have an intuitive insight to provide for socio-economic, cultural, and regional nuances, and also provide a positive balance between nature and culture or the society at large, which is going to be aiming at creating efficient interrelationships or collaborations which can help you to look at a sustainable green tomorrow. right? So this is what I would love to share, and I hope that again these kind of insights are going to be drawing some that again we have logged out.
Thank you, sir. I would.
Thank you very much.
I'm very grateful to Professor Manjunath for his very insightful and inspiring talk. We now move to the first set of track presentations. I shall now call upon presenters as per the list. I kindly request each presenter to keep the presentations with the allotted time. Each presenting team is allotted 6 plus 2 minutes of time, 6 minutes for their presentations and 2 minutes for their interactions. First, I call upon Yashwanta MP for his presentation.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. Respected dignitaries, faculty and the students of MLA College. My name is Yashwanta MP, working as Assistant Professor in Government First Grade College, Hanur, Chamarajanagar in Karnataka. I would like to present my research paper on Echoes Across Borders, How Translation Shapes India's Global Image. Let me start with the introduction. India stands as a nation with exceptional language diversity because it has 22 recognized languages, together with thousands of dialects. Without translation, India's complex literary heritage, which spans many centuries and multiple traditions. Which one? Which spans many centuries and multiple traditions, would stay mostly hidden from global audiences. Through translation, the world can access narratives and cultures and philosophies that would otherwise remain confined to their original languages. It also shapes global perception of India. The Vedas' initial translations into Persian and the recent Booker Prize awards for Hindi literature demonstrate how translation serves as both an access point to Indian diversity and a space where cultural power struggles take place. Through texts and voices that translators rendered into world languages, the global image of India emerged as a land of rich spirituality and philosophical debate and social conflict and creativity and humor. According to theorist Lawrence Venuti, translation functions beyond mere reproduction because it generates new values through cultural rewriting. The article investigates the past and present effects of translation works on India's foreign reputation, together with translation theory developments and the rapidly changing Indian literary environment's obstacles and prospects. Let us look at the theoretical framework, translation as cultural mediation. Translation studies advanced substantially during the 21st century through their transition from focusing on source text fidelity to examining translation as an intercultural mediation process. According to Susan Basnet, together with Lawrence Venuti and Gayatri Spivak, along with recent Indian theorists, translation exists as a process involving power dynamics and cultural and political elements. According to Basnet, the Indian translation process functions as a cultural gatekeeper that decides which stories become globalized and determines the construction of national identities and the management of otherness. Lawrence Venuti's theory of translation involves both domestication and foreignization, which creates ethical problems for translators handling Indian texts. Translators must decide whether to adapt Indian texts for mainstream readers through domesticating cultural elements or maintain their original foreign quality by opposing cultural standardization. The complex linguistic and cultural boundaries in Indian literature become particularly evident because the texts contain multiple narrators, regional dialects, and layered mythologies. According to G.J.V. Prasad, translation in India operates as a creative process known as transcreation that produces pluralized artifacts that diverge from the conventional source-target duality. The method of dialogue and negotiation between languages remains essential for both Indian language translations and global translations because it prioritizes transformation over purity or fidelity. Let us look at the historical trajectory from ancient epics to digital translation. The first one is ancient and medieval case studies. The process of translation in India existed before European colonialism and represents a fundamental aspect of its literary and religious heritage. Since the 2nd century BCE, Buddhist texts began their translation process from Pali and Sanskrit into Chinese and Tibetan and Southeast Asian languages, which established in India as a spiritual and philosophical center. During the Mughal period, the Persian translation of the Mahabharata and Ramayana through Abul Fazl's Razumnama served as a purposeful political and cultural initiative that established the long-lasting framework of Indo-Persian cultural fusion. The initial translation projects projected India's diverse and harmonious nature to global audiences while creating the foundation for Indian cultural fusion as a national identity. The process of translating works between different regions had equal importance. The movement of Bhakti and Sufi poetry through various languages, including Marathi Abhangas, Punjabi Shabads, and Tamil hymns, created dialogues about devotion and justice throughout the subcontinent. Throughout India, translation has served as a tool for canon formation by distributing regional masterpieces like the Telugu Andhra Mahabharatam to establish nationwide standards. Colonial and early modern dynamics. During the colonial period, translation activities expanded at an unprecedented rate. The British Orientalist scholars who wanted to establish their legitimacy through the rule engaged in translating Sanskrit works into English and Persian histories. Through strategic translation activities, Indian intellectuals introduced nationalist and reformist texts in English and vernacular languages to develop a cosmopolitan Indian modernity. Canonical writers such as Rabindranath Tagore, who translated Gitanjali to achieve the 1913 Nobel Prize, and early translators of Kalidasa and Premchand and Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay employed translation for a foreign audience reach and the development of a global Indian voice. Major Indian publishing houses, Sahitya Academy and National Book Trust, along with translation grant institutions, were established during the post-independent period, which democratized Indian literature's global distribution. Let's look at contemporary translation, the 21st century landscape. Over the last few years, there has been a significant boom in the volume of translations of the literature of the Indian languages, with both the state and the private actors being the drivers of this trend. The use of new digital tools, the awarding of prizes for translation, and the Indian literary festivals going global have been the primary factors behind the unprecedented visibility of the regional narratives. From 2020 onwards, over 100 works in Indian languages have been translated into English and published every year, many of which have gone on to become global bestsellers. Shall I stop, madam? Shall I continue? Shall I stop? Shall I stop and interact? I have many things to read, but time is over. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you, everyone. If you have anything to ask, you are free to ask. It's over, right? It's closed. Okay, thank you for listening to me. If you don't have anything, it's okay, no problem. Thank you everyone for listening to me. And thank you MLA for giving me this opportunity to present my paper here. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. It is my pleasure to introduce one of the chairpersons for this session, Dr. Cynthia Menezes, a distinguished academician with over 3 decades of teaching, research, and academic leadership. She recently superannuated as professor at the Canara Bank School of Management Studies, Bangalore University, where she has also served as Dean of Commerce, Director of Management Studies, and Acting Vice Chancellor. Dr. Menezes has guided several PhD scholars, published extensively in reputed journals, and authored books in the field of management. A recipient of awards, I now welcome Dr. Cynthia to deliver her plenary talk.
Dignitaries of the days, my friends, students, all of you, thank you for calling me here. The theme is Innovative Leadership for Sustainable Futures. Kindly flip the slides fast. Okay. I just want to say sustainability is based on 3 pillars: environmental, social, economic. When it comes to business, we talk in terms of ESG, environment, social, and governance. All right. I will not go into this because it's all available on Google. I just want to tell you what is my opinion here. Can we go ahead, please? See, when we talk about innovative leadership, we talk about 3 things. The first is what we do. Suppose I do not want to use the lift, or I do not want to use the car. I go cycling. This is this thing. See, I'll talk only practically, please, okay? No fanfare for me. And then business strategies and global initiatives. Now, flip, please. Methods are, we have to be creative and risk-taking. Now, see, in the previous session, they asked a icebreaker question. When you talk about global problems and local solutions, what comes? In my mind, it comes as a global product, okay? And how it is customized to local. For example, if you ask for men, it's an aftershave cream. And what kind of perfume or flavor that men want, Indians want, that is your solution. That is what. And for women, it could be chocolates, or it could be an international perfume. Since our country, we women like rose, jasmine and all, we customize it like that. This is what comes to my mind, because we have to work on the grassroots level. We cannot talk in terms of policy. When we talk of terms of policy, I'll tell you what. Next, see, there are a lot of problems in this world. And these problems, if we can solve sustainably, then we are innovative leaders. Next, please. See, there are 15 questions here, the global challenges. And these are all, see, if we have everything and we don't have clean water to drink, what will happen? If you look at many, many countries in the world and many states in our country itself, clean water is a problem. How do we solve this? See, for example, I remember when I was small, Vishweshwaraya in Aden, when there was no water, through the sand, he brought the sea water
and he gave them some kind of decent water. If you go to Tamil Nadu, there are many plants where they do desalination of water. For me, this is what I call it sustainable development. You're not using anything. Okay, and if you go to Chitradurga side, you get all these air fans, they make energy. So if you can use energy, which you can remake, because energy, one form has to be converted to another. So instead of using electrical energy, we are using solar energy, and we are making more. For example, when you cycle, you have seen some farmers, instead of using pump, they do cycling, and the water is pumped. Now for me, this at grassroots level is sustainability. Okay, so you see all this, you have there is one more big problem today that all of us are facing. That is, organized crime has started ruling countries. This is a very big thing. Organized crime, for example, Syria, some Al-Shara, one gentleman is the president. Do you know he was an ISIS man? But today everybody shakes hands with him and he's the president of the country. This is becoming a common thing, and putting our ideology or forcing our ideologies on someone. There are 15 problems. I don't want to go into all this, but I'll just tell you sustainable innovations, as I said, renewable energy, circular economy solutions, and it's like this. See, suppose you get a job, you get a salary, your compensation. You use your compensation and buy some goods, commercialization, right? And because you are demanding goods, again industrialization. And industrials require people, so again compensation for people. It's a wonderful, virtuous cycle. But in our country, what we require is end-to-end logistics solutions. You go to the international airport, how many hotels are there that you can decently sit and eat? Either it is like where you have to give 5,000 or you have to give 50 rupees. Is there any hotel that you and I can eat? Is there a restroom, decent restroom, for 28-30 kilometers from Hebal to there? These are what we have to solve, you and I have to solve. At the same time, these questions, when you solve, you are giving some solutions. I was looking at something called dosa printer. What an awesome idea for you and me. Dosa printer, put the batter, give a dosa. What is there if you and I do it? For example, these are business solutions. Today, our country, we have so many in our country. Like one child was asking, something. One teacher, my sister was a teacher, she was saying, this child said, ma'am, we are so many. How can mommy look after us? So like this, our government, we are so many. So we have to find our own solutions. John F. Kennedy said, don't ask what your country is doing for you. Ask what you are doing for your country. So our job, educated people, is to be entrepreneurs, get an industry and give jobs to 4 or 5 people at least. Then you are a success, according to me. Money doesn't make you successful. Of course, without money we can't live. But there is you understand anyway. Okay. Sustainable farming, please go back. Sustainable farming methods, see green building, eco-friendly designs, all this. Okay, next please. You have this fool.com. In temples, churches and all, we use so many flowers. These flowers are taken by these people and they are recycled. Flowers are a waste of money, isn't it? So I'll give you some examples quickly. Next, please. This is banyannation.com. For example, you see the Surf Excel bottle. It is made from recycled plastic, and even Amazon. Now, I want to tell you something. Okay. In Germany, there is a green dot packaging, okay? Green dot means in Bangalore, for example, if you are using that, say Bangalore is in Germany, there will be shops where you can take this packaging and give them. They'll recycle it themselves. Now, Amazon is using reused paper. But do you know where to give it? We are throwing it in the garbage. So I'm saying end-to-end solutions are not there. See, we say, for example, no passbook, okay? Same day, no passbook. But believe it or not, last week I had to get some money from the money back policy of LIC. They told me, ma'am, your Aadhaar card and passbook of the bank, print and give me. What do you mean? You understand? Then have we achieved what we want to do? All right. That is one thing. One of my students called me. She finished last year. She said, ma'am, they are giving certificates on DigiLocker. Industries and corporates are not accepting it. So, what is the point? So I said, bring child, we will test and give. I sent, since I've just retired, I've given to, that is the way. You have NAD, you have DigiLocker, you're saving paper, but someone is not accepting it. So where is your end-to-end solution? You understand? So this one. Then I explain, I think. Next, please. Biko. This one, it from all plants and all, they make all your dishwashing liquid and soaps and all that. This is a very good one. Next, please. Aether Energy, our electrical vehicles. This is one, for example. Next, please. Okay. Tata Motors and Tata, sustainable, someone also mentioned it, Tata Motors, sustainable procurement they do. And then this Tata Steel also does it. And Tata Power, solar power panels and all that. Next, please. Sunroof for solar, this one. We talk about big things. How many of us have solar energy in our houses? It's very easy. It's not very costly. But are we really spending it, going out and doing it? We talk on diocese like this, but we are not doing it. How many of us do composting? How many of us forget everything? How many of us segregate our waste? You see? Like this. Okay, next please. This is Yulu. The vehicles are eco-friendly. At the same time, they have other facilities to go eco-friendly. Next please. This one. See, there was one more, Anita Rodriguez, I think her name was. She passed away in 2007. She started a cosmetic company in 1970s, and even then, forget testing on, clinical trials, no? Clinical trials are where students go, get some money and get themselves, some new tablet or injection or something like that. So this is done. But forget clinical trials on humans, even on animals she was not doing. And this is the same thing here. This Boss Lady Cosmetics, vegan. I want to tell you, once when I was reading, I was in the degree that time, one horrible article came. It seems collagen, collagen, no? Collagen helps you rejuvenate your skin. From where Americans were extracting? From the babies which were aborted. Imagine the cruelty, and they were using it. Your lipstick, where the shine comes from? Fish scales. So you understand the practical aspect of being sustainable. Next, please. This is Just Organic. They are all organic. Next, please. These are bags, Eco-Right. Next. ITC. See, ITC is beautiful in many ways. Okay. I used to work for Welcome Group for some time before I went abroad. So what they used to do, only cigarettes. So they said in a few years we'll stop cigarettes, and where they are, you see. One beautiful thing is, imagine a farmer, okay? He grows, say, green gram. So one day he tells his neighbor, you give me your truck, 12,000 for going to the mandi and coming back, carrying my green gram. But when he goes there, they said, oh, today all green gram has come, I'll give you 20 rupees per kg. This fellow has to commit suicide. What he does, he runs away, leaving the green gram and this thing, because he won't even get 12,000. He has to pay extra. You understand? So for this, what ITC did is, every village, mostly, some villages, they started a kiosk. So you take this green gram and tell. They'll say, this is grade A, take 70, not less. And I like it, I'll buy. So this is ITC is given really ground level, initiatives. Next, please. Mahindra and Mahindra also. They are focusing on electric vehicles. This is all there on this thing. I don't want to waste time. That's why. Next, Wipro. Do you know Wipro, how this thing it is, how many patents it has got as compared to Infosys, which has, according to me, none. But I'm saying Wipro has, it's a conglomerate, diversified, everything, not a single business unit. So Wipro, it ensures that whatever they do aligns all the specification of the product, the everything. Okay, I just want to say something. Some years ago, I started teaching consumer behavior. You won't believe they taught us what is consumer behavior. Last, the author said how to dispose of the item. That concept was new to us. So not only have you to make the item, sell it, you also have to today understand how to dispose of the packaging. All right, next please. Mariko, next please, quickly. Preservation, see, we say we have global food shortage. Mostly 30% of the food that we Indians produce, perishable food, goes to waste. In Bellary, my friend was telling, these figs, anjur. Here, minimum is 180-200 per kg. There, they sell for 5 rupees and tell you take 2 kgs for 5 rupees because tomorrow I can't sell it. So there is a great scope for you youngsters to go into this. And next, please. There is a new technology called here, freeze-dried foods technology. The flavor, nothing changes. For example, my own sister has a factory in Mysore where she does this freeze-dried, and nothing changes. Moringa powder, everything. There's a great scope in this. Since an MBA, I always talk about how you can do entrepreneurship. But please remember, let our vision be not small. We are like, as I told you, everything is digital, but somebody is not accepting your digital, then what? You understand? So, okay, I hope I didn't speak too much. I don't want to waste your time. Thank you for my patient listening. God bless you all. All the best.
Thank you, Dr. Cynthia, for giving us this refined perspective about sustainability. And I'm sure the audience is inspired to start today. I now would like to welcome Dr. Aloysius Edward J. Dr. Edward is a registrar in charge of Kristu Jayanti, deemed to be University, Bengaluru, Karnataka. He coordinates the quality assurance activities of the college as Director of Internal Quality Assurance Cell IQAC of the college, and he spearheaded the 3 cycles of accreditations of NAC as head of the core committee. Under his directorship, the college got accredited with A++ grade by NAC. I would like to invite Dr. Edward to deliver his plenary talk.
Respected chair and respected principal from Maharani Lakshmi Ammal College, dear colleagues, Dr. Cynthia Meneses, and dear students from Maharani Lakshmi Ammal College. Thank you for the great opportunity to share my limited knowledge on the given topic. All of us, I don't want to take, as ma'am said, I don't take much time. The post-lunch, we understand to sit and hear the post-lunch is very, very difficult, we understand. So I just want to, all of us are commerce and management students, that's what I understand. I just want to make it a little more simple about this new technology that we talk about, the artificial intelligence that we talk about, artificial intelligence. It's a buzzword everywhere. So we have a program in BTech, BE, especially even for BCA, we have a program, BSc, and then we have a even in BCom we have artificial intelligence, data science, and then BB also we have artificial intelligence and data science. Yeah, we have such type of program that got emerged. So as a student in commerce management, we need to understand what is that artificial intelligence. All of us know it is just about imitating our knowledge with the machine. Machine is imitating our knowledge. So it's a replication, the simulation. So we can say the simulation of human intelligence by use of computers. Simple words, a simulation of our human intelligence by a machine, a computer. No, we call it as the artificial intelligence. But we heard about machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing, NLP. Then we have computer vision, robotics. All that we talk about. In all these are all the subfields of this artificial intelligence. So all of us know this particular machine is doing our work. Computer is doing our work. So in such case, computer needs to understand certain data. So the entire artificial intelligence techniques relies on data. So without data, whether it is small data or big data, the machine cannot work. So data can be structured data or unstructured data. The structured data can be the employee records or students' data. So we have mark sheet, and we have in employees, in case of companies, we have salary, profit, sales, all this production. These are all the structured data. So the machine can understand very easily the structured data. But we have more than 70 and 80% of data are unstructured data. So we have a text. So we have a customer's feedback. We have a text. We have the big book that we have. So we have images. We have videos. All we have. So all these are all unstructured data. So how does the computer can understand unstructured data? So unstructured data, we have a separate division of artificial intelligence called natural language processing, NLP. Natural language processing is a subfield of this artificial intelligence which can understand the unstructured data. So as a students, we need to understand what is the basic difference between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. You would have seen many movies, which is whether it is our own regional movies or English movies that you would have seen how this particular artificial intelligence can be used. So what is the basic difference between human intelligence and artificial intelligence that we need to understand? So as a machine can understand only data as a text, as some kind of rules. We call it, in computers, we call it algorithms. But whereas as a human intelligence, we can understand our own emotions, our own feelings, our own past experience. So that's a basic difference. The second basic difference is, as human beings, we can innovate, we can create. So we have that innovation and creativity ability. But the artificial intelligence machines cannot have that kind of innovation and creativity. And another important is the learning efficiency. As a machine, you fed the data, you fed the pattern, you fed all this kind of data. Machine can read very fast. So the learning efficiency is very faster. But whereas for us, as a human intelligence, as a human, the way in which that we think, the efficiency is comparatively less. But at the same time, we have that emotional intelligence, EI we call it. Whereas in the machines, artificial intelligence cannot have this kind of emotions, feelings, empathy, love, compassion, all that, integrity, honesty, all that the computers cannot talk about. So these are all basic differences between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. So one more thing that I want to talk about is, what are the myths, what are the misconceptions about this artificial intelligence that we need to understand. So we say we have a misconception when this artificial intelligence takes over. When we say Gen AI, we call it the higher version of AI. It is yet to come, Gen AI, so that It means as humans that we can think, the machines can also think as we think. So such type of capabilities the machines can have. That's what the second version of artificial intelligence, we call it Gen AI. So what are the misconceptions? We say when it is being introduced, all human beings will lose our jobs. It is highly misconception. In the way back when you talk about, Cynthia ma'am should know, way back in 1987 when the computer got introduced, lot of protests we had. We had a lot of protests in the entire country the way back in 1987, especially in railways, banks, when computers got introduced way back in 1987, 1990. All of us will lose jobs. But it created opportunities, job opportunities. So as a human beings, we need to embrace this technology. So surely the introduction of artificial intelligence will not eliminate jobs. The second important misconception that we have is artificial intelligence is 99.9% is accurate. Yes, 95% is accurate, 5% is inaccurate. So all depends on the data that we feed in. The data that we fed in is a complete accurate data. The result that we get is an accurate that we get. So for example, especially in case of healthcare, for detecting the cancer. So all the cancer patient images have been fed in. So the computer can say this particular patient is having cancer or not. But there is an abnormality. For example, in case of lungs or in case of kidney, if there's an abnormality. So when there is an abnormality, the computers cannot detect if this particular patient has got cancer or not. So we may get inaccurate result, provided if you provide the accurate data. As long as we provide accurate data, surely we get accurate results. If we feed inaccurate data or abnormality in pattern of data, surely we will not get accurate data. So we can say there is 5% inaccurate that we have. So these are all certain misconceptions another important is AI can give us the instant result, immediate result. That's what we have our misconception. All of us, we heard about the news. By 2016, we may get more than 100 self-driving cars. How many self-driving cars that we have in the world? So we have only 2 self-driving cars that we have, one in San Francisco, another in New York. We didn't have that many number of self-driving cars. So it doesn't give us an immediate result. It takes time to give us a result. So these are all certain misconceptions that we have. So as a business student, that we need to understand is artificial intelligence reduces inefficiency. That we need to understand. It reduces inefficiency. The sense, in case of reading the checks, when we give a lot of checks that we put in banks, these machines can read checks properly. It can detect errors. So it reduces inefficiency. Okay, and it reduces human errors. So usually all the repetitive jobs, all these repetitive jobs can be automated so that it can reduce errors. Artificial intelligence can reduce errors. So since it's reducing inefficiency and is reducing errors, surely it can enhance the profit of a company. Surely it can enhance the sales of a company. Then lastly, I just want to say, what are these terms as a management student, commerce student? Because these are all terms as a commerce student that we need to understand. When we go for any kind of interview, you cannot say these concepts are all we have not studied. We didn't know anything about all these concepts. What is about machine learning? What is called deep learning? No? What is that? What is called robotics? What is called natural language processing? So these are all, it's not a computer terms. These are all terms that every student should need to understand, whether it's a history student or, political science students or commerce student or management student. We need to understand these are all common terms, what we use in the common parlance today. So I just want to make it little simple to make us understand what are these terms. What is called machine learning? Machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence. The subset of artificial intelligence, which is based on algorithms. Okay, so we have for every programming, there's an algorithms. So there is an algorithm. So it works based on algorithms. Okay, that's called machine learning. So it is, so when we give, for example, to detect checks or to detect cancer patient, so the computer programmers write algorithms to to detect these cancer patient. So it is based on algorithms. That is called machine learning. The second one is deep learning. So deep learning is a subset of machine learning. Machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning. It is based on neural networks. It's like what we have more than 5,000 plus brain networks that we have in our brain. So it's like a neural networks. So it is connected with the neural networks. It is highly efficient than algorithms. So deep learning is a little more further step. It's a little more efficient than the machine learning. It is based on networks, neural networks. So it works on neural networks. So when we compare with the machine learning, deep learning, which is more efficient, deep learning is more efficient. Then we have computer vision. So self-driving car. Self-driving car, when the car is going, in a very, San Francisco or in a MG road, the car is going without any driver. Can you imagine the car is going without any driver? How the car can stop when there is a red light? So the machine has to read some kind of images. That is based on computer vision. So computer vision is a part of artificial intelligence, which is helped for help the computers to learn, read, and understand the images. That's called computer vision. Then we understand robotics. So artificial intelligence and robotics are not synonymous. Both are not same. So self-driving cars may use artificial intelligence for understanding. Both are not so synonymous. So they are not synonymous. So it is part of artificial intelligence, but both are not same. So it is some kind of networks that is used for understanding. Then the last important is natural language processing, NLP. So it is computers to understand and learn unstructured data. So unstructured data, what we mean is the text, images, videos, how the computers can read videos, how the computers can read, the text, the 1,000-page text. So we require a computer language, subset of artificial intelligence called natural language processing. So natural language processing is a subset of the artificial intelligence which can read unstructured data. So these are all the main components of artificial intelligence, whether it's a machine learning based on algorithms, deep learning based on neural networks, natural language processing based for learning, reading, understanding the text, videos, and images. For computer vision is to understand and learn the images. That's what there are certain concepts as a commerce students we need to understand when we go for interview. We cannot say we have not learned. These are all, which is used only in computer students. We cannot say any answer for that. It's all simple thing that we need to understand. We need not go in deeper to understand all. These are all simple terms that as a student that we need to understand. This last important is surely this artificial intelligence is used widely. Though it was used 1950s, Dartmouth conference, Professor McCarthy, he is one of the founders of this founding fathers of this artificial intelligence. So surely it will rule, it is going to rule the entire world, the entire business. Currently it is used in banking, finance, retail, healthcare. You would have seen during COVID-19 patient in Bangalore, we have two robotics that we had, Mitra and Mitri, we had two robotics to make us to understand. For Mitra is for male COVID-19 patient, for Mitri for female COVID-19 patient to detect COVID-19. So it is going to be used widely, not only in business, healthcare, in retail, every business. Surely it will enhances the efficiency, reduces the human errors. It will enhances the customer experience. Surely it will enhance the customer experiences. So all the greater advantage that we need to understand by use of this particular technology. But we cannot say, it is not going to, eliminate jobs. Surely it is going to create a lot of opportunities. We can have a lot of criticism against this particular technology, but as a human beings, we need to embrace this particular technology to move forward in our future. I wish the entire conference team a huge success for the 2-day conference. Thank you very much for this great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address. I will now take this moment to express my gratitude on behalf of the organizing committee of the conference to felicitate Dr. Cynthia Menezes and Dr. Aloysius Edward J. I call upon Dr. Pushpalata. And Dr. Rakshita B.N. to felicitate Dr. Aloysius Edward J. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. We shall now move to the next set of track presentations. Due to time constraints, the allotted timing for each presenting team will be 5 + 2 minutes, 5 minutes for presentation and 2 for the interaction. I now call upon Mrs. Sarita Bai and Aditi N. Ramakrishna to deliver their track presentation.
My namaskars and good afternoon to all present here. Myself, Sarita, faculty of MLAC, and along with me is my co-author and my student, Aditi. The next slide, please. Our paper explores the historical context, barriers, policy frameworks, challenges, and the other things which is stopping women's empowerment. And the slides will give you all the details. Because of lack of time, I'll just run through them quickly. This introductions, we are trying to say that empowering women is both a cause and consequence of change. This reminds me of the concept of cycling, which came in Pudukkottai, Tamil Nadu. It's on the outskirts of Tamil Nadu with no connectivity earlier. Connectivity like simple things like even water facility was not available. And when the women accepted cycling, the transition that made in their lives from the family level to the society, their neighbors, and ultimately this transition brought in a change for the nation too.
Moving on to review of literature. We've cited many sources here, as you can see, but I will highlight two main sources. That is Kabir 1999, Sen 1993, and UNDP 2020. The UNDP study from 2020 links gender equality with economic growth, highlighting that gaps remain in intersectional analysis, long-term impact on society, and engaging men as allies.
main focus, which we can discuss on, is the objective of the study. So the study, women's empowerment, shows that there are many laws which have come in to support women empowerment. But in reality, is it happening? Yes, cities, the urban side, we see people, the women are aware of it, but how much are they able to implement it? That's the question mark. Rural side, out of the way, many laws are available to uplift the women and give them power, but how is it used is the question. So the rights and duties are there in the Constitution, but is it implemented? Is the awareness brought in is the question. There are many challenges and constraints. One thing which comes to my mind here is, I don't know how many of you have heard this Pati Panchayat. Here, this happens in many of the rural sides. Here, the men or the society there know that there is some percentage available and should be given for women. For example, during the election times, you can see all this happening. And when it happens, yes, the women are brought in the forefront. If lucky, she wins. And many times the women win there because that percentage has to be shown. But in the process, what happens is the men, it can be the husband, it can be the father, it can be the father-in-law or the powerful person in the family is actually running the show. So is women empowerment on paper only is the question. So we need to be aware of such disguises which is happening in the name of women empowerment.
Our paper aims to explore the link between empowerment and overall societal development. The 21st century has witnessed an expansion of opportunities. We see women spearheading many organizations and programs, but beneath all this remains the persistent reality of society, the wage gaps, gender discrimination, to name a few.
So we'll not be talking much about this. The slide clearly shows. But definitely there are organizations, self-help groups, Skill India, the Pradhan Mantri, the number of schemes that he's bringing, even today he has brought up. But I will definitely want to focus on the second point, the case study, which is reality for women empowerment. That's in Kerala, Kudubashri, where this concept brought in a lot of change in the lives of women, economic empowerment and social empowerment. So in reality, we see changes are happening, but in very less percentage.
Coming to comparative perspective and data interpretation, we've used methodology like comparative perspective from data of country to country and as well as state to state within India itself. Data sets like NCRB, NFHS 5 and PLFS highlight key indicators like labor participation, wage gap and political representation of women in the empowerment of women itself.
This is the area we need to focus, but we cannot do it right now because of the time constraint. But in detail, we assume that we'll not have time, so in detail, it's been put up here. But I would definitely like to read out the hypothesis. Women's empowerment achieved through integrated policy, cultural change, and grassroots participation is both a driver and solution of sustaining social transformation in India. It must be noted strongly. Addressing structural barriers in education, economy, health, representation, and digital inclusion will directly accelerate India's progress towards equitable development and the sustainable development goals.
Coming to analysis and interpretation, we'd like to mention a few movies and organizations that highlight women's empowerment.
So, to talk about the movies, Dangal, Gangubai Kathiawad, Lapata Ladies, Thappad, these movies have brought in awareness and some change in at least, say, even if it is 1% of women, which is trying to bring the thinking process on. The living example which comes to my mind again is Vandana Shiva, who is definitely making a revolution in organic farming. She's getting good lot of support from women in the Himalayan regions, and definitely a good show is happening there. So there are people like Vandana Shiva who are our role models here.
Organizations and NGOs, examples are Lijat Papad and NICA, which are both spearheaded by women.
So we'll just conclude by saying that, yes, a women-led New India is not merely aspirational, it is sustainable, attainable, measurable, and essential. Wishing all of you Dasara and Diwali which follows, which again talks about women's empowerment. Happy Dasara to you all, and thank you once again.
Thank you.
Any questions? Yes. The mic.
Hello. I think you quoted some examples, right?
Yes, sir.
About some stats from a village, and then also you quoted some other references.
Yes, sir.
Did you guys have time to look at the numbers?
Yes, sir.
Statistical numbers?
We have been working on this from past 15 days.
Okay.
We have the numbers and we have done a detailed analysis also. But the point is, we are focusing on how in India we are unable to do. There is development, but it's not satisfactory. Somewhere along the line, what we noticed, because that's exactly one of the reasons why I wanted my student to be part of this, so that one generation, for example, me as a teacher and as this generation, I can pass on the ideas to her where she can bring in some change if I help her out and make her understand what changes are required. That was my main intention here.
That's good. No, what I was asking is, like, there are various dimensions to development, whether it is women, child, right, men as well, right? But when you gathered the data, was the data from different cities, different countries? I'm like,
we focus more on India. I think 99% is of India.
So within India, can you like pick up like the big cities, eight cities, big cities, and plot that data? You know, share that next time with some graph.
Yes.
Some histograms, maybe like, you know.
Yes, sir. Because the time limit, we were told that it will be so and so. It will be on the spot. Then it was 6+2. Then because of the time constraint, it reduced to 5+2.
Good. No, it's like a picture is worth 1,000
Yes,
words, so it's easier with pictures than a lot of literature.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Any other question? Okay. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am. I now call upon Divya to deliver her track presentation. Divya?
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Divya R. So today I'm going to present a paper on a study on role of university incubators in transforming academic research into startups with my research guide, Professor K.R. Jalaja, ma'am. So before going to the statement of problem, a small introduction to my topic. Already we know what is incubation center is all about, which speaks or which actually provide a ideation till funding and also mentorship to the startups. So here my topic mainly focuses on how this university incubators will help academic research to come out as a startups. Because already we know for PG students also we have a dissertation, and also for UG students we have internships and all. And even students have a very good ideologies. So why not we convert these ideologies to a startups or a spin-offs? and already most of the universities are focusing on that. But the statement of problem here says, university-based incubators have emerged as a critical platforms for commercializing academic research into entrepreneurial ventures, while the premier institutions such as IITs and IIMs have successfully established incubation models. But where we are lacking is with our state and private universities because of this funding as well as the prototyping systems. Because the fundings we always expect, if it is a state university, we wait for the government grants. And if it is a private university, we wait for the collaboration from some private industries and all. So that is where we are lacking, and most of the students are missing out the opportunities. So this is the problem what I have found out. The research gap. Before going to this, the review of literature. Here I have reviewed 15 review of literature, but here I could just present only 4. The first paper is by author Classy, Wright and Brunel in the year 2015, which focuses on impact of incubation support on academic spin-offs. So the paper's key finding says that university incubators provide legitimacy, mentorship and access to networks and help spin-off overcome early stage vulnerability. Domain-specific mentorship and fundings are critical. So here again it highlights about the importance of the University Incubation Center. And the next paper by Mian, Lamine and Fayol in the year 2016, it also helps us to know about the incubators which are central to university and which helps in the technology transfer. And the next paper by Sohail in the year 2023, which focuses on incubation process framework for universities. So it proposes a structured incubation process covering awareness, selection, mentorship, resources and exit. So here they have specifically mentioned that incubators are lacking the prototyping activity. And the last paper is by SINE, that is Society for Innovation and Entrepreneurship from IIT Bombay. Impact assessment in the year 2024. This was a case study done. So here the key findings was related to the incubated startups shows high patenting, funding and collaboration than non-incubated ventures. Challenges remain in scaling, inclusivity and prototype to market transition. So coming to the research gap. So existing review of literature, they have focused mainly on how IITs work, how IIMs work, what is the importance of the university incubators and all. But where we are lacking is what is the comparative understanding, process level insights, inclusivity dimensions and outcome evaluation of these incubation centers. And addressing this research gap requires a multi-case study approach that systematically examines the practices, strengths and limitation of different category of university incubators in India, with the goal of identifying what and all the strategies. If IITs and IIMs are doing better, why not the state, where we have to make the changes? That is what is lacking in the reviews. Objectives of my study is to assess the importance of academic incubators, to examine the adequacy of funding opportunities and infrastructure available through incubators, to identify the area of improvement that can strengthen the contribution of university incubators. So my research methodology, so for the purpose of study, as it is in an initial process, I have just taken a qualitative multiple case study approach for my study. And for the purpose of sampling, I have selected 5 university incubators. One is IIT Bombay, IIT Madras, and IIM Bangalore, one Amity University from Noida, and Karnataka Dharwad University as a state university for the comparison. For the purpose of data collection, only secondary data I have used. A cross-case comparison method is applied to identify the commonalities and variations between the case. So major limitation comes here is only the secondary data is provided. So cross-case comparison of university. So here I have taken about 5 variables to compare between the universities. So when it comes to all 5 universities, when it comes to IP policy, IITs are strongest in that, in providing the IP policies. And state and private universities are moderate. IIMs won't focus on IP policies because they focus more on the business model valuations. When it comes to prototyping, again, IITs are leading, state and privates are limited. IIMs won't focus because they focus on the market testing more and ideations. Funding access, again, IITs and IIMs are very strong in this, whereas the state and private are weak because they only depend upon the government funds and grants or any NGOs or CSR activities. Industry linkages, here IIT Madras stands out because they have the research park, that is the major advantage that they are having. When it comes to outcome, so high outcome is from IITs and IIMs, and state and private universities are also having a moderate things. Findings, infrastructure advantage. So as we already seen in the analysis and interpretation part, that they have a good infrastructure facilities when compared to the state and private universities. And IP support, funding ecosystem, again IITs are better. Outcome diversities, IITs produce research intensive spin-offs. So I'll move on to the suggestions. So here all this suggestion I would like to recommend for the state universities and private universities so that they can come up with the infrastructure, prototyping, providing, and also IP support, funding, and also to get the industry linkages and collaboration, and to have student and faculty involvement in their program, so that most of the students, they'll be having ideas, but they could not come up with that, because it might be of a funding or it might be a IP issues. So that is my suggestion. Thank you.
Can I ask a couple of questions?
Yes, sir.
All right. So first of all, why are you after IIT and IIM?
Yes, sir.
No, that was not a question, right? That was a statement. Can you leave them alone? Not that I care, right? I don't have their stocks either. Why should we compare ourselves with, like, whatever people at the top or top of the heap? Why should we do that? There is no point, right? Why not compare ourselves with in the band, right? Whichever band, spectrum that we are in, right? So that is one thing I would suggest, right? Why would I compare somebody like some university which is in a very small town with something at the top, right? That is one thing, right? Just a statement, just a comment, right? And it's your choice. Continue to do that. No issues. The other thing is, let's say you are given infrastructure, IP support, funding mechanisms, industry linkages, collaborations, mentorship, and the faculty, right? Knowledgeable faculty that can really mentor you, right? Train you. You think that'll be it? And then everybody will do it?
So mainly what the university is as of now lacking is the support of funds and IP is the major thing what I have noticed till so far. Because as you said, comparison cannot be done. But why should we just opt for IIT or IIMs when it comes to startups? Why not our state university or private university can also give us the same level of
So
support.
Here you go. You connected the two dots.
Yes.
I didn't want you to, but now that you connected the two dots, the guys who are girls who are in IIT and IIMs, they were passionate. They did their job very well. So they are there. Do you have the passion with whatever resources you have here, where you are? Don't you think that passion, that commitment, that hard work is important? I agree. I'm like, without any infrastructure, without any IP support, without funding, you name it, like, things will not work, right? But don't you think individuals' passion
yes, sir,
and commitment is needed? Because I've seen buildings. I've been to incubation centers, startups, quite a few of those. They are empty. The government is giving funding.
brand new buildings. People are working remote. How about that?
Yes, sir, what you said is also right. I accept that. Because the passion among us, the idea generation and the innovativeness should also be with us. With that, what are the things that we need to get, that is what I wanted to highlight upon. Yes.
Well, Divya, congratulations, good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
So 2 observations. Like now that you have also admitted that why should we compare with IITs, not, why not state universities? Well and good. See, there were some 6 to 7 parameters on which you started to do the comparison. So, have you done any hypothesis setting for this?
No, sir. This is just my initial presentation. Furthermore, I wanted to do, sir.
Okay. So, probably that can relate to your topic, and there could be a meaningful discussion on these kind of stages.
Sure,
so, if some hypothesis would have set, probably we could have understood in a very deep manner as to what is the kind of support or kind of hand-holding which needs to be given at in university levels at the state. So this clarity would have been more better. Anyways, all the best.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Divya. I request all the track 1 participants who haven't reported to the faculty to please come and meet me beside the stage. I now call upon Sangeeta to deliver her track presentation.
A very good afternoon to all the delegates present here. I am Sangeeta, research scholar at Bengaluru City University. I am going to present on the title, A Study on Factors Influencing Health Insurance Purchase Intention in Bengaluru, along with my guide, Dr. K.R. Jalaja. As we all, from morning, we are discussing about SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. In that, SDG 3, which tells about health and wellness, is directly connected with my topic. And IRDAI, that is Insurance Regulatory and Authority Development of India, has set a goal by 2047, which says that they want to ensure health insurance for all by 2047. So my topic is directly relevant to that. Next slide. My study examines various factors which are influencing the health insurance purchase intention among the people in Bengaluru. There are rising healthcare costs and lifestyle diseases have increased in the coming years, and the importance is increasing especially after COVID. And as per the data, only very less than 38% of the people are covered with health insurance, even after various schemes like Pradhan Mantri, like Ayushman Bharat, even after a lot of efforts, the insurance coverage is very less. So I try to find out what are the factors which will influence or motivate people to buy health insurance. I had done a review of 20 to 25 papers and found out that there are various top papers which speak a lot about sectoral challenges. They speak about the service quality and trust. Parashuraman's model, it speaks about the Cirquale analysis, and it showed that the service quality and satisfaction will improve the customer loyalty, and various other papers also spoke about the awareness and perception and about the affordability of the insurance and satisfaction and loyalty, and also various methodological guides. So considering all this, I have taken 6 factors and to find which is the most influential factor influencing the health insurance purchase decision. The main objectives of my study is to analyze whether the perceived service quality, the customer trust, awareness among the people, the affordability and the satisfaction, and loyalty among the health insurance consumers. These are the 6 constructs which I have identified and used. I want to examine the influence of health insurance awareness on the purchase intention of people, and the same way to evaluate the impact of affordability on the health insurance purchase intention, and also the effect of consumer satisfaction on the purchase intention, and identify which is the most significant predictor of the purchase intention. The research methodology I have adopted is I have used descriptive and analytical design. I have collected primary data from 138 respondents in Bengaluru. The questionnaire had 6 independent variables, that is the service quality, customer trust, health insurance awareness, the affordability, the customer satisfaction, and loyalty. And the one dependent variable is the purchase intention. It uses both descriptive and analytical design to find the relationship between all these independent variables and the purchase intention using multiple regression analysis. This is my hypothesis, null hypothesis, which says that all these independent factors, the service quality, customer trust, health insurance, affordability, customers, and the customer loyalty do not significantly influence the purchase intention. And this is my alternate hypothesis. Yes. For doing the data analysis, first I have done correlation analysis to check whether I can move ahead with regression analysis or not. So in this, as per the data, I have found that all these correlations are positive and they are not very strong. They are just strong, which means that as one variable is increasing, other will also increase. So this shows that my dependent variable is consistently strong correlation with all these, but it is lower than all other DVs. So my dependent variable can be used as a construct which will be influenced by all these other variables. Then moving ahead, model summary. The first one is my model square is R square, adjusted R square comes to 59%, which says that 59% of the intention is explained by all my independent variables, and the model remains strong even after adjusting all other predictors. So overall regression model is significant. Then my ANOVA table, it tells that as I have got the as I have got the p-value less than 0.01, it indicates that all these predictors collectively influence the purchase intention. Yeah, finally the coefficient table. Here I have found that all these factors are significant predictors, but the most important, highest significant in the coefficient, highest significant factor is the customer satisfaction. Then the second important predictor is health insurance awareness. Then comes the perceived service quality, customer trust, and affordability at last. A few limitations of my study is that it is limited only to Bengaluru. The sample size is small, 138. It relies only on the self-reported data. It may not capture all the factors, and it provides a snapshot. These are some of my major findings which tell that yes, the service quality is directly influencing the purchase intention of health insurance. All the respondents perceive service quality as very important if they want to purchase the health insurance. The strongest predictor of purchase intention is customer trust. Even this awareness and affordability significantly impacting purchase intention. Even customer satisfaction is strongly influencing, and loyalty, which is a reinforcing factor. Finally, I would like to suggest that if we want to achieve the goal of insurance for all, then all these should be done. Service quality should be improved. The trust among the customers must increase. And first of all, the awareness should increase. The government bodies should conduct various awareness programs. And the customer satisfaction should be improved, and this will indirectly foster the loyalty. So by this, all these suggestions, I would like to conclude my study by telling that all these factors, that is the service quality, transparency, whatever is the trust, loyalty, all are influencing the purchase intention. Thank you. Open for questions.
Congratulations. Well done. I see a lot of research going into this. So you have used a good number of statistical testing.
Yes.
Correlation, regression, ANOVA. Yes. I mean, is it really required for, see, the topic is very clear. It is the purchase intention. Why do they purchase health insurance? Yes. So could we not restrict to ANOVA only? Because it is all about the variance factor, yes, which, the customer depends on what factor he would want to buy or why he or she would buy the insurance, health insurance.
Exactly, sir. I take your question. As I had so many independent variables and just one dependent variable, so I wanted to find out which is the most important factor. So I have used multiple regression analysis, sir, to find which is the most significant predictor among all the available predictors.
Okay. My question was like we could have just stuck on to ANOVA.
Okay.
Yeah, because you could actually spend more time in you have defined hypothesis well. That hypothesis could be more went into a depth or meaningful discussions here. Anyway, thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir. In my future research, I'll incorporate all this. Thank you.
Appreciate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sangeeta. We now move on to a very exciting part of our track. I would like to introduce you to our chairpersons. We have here Mr. Shyam Bhushan Ghosh, founder and CEO, AI Plain Tech. With a master's degree in computer information security and information management, along with advanced certifications in data engineering, data science, and deep AI, he brings a rare blend of technical depth and visionary leadership. At AI Plain Tech, he has pioneered secure, ethical, and agnostic AI solutions, architecting next-generation platforms using LLMs, neural networks, and advanced AI architectures. His expertise spans from building synthetic agents on Google's conversational platform to developing Gen AI solutions with LangChain, LangGraph, and MLOps integrations. With strong proficiency in Python, data engineering, and cloud-native microservices across GCP, AWS, and Azure, Mr. Ghosh is advancing AI frameworks tailored to real-world business goals. His mission is to create safe, transformative, and ethically responsible AI systems for better human and global experiences. We are honored to have you here, sir. I now invite you to deliver your plenary address. I call upon Dr. Sharmishta Datta, our principal MLAC, to felicitate Mr. Shyam Bhushan Ghosh. Please give a big round of applause.
I can do that myself, right? Okay, all right. Can you guys hear me? All right. Hello. Oh, lots of lights, right? I can't see anybody. That's a good thing. All right. So the good thing about going in the end or towards the end is most of the things are already covered. I don't have to say much. So you'll have to, you don't have to bear me for too long, right? So that's a good thing. I'll tell you a little bit about myself, right? First of all, I think I have sustained until now, all right? I wasn't sure if I'll be here. Principal ma'am, your principal ma'am, she invited, and I was contemplating, like, am I going to be there in Bangalore during that time? Am I going to be in India, or I'll be in US? And there was a lot of back and forth, but then she invited and I accepted. So that's it. I just have to be here, and I'm here. So I sustain. So let's talk about sustainable development goals. So it starts with me, myself, this brain, this body, and the soul. So those three things are together, then I sustain. Just like I was here in Bangalore about 40 years ago? what is it, more than 40 years ago. I'm a very old guy, by the way. Look at my beard. So I wasn't sure if I will ever come back to Bengaluru. I wasn't sure if I was going to live this long and be in front of few people, right? So think about that. So I believed in myself. I studied here. I studied in like other places. I studied in CIT, like it's little, whatever, Colorado Institute of Technology, not MIT. MIT is quite a few alphabets away. All right. So, but bottom line is I sustain everywhere I went. I believed that I could do it and I can deal with it. I can work on it. I can figure it out, right? So all your sustainable development goals for your own life very first one should be to be able to sustain yourself. If you cannot sustain yourself in any situation, then maybe figure out to do something else, right? Don't just punish yourself and be in that situation for too long, right? Figure out what you can do, and that's what I did, right? I studied here. I worked in like many cities within India for 7-8 years, and then I was in US for 30 plus years. This is my 31st year in US. I survived, even though Trump is in power, right? I'm going back. I'm still there, right? The tariffs or no tariffs, right? So that for me should be the first goal, right? Sustain. Figure out how to sustain yourself, your body, mind, and soul. 3 of them together in harmony. If that is not there, never mind all the other goals, right? So one of the things, this I copied, right? Obviously I Googled, I copied. I didn't know anything about this, right? I was told to speak on this topic, but then I started digging into it. I found like this is very, very, very interesting. And all I see from my point of view is data. Data behind all of these things, right? So as you guys are looking at me, as you guys are interacting, chatting, talking, right? Presenting, us evaluating, some of us presenting, all of that is data. All of these interactions can be captured, and then there is a lot of data between these goals, these SDGs. There are a lot of data, and there are interactions between these SDGs, which is data. And if you can imagine what the data can be, then you can create some sustainable development goals as models. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? How many of you have used ChatGPT? Raise your hands. How many of you? How many of you have used ChatGPT? All right. Good. More than 50%. All right. How many of you really think it is useful? It is helpful? How many of you think it is really helpful? Not helpful? Fake data? Right? Okay. Yeah, some of them and I agree. All of the data behind it is not real, right? So if you think our human intelligence, human intelligence, this human intelligence has created some intelligence and packed it into a machine which is called artificial intelligence. Aren't we the architects and the creators of artificial intelligence? Right? So anybody who thinks they don't understand AI, I just want you to know you are the architects, owners, and the creators of the artificial intelligence. It's nothing more than that, right? So it is human intelligence packed into a machine is artificial intelligence, right? So I'm not going to belabor this, right? So skipping this slide, skipping, make it easier, right? More. See, these are all covered. Yeah, back. So how many of you think AI is actually transforming industries? When I say industries, is it really transforming health industry? Is it doing something in, mechanical automobile industry? Is it doing in space and space technology, right? How many of you think it is really transforming it? How many of you think? And then what does that transforming, if you believe that it is transforming, even though very few of you raised your hands, if you think it is transforming, then there must be some applications of it. And I'm going to let you guys go, right? This is my last point. if you believe something is transforming and changing and helping an industry or you, common man, then there must be some application of the knowledge you have or we have that we have applied, actually applied. Because I come from the industry side. Oh, bridge banana, bridge banao, right? Okay, bridge banaya, right? I come from the industry side, right? I've been working in the industry for 38 years. I've done software development. I've built solutions. I solve problems. That's what I do. I make a living solving problems, right? Creating solutions. So I make the bridge from the other side. I come to academicians like your principal man. Sometimes I find out, oh, they also started building the bridge, right? So I don't have to build all the way to the other side of the river. They built it too, so we have a good handshake, and there is a good handover, takeover. Hey, here it is. I've taught these students. They are brilliant. They're great. Look at them. And then I'm like, oh, thank you very much. You made my job half easier, half done. Other times, I end up making the whole bridge all the way, and then I have to live with them for some time. And that's what I'm doing this year, by the way. All right? So make it easier for everybody, right? So have that passion. Passion to whatever you learn, figure it out how to apply it. If you do not apply it in some form or shape, like somehow, somewhere, in your house, in your backyard, with your friends, in some club or some community, if you cannot apply it, then that knowledge is sleeping and maybe after some time will evaporate and will have no use. It's almost like reading a whole bunch of books and taking classes and getting the grades and getting the gold medal and trophies, but not using it for any purpose, right? So use every day whatever you learn, apply. And that's why I'm an application guy. I'm like, I solve problems and build applications. So please do that. Try to do that. Whatever you learn every day, figure it out how to apply it somewhere, right? You may not be able to apply everything. But when you do, you will make a difference. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your plenary address. It was very insightful. We would now continue with our track presentations. Next, I call upon Dr. Vijaydeep for her plenary address. Track presentation.
Good evening, one and all. Myself, Vijaya Deep, presenting a paper on effectivity of selected air purifying plants. So we all know that we've been listening to various statistics coming up from Indian cities that there's a lot of pollution. Delhi is outstanding in the level of pollutions. Bangalore is no way far from Delhi. It is almost close to Delhi with the air pollution. So we know that there are a lot of outdoor air contaminants, but it is equally important to understand that an indoor atmosphere also is under contaminants. For example, it could be pollen, it could be dandruff, it could be the furnishings that we use, the bed sheets that we use, the dust mites that are there for a long time. The ACs, in fact, we use ACs in the indoor environment. Believe me, it does. There are papers which have been stated that the ACs do not trap the microorganisms from the indoor environment. So that is a concern for us. How do we get through to remove the air contaminants from an indoor atmosphere? So some of the examples where I've already told you, it could be from the laundry room, from the clothing, from the kitchen, cooking devices, the fuel oil, all of these contribute to the indoor air pollution. Now comes the remedy, which is exactly suiting our theme, global goals and local solutions. We have a lot of plants which are helping us to remove one or the other of these air pollutants. You can see a lot of examples over there. We know the common examples like aloe vera, chrysanthemum, snake plant, etc. So the objectives of the study was mainly to compare the effectiveness of selected indoor plants and to assess how they could actually help us in controlling and minimizing the microbial count in the indoor atmosphere. So we have worked on 4 selected plants: the spider plant, rubber plant, snake plant, and aloe vera. The methodology goes like this, that we had a sample collection from different rooms of the college. We selected rooms where there were no plants, and we selected rooms with the plants. We kept the indoor plants, and then we tried to isolate bacteria. So the methodology was we used nutrient media which would support the bacterial growth, and then we had isolation of bacterial colonies done on the media, which were identified by a technique called gram staining. So I would directly concentrate on to the result part, because this is one significant graph I would want all of you to analyze. It is an easy one. It's not that only a researcher should understand this slide. Here, as you can see, the number of bacteria that were isolated from the room spaces where there was no plant. It was a normal classroom, and we did our isolation. We could find 65 bacteria at an exposure of 3 minutes and 83 bacteria at an exposure of 5 minutes. The same scenario, these acted as our controlled controlled study. In the same rooms, we then kept our plants. The aloe vera plant, rubber plant, spider plant, and snake plant. You can as well visualize that there is a drastic decrease in the number of bacteria when the plants are placed inside an indoor environment. They are able to absorb the pollutants, and that's how they work as air purifying plants. So to conclude my study, I would like to emphasize that nowadays people tell, when we ask them to grow plants, people tell we don't have space, we live in apartments, there's a very small gardening space, we don't have a terrace. Not to worry. You just have to go for a plant like an aloe vera plant or a snake plant or a spider plant. You can as well keep it in your house, grow it. If you are able to control the contaminants from your house, that is more than sufficient. Every house, if this practice is done, the plants are not just having an aesthetic value, they are having a scientific value of reducing the air contaminants. Every house, if there's an aloe vera plant or a spider plant placed inside the house, I think we are contributing with baby steps to bring down the indoor pollution. Probably the audience who are here will now not complain that they don't have a space. Their kitchen space is sufficient, their room space is sufficient, there is a small balcony, it is sufficient to put a plant. And I would like to add upon that even in this auditorium, across the stage, the first line of plants are the spider plants. They belong to the family of spider plants. So I just made an observation that even the auditorium has placed the indoor plants so that the auditorium is free of contaminants. Thank you so much. Air pollution, indoor pollution is a global goal, but we have a local solution by growing plants within the indoor space. Thank you so much.
Going back to roots.
Yes, sir.
The very fact that, the tulsi plant, ಅಥವಾ ತುಂಬೆ ಗಿಡ ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ, ತುಂಬೆ ಹೂವ, ಅದನ್ನ ಅರ್ದು ಅದರದ್ದು ರಸನ ಬಹಳ ಎಸ್ಥೆಟಿಕ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ನಂಜುಬಟ್ಲು ಗಿಡ. So these are all having the aesthetic values. Of course, we will have to go back to the roots. Sustainability is all about that. So wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. If the panel would permit, I would just like to add one point over here. As you mentioned, sir, going back to roots, you might have seen our elders cleaning the house front space with cow dung. Now, modern days children will feel very bad, will feel very awkward when they have to go and touch cow dung and do. But cow dung, you believe, has got an antimicrobial property. The mango leaves that we put on our house on all the festivals has got an antimicrobial property. During Ugadi time, when we put the neem leaves, that is also acting as a mosquito repellent and a microbial repellent. So we have solutions in hand which our ancestors have shown. We just have to follow the routes that we come from. Thank you so much, sir. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now call upon Disha Hiremat to deliver her track presentation. I request all the track presenters to maintain the allotted time, which is 5 + 2 minutes, and kindly emphasize on your main research aspects.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Disha Hiremat from Maharani Lakshmi Ammani College. Today, I am delighted to present my review work on the endophytes isolated from the Moringa oleifera leaves, exploring their remarkable antibacterial and anti-cancer activity. So, I want to ask a small question. Raise your hands if you prefer a remedy from the nature or over the synthetic pill drugs. Who prefers the nature-based drugs or the synthetic drugs? Have you heard about the Moringa powder, or commonly known as the drumstick tree? So imagine holding a single leaf that could help cure infections and even fight cancers. It sounds like a science fiction, right? So today I am introducing you to a real research that is turning this fiction into a fact using the tiny microorganisms called endophytes. Endophytes are the microorganisms living in the plant tissues, which produces the novel bioactive compounds. The Moringa oleifera, or the drumstick tree, is also known as miracle tree because of its rich phytochemical profile. These endophytes from the Moringa shows the significant antibacterial, antimicrobial, and anti-cancerous properties. The bioactive compounds produced by these endophytes are proving to be crucial in the battle against the antibiotic resistance by offering the natural alternative to the synthetic drugs. Several studies, including those by the Hasham et al. 2023 and Govindan M. et al. 2025, have demonstrated the pharmaceutical and agricultural potential of these endophytes, providing a support to this foundation to this review. In this review, we have mainly focused on the following objectives. First is the isolation and the characterization of the endophytes from the Moringa leaves, to study their antimicrobial and antibacterial, antioxidant properties, to identify the bioactive compounds through phytochemical analysis, and to evaluate their anti-cancer activity against the breast cancer cell lines. The methodology here includes the isolation of the microorganisms was achieved through agar plating method. These isolated endophytes were identified through 16S rRNA sequencing. Their bioactive compounds were analyzed by conducting certain biochemical tests and GCMS technique, that is the gas chromatography and mass spectroscopy photometric technique. Antimicrobial activity and antioxidant activity was measured using standard laboratory assays. Anti-cancer activity was evaluated against the MCF7 breast cancer cell lines. In the figure 1 shows the antimicrobial activity of the endophytes against the pathogenic microbial strains, showing the zone of inhibition. This clear zone of inhibition indicates that endophytes are successfully in killing the pathogens. Figure 2 shows the antimicrobial activity of the endophytes using different solvents. The endophytes in solvents show more antimicrobial activity. From the figure, we can observe that the endophytes in ethyl acetate is showing more antimicrobial activity more than the other solvents. Figure 3 and Figure 4 shows the quantitative data of the metabolites identified in the seed and the leaf extracts of the Moringa. Figure 3 shows the data of the fatty acids. In Figure 4, top left is of the organic acid, top right is of the amino acid, bottom left is of the sugars, and bottom right is of the other compounds. Figure 5 is of the cytotoxicity test of the ethyl acetate extracts of the bacterial endophytes. towards the MCF7 breast cancer cell line. From the image, we can see that just the 1000 microgram per ml of the extract of the bacteria shows the 90 to 95% inhibition of the cancer cell growth. So, this makes the endophytes as an interesting candidate for the further research in the treatment of the cancers. Figure 6 shows the percentage of the free radical scavenging activities of the endophytic bacteria in the DPPH antioxidant assay. More the percentage of free radical scavenging assay activity, more the antioxidant activity. In conclusion, the bacterial endophytes have many applications. They can be used in the sustainable agriculture as a biopesticide, biofertilizer, and as the plant growth enhancer. It promises the affordable natural medicine. The metabolites and the enzymes produced by these endophytes can be used in the production of the biofuels. The lipids and fatty acids produced by these endophytes can be used in the production of the biodiesel. It can be used as a natural preservative. Increasing the shelf life of the products. It also contributes to the UN SDGs, that is the Sustainable Development Goals, that is the healthy, sustainable life, green fuel, clean and green fuel. The dual strength of the endophytes in medicine and the agriculture make them invaluable for shaping the better, greener future. Thank you for your attention. I would be glad to answer your questions.
I missed. Okay. Is it Disha?
Disha, sir. Yes,
all right.
Sir.
Hi.
Hi, sir.
I think the analytics part is phenomenal.
Yes, sir.
I like that. That's the kind of data. That's real data, real numbers,
yes,
facts behind it, and it really helps put things in perspective. I don't know how much data. It doesn't matter. Like if you used 100, whatever distribution of data is, like just 100 different, data points. But that is the process, right? So I just have one quick question,
yes,
though, right? Did you say that it's also something that is going to be used or is being used for breast cancer cure?
It's been tested for the breast cancer, sir. It's in under research, sir.
Oh, yes. So it is not,
yes,
like it is not in the industry
yes,
yet,
sir.
Right? Okay. All right.
Okay.
Great job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Disha. Our next presenter is Retika P. and team.
Very warm afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Ritika, currently pursuing my BSc at MLAC. Today, I am here to present a topic about a wearable IoT cloud framework for real-time patients monitoring and emergency response. Introduction. A wearable IoT cloud-based health monitoring system is real-time personal health monitoring, works on a body area sensor network, sensors used to track heartbeat, blood pressure, body temperature, etc. So these are the images representing the heartbeat sensor, the body temperature sensor, the blood pressure sensor. WISE cloud architectures. The sensors like ECG sensor, body temperature sensor, and blood pressure sensor give signals to the controller, Arduino, which is a central processing unit of WISE, which is also connected to reader and LCD. Through the communication of Wi-Fi is transmitted to the cloud data, where it is mainly handled with two main datas, database server and web server. Database server stores the data for easy access. Web servers makes the data easily accessible on mobile apps, where then the notification is sent to the user through mobile phones or computer. Advantages and disadvantages. Advantages: direct cloud connectivity, transmits data straightly without any interference, and preserves phone battery. Real-time health monitoring, continuous track on important signs with instant access through dashboard or LCD display. Remote access and multiple user support, emergency alerts, detects abnormal conditions and automatically send notification and warning alarms. Disadvantages, user discomfort. Wearing multiple sensors may cause discomfort and irritation and also disturbs continuous monitoring. Battery limitation is always challenging part. Data overload and noise, continuous data collection is hard to process. Privacy and security. Health data is transmitted and stored in the cloud. Storage measures are needed to ensure security, privacy, and reliability. The further presentation will be done by my co-author, Sindhu B.
Good afternoon, everyone. Future of voice. Smarter data filtering and processing, improved battery life and energy efficiency, enhanced security and privacy, advanced disease prediction with AI, cost effectivity, dynamic medical service integration in ontology. So here is a comparison between wearable IoT sensor and mobile sensor. Purpose of wearable IoT sensor, continuous health monitoring, example, physical activity, form factor, small, light-weighted, example, smartwatches, connectivity, direct IoT and cloud connectivity like Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, power source, tiny batteries optimized for low power operation but limited lifespan, mobile sensor, purpose, general purpose sensing in smartphone, example location, form factor built into smartphones, accelerometer, GPS, light sensor, etc. Connectivity connected through smartphones, apps, data often stored locally. Power source powered by phone battery, larger capacity but will drain. Thank you.
I would like to thank my guide, Ranjita A, Department of Biotechnology, and also my sincere thanks to the judges, participants, and audience. Thank you.
Quick question, right? Did you say WISE IoT? Yes. What did you call it? WISE?
Yes, sir.
What is the name? WISE IoT? Is that the name?
Yes.
The name of you made this product, right? Right? It's a product you have made, developed, and it has been tested, and it works, right? What is the name of the product again?
Wearable IoT Cloud Framework.
Wearable IoT Cloud?
Framework on real-time patients monitoring.
On real-time patients monitoring, right? So it eliminates, like, if you can monitor a patient anywhere, right? If they wear your wearables, right? What is that gadget? What are they wearing? Where do they wear it?
Smartphones on wrist, and also Samsung rings.
Samsung rings?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's interesting. I think it's a brilliant idea. I think you have something you can, given little bit more, polishing and some more funding. I think it can be a solution. You can sell it worldwide. So, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ritika and team. Our next presenter for the day is Dr. Shafi. Do we have Dr. Shafi in the room?
afternoon all. Myself, Muhammad Shafi, an MBBS holder and some biology, chemistry, such areas of graduation. I am presenting a series of study about biophotons in our cytological function. Recently, the biophotons as photobiology with the functional study of light and human living process. But this study is the organic function of heat in our hydrological area of cell. Actually, our cell involved in 70% of cell with water. The recent study of Canadian Toronto-based pathological studies of thermal cause of diseases, especially in cancer, such disease, global warming situational studies of major diseases, invention of pathological reasons with the transformation of heat from our internal cytological area. So, we would refine and reduction of genome level heat, the thermal and photonic types of expression in our normal cellular body and eternal genome functions. So we can feel the heat just after rain also, very rough heat and multiple heat in emulsion, cement, and like building architectural causes. So, we want an emergence of transforming technique of heat from sick to heal. Thermal heat as a biophysical area and phosphoric function of heat is a biochemical area. So deposit of this biochemical and biophysical or normal language, in normal language, fire is the deposit of carcinogenic and other pathological causes of cancer. So biophotons and photo analytical study of heat and transformation of heat is the need of time, especially in the global warming situational study of major cases. Biophotons maintaining the constant internal state of cells despite external fluctuations. This is due to presence of photon in the water components of cells. This needs to be confirmed through research, more importantly than research on temperature. In our fever, such from normal symptomatic cases to highest level of HIV related symptomatic case also, fever is a parameter. But the temperature analysis as a typical mode of analysis is very invalid and expired method. And we want a new step of reduction of heat as a classification of this thermal and biochemical. Organic heat and inorganic heat. So biophotons action in our genome level of eternal body is very important to advancement of or recent instant analysis of diseases. This is the message of my article, and I'm, as a concluded message and request to biology researchers, especially in biotechnology, microbiology, biochemistry, such areas of PG holders and research scholars, we should study about the organic mechanism or living mechanism of light. We want an advanced photobiological study. This photobiology is not optics, not the study of link between body and optics. That is biophysics. This study is biological study. Our water mechanism and transformation and evolution of heat, especially with the global warming and multiple heat system of our unscientific structure, architectural mechanism, and polymer cells, like so many causes to this environmental causes. So may I please requesting to new doctoral studies of biology as a human service to deep analytic and genetic study of photobiology according to this type of presentation. We can read some European journal, this Toronto University based journal of indirect involving of disease with the evolution of heat. But the emergence of study with the not indirect, alternatively or interactively, we should define the direct cause of heat evolution. The initial study of phage therapy in genome level intervention of major cases, the phage therapy is focused with the evolution of this type of heat mechanism. This is the abstract of this message, and I have concluded with new steps of photobiological studies. Okay, I am offering more details and reference studies with my trials also for recent biological researches.
Did you say redemption of heat studies, heat-based studies? Redemption? So it is like it was there.
Redemption means the discovery of in our eternal or genome level of cause. We are applying and following 100 years of pathological stand, pathological policy for fever concept in HIV also. So we can make a classification, symptomatic and self-healing fever, and redemption of body with the fever, indication of body with the fever, minor cases and major cases, fever disease and symptomatic fever to HIV, such cases.
So have you collected some data? Do you have data to show something, or this is just theory?
Yeah, we are facing some first phase and second phase studies as a trial therapeutic studies based on Calcutta Medical College, and I am an MBBS graduate from Rajamutya Medical College. Initially we are studying, but the more authentic study we want to facilities and university level infrastructure and doctoral groups for this study. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next, I'd like to call upon Uday Kumar and team for their presentation.
Clear what is Atma Parikshan. Atma, we mean clear what is Atma Parikshan. Atma, we mean it's not only soul, it's also self. Parikshan means test. So we have innovation which is on self-service and self-testing. Okay, we have digitally, we want to connect digitally, innovative digital connectivity for all the preventive health, hygiene and dementia. We are focusing on these particular three factors, health, hygiene and dementia, because health is one issue where we have not many people are getting this vital testing done in India. Less than about 10% people are getting tested, and especially in rural areas it's not been concentrated, not been done at all. It's only concentrated in urban areas where the testing has been done. Coming to women, this thing, it is no more, menstruation is no more hygiene issue, it's become a health issue as per the WHO. And 70% of the women have issues. Unfortunately, they don't come up openly to address this. Nobody comes openly to address these issues, and it still remains the same. And we have found out that mostly pregnant women in rural areas or tier 2, tier 3 cities, they don't get any kind of preventive measures to find out whether they are having diabetes or blood pressure or their hemoglobin is less. So we want to address this. So we did a lot of study on this. Now we also found out in the meantime that every fourth person is a hypertensive, and because of modern lifestyle and the way we eat food nowadays is also one of the factors. And the biggest and the main problem is the obesity currently, which has highly increased the risk of heart attacks. Maybe you must have noticed that, from the age of 35 to 45, a lot of people are getting heart attacks these days. In India, approximately around 8.8 billion people are affected by dementia, and 60% of them are wanderers. I would like to invite Balaji to present a few more slides.
That was the first problem statement. The other important problem statement that we believe is essential if we want to make preventive care, if we want to make an impact in preventive care in India, is change management. There's a lot of solutions out there in the market where you have devices, people are using them, but if you want to make an impact across, let's say, a larger societal impact, then people have to move from curative care to preventive care. I mean, we will all go and have McDonald's burger, but I will not go and do a basic test on health vitals, right? So that is a big factor which I believe will make a difference. And if we can address that problem, then you will start seeing some impact on that. Yeah, we talked about the rest, yeah.
Okay. Now, preventive care is one of the very important factors. And the advantage is once you have preventive care, you will not get sick. But unfortunately, what happens is preventive care is so expensive in urban cities and sometimes not available in the rural areas. So we want to make something which is easily available. It should be 24/7, and you should be able to use it as and when you require. Okay, it should be somewhere very close to you, so it's easily accessible. That is very important nowadays, because nowadays what happens is people don't have much time to go for even a small test. Assuming they are going to a mall or some place where if they can do the test, nothing like it. Instead of going to a hospital and trying to get the test done. The biggest and the most, in fact, some of the factors that influence for people not to do tests is also because some people are having phobia about white collar. Some people, the moment they walk into the hospital, then automatically the BP shoots up. That's one of the major reasons. And another thing is most of the hospitals is not so economical for people to go do the test every now and then. And accessibility. Now, going to hospital, if it is far off, we normally skip unless until something really goes wrong with us. Only then we go there. Okay.
Yeah, just a small correction. It's not white collar; it's white coat. Yeah. So, and hence, basically, after our study, we did this. We started this about 3 years ago. We did a lot of homework and tried to do different things. So, a lot of failures in the process, experiments, and then we came up with this solution that we call that it has to be, connected. It should be a connected health network. I mean, as simple as that. And at the same time, it should reach the last mile. When I say last mile, it's the rural, the tribal areas around. So if you take a district, for example, if you take the geography of district, you have the district headquarters, taluk, panchayats, and then you have areas. So unless that entire thing is covered and we have a solution that provides access to all these people, only then it makes sense, right? And that is what we are trying to, ultimately we think that we have some kind of a framework which can help address that. Long way to go, a lot of work to be done, but that's the plan. Right, so the other thing that we decided based on our study is that what should our solution and innovation focus on? We found that in the marketplace, there are a lot of devices which says that, okay, I will provide 40 tests, 50 tests, 100 tests, and so on. And we realized that, okay, one is the number of tests that you do. In fact, I went to the doctor and I said, look, I've got the 70 test cases, and he just looked at a few. So it kind of hit upon us that test is not the area that we should be focused on. We should be focused on diseases. What is the impact that our test will have on a specific disease? So our innovation and solution is disease-centric. For example, if I'm providing a solution, will it make an impact to, let's say, hypertension cases? Or if I'm providing a solution, will it help reduce RTI infections? Stuff like that. Or if there's a solution where dementia patients who kind of fall and, we lose them, can we reduce that number? So that is what we are looking at from when I say disease-centric. The other aspect of our solution is, while it should be disease-centric, it should also be connected, as we just discussed. And one of the key technology which is already available, I mean, there's nothing that we have to do, is teleconsultation. So let's say I can today have a mobile unit, and it can go to the remote areas, and I can enable, assuming connectivity is there, I can enable teleconsultation, and immediately, the person there can get connected to a doctor who can immediately, provide some consultation. So this, and everything has to be connected. The important thing is every aspect should be connected. So the record of that person has to be connected, whether he does the test on the mobile unit, or whether he goes to a district health hospital, or he goes to a PHC. The entire thing has to be digitized, recorded, and connected. That is the we talked about the white coat syndrome, and I think this is important, and we believe that the solution that we have can address the change management that I talked about, from curative to preventive, right? So you don't force a person to go to a hospital or to a doctor, but if, let's say, these systems are available in an open area, right? A PHC, and it's like an ATM. If it's available, people can walk in 8 o'clock in the night, they can go and check, and it's non-invasive, right? So there's no need to, other than probably initially, the attendant will say, okay, Nintkodi Sarilli, something he will say. But other than that, it has to be non-invasive. And that is one of the key aspects. He does it on his own. It's available round the clock. That means he doesn't have this fear of somebody is watching me. And so some of these aspects, I believe, can drive a little bit of change. Of course, a long way, like I said, a lot of work to be done. We got to see whether this works. But this is what our framework approach is. And we believe, okay, unless it impacts a large group, I mean, I said millions, but if it impacts society, it impacts, a community, that's when it starts making a difference. Today you have individual siloed machines at different places, but we don't think that's going to be a big impact. Yeah, with literature, I mean, there's a lot of it's all Googled and nothing spectacular about this, but there's a lot of information there. End of the day, we thought that objective should be, can we enable universal healthcare? I mean, it should be an enabler of sorts. Provide, preventive health checks till the last mile. Create probably, I'm probably sticking my neck here, but I think it'll be the first preventive care database. If we can have that done, let's say for a district, that will be phenomenal. And like what you said, sir, that's where your AI, your ML, and this will become the feeding ground for that, right? So, and I don't think there is a preventive care database. I think Apollo has done some bit in the OPD part, but from a district level, I don't think it's there. And think if we can realize and implement this network in the next year or two, we will have some beginnings of a preventive care database. The other important thing that, so that's on the business side, right? But on the technology side, we also, it has to be an open platform. It should be a plug-and-play platform. Tomorrow, there's a lot of research going on in medical devices. And tomorrow, if there is new devices come, my platform and framework should be able to adapt that, include it, and move on. And that should be, so the framework should be a plug-and-play kind of thing. That's what you are visualizing. And of course, it has to be affordable. And that's the key. Yeah, this is something that some of you are in the industry will already have done it. There's nothing spectacular about this, but yeah, we've done this. We've done a lot of trial camps. Interesting, the health camps that we did gave us a lot of insights. There's a lot of positives and a lot of learnings for us as well. Just to cite one example is, we have this BP unit which doesn't use a cuff. You use a finger. And we had both sides of the coin. One person said, this is fantastic, I don't have to put this cuff. I have this huge person. In fact, Dr. Manjunath said, cuff will there olledo because, sometimes I have this problem, or there's a very thin person like me, then, the cuff doesn't fit. A finger like this helps. The other side is when we went to the rural areas, the farmers, their fingers are all rough. Right? So we had the other side as well. So we're trying to figure out how we can address both it, but we have an answer, but we are not happy with our solution. So that is, so basically on the reason we picked these three, right, the health vitals, I mean, this is one of the questions which a lot of investors and people are asking us, why are you looking at menstruation, why are you looking at health camps, and why are you looking at dementia? And we said all of this in some way fall under the preventive care umbrella. I mean, I know we are broadening that definition, but in our view, that the same framework can help us achieve that. And hence, we've got these three categories and we've tried to correlate some aspects. For example, obesity to hypertension, there is a direct correlation that we can see. And we've done about 1,500 cases we've tested, and we found at least 70-80% of them we were able to correlate that. We have not been able to correlate the menstrual habits to RTI, to an infection. That is the next part of our exercise. And dementia, we've done a very small pilot. It's a proof of concept, again, for non-invasive way of tracking dementia patients. Today you have wearable devices, lockets, and they say that, you have to pull all those devices, those are the kind of issues that there are. So we've tried a non-invasive way using facial recognition. Right, I think I've got a call for time up, so I'll just quickly, this is something that we did. Just to conclude that, I believe it can make an impact if preventive care awareness is essential. Change management, in my personal view, is very, very critical. Disease center should be the solution rather than being test-centric. And a holistic solution. It can't be just siloed. It should be, all connected. And somewhere along the line, teleconsultation, telemedicine, we can be a big additional booster for this study of us.
Thank you. If you have any questions, please let us know.
I just want to say, on the surface, you just scratch the surface, how big the problem is. And it has nothing to do with what kind of country, how developed, right? These are huge problems for developed countries.
Absolutely, yeah.
And the cost of dealing with this, just preventive measures, they don't have enough.
Absolutely, you're right.
They don't have it either, right? So, because it is very expensive. By the way, it's a lot less expensive compared to the actual treatment. So preventive measures are great. I just have to ask you, because there was a couple of things that you mentioned, people don't go to the hospital because of certain type of fear or distance or inability, financial, economic, socio, various reasons, right?
Absolutely.
Another reason is privacy, right? People don't want to if you have some problem, you have it. It may be some private problem, right? You don't want to share it. If it is disclosed, people will make fun of you or maybe reject you, maybe disown you, right? So I don't know. I'm pretty sure you guys must have read about HIPAA regulations, right? So what do you guys suggest? Have you thought about that? How to deal with that?
Yeah. We have thought about it and.
No, absolutely. The privacy is key. So let's say if you want to store data, one of the things is all the required data privacy regulations, compliance related aspects has to be done with, and we have factored that into our framework, absolutely. To the other point that you mentioned is the other limit, if I may say, of our study is we've done it initially in the south, not even north of, we've covered only the south. So we've gone to camps in Hyderabad and Bangalore. So if a person has a problem, especially in the rural areas, more than privacy, he says, I don't have a problem, right? He doesn't want to think that he has a problem, and that is another kind of. He's not worried about sharing, but he'll come and say, I don't have to go to the doctor, I don't have a problem. And that is even a challenge, and hence, the thought of making it non-invasive, then, the son will say, Hogi pa, yaru illa, hog nodkom barana. If we can provide that kind of a enabler, is the thinking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next presenter is Dr. Aparna.
Good evening to one and all present here. My research topic is a study on impact of artificial intelligence on Viksit Bharat 2045, a critical analysis. First introduction, let me introduce artificial intelligence. From morning itself, many people have already explained about AI. Let me brief out a little bit. It is a computer science focused on creating machine that can perform tasks typically requiring human intelligence, such as learning, problem solving, perception, reasoning, and decision making. And how it works means learning from data, machine learning, deep learning, reasoning, and problem solving. All these already some of the resource persons explained about all this. I don't want to go in depth about this. Key applications, everyday examples, we can see it as Alexa, we know that. It is a virtual assistant, Siri, then ride-sharing apps for ETA prediction and navigation system for route optimization, business solutions, then advanced technologies in autonomous vehicles, advanced robotics, and ability to understand and translate language. And in regard to how it have an impact in India's Viksit Bharat, AI can lead to 8% plus economic growth to realize and visualize of Viksit Bharat. Now, 7 pillars of the India's AI mission is compute capacity, innovation centers, data set, platforms, application development initiative, future skills, startup financing, safe and trusted AIs. Then let me move to the next one, that is review of literature. In case of review of literature, we have I have gone for so many research papers as well as some of the skill education and human capital, AI education and youth skilling, labor market dynamics and ethical dimensions, employment risks and structure vulnerability. Along with that, so many authors, research papers also we have gone through. Yeah, next is objectives. To examine the current status of AI development across key sectors in India, because my research paper is restricted to India's Viksit Bharat 2045. 2x, second one is to access potential of AI in achieving goals of Viksit Bharat 2045, to analyze the socio-economic, ethical and labor-related implications on AI in India, to recommend strategies for maximizing AI's benefit while minimizing associated risks. Then research methodology. In regard to the research methodology, this study adopts a qualitative, quantitative, means it is a mixed method approach to critically analyze how artificial intelligence is influencing India's journey towards Viksit Bharat 2045, descriptive and analytical in nature, combines secondary data analysis like survey-based policy reviews and others, and also focused on trend using policy framework and social implications. Then next is testing hypothesis. In regard to testing hypothesis, descriptive statistics we have used for this. In this, with AI, how it impacts, and how much it has have an impact in its growth. And it is showing a huge impact now in regard to increased GDP. Then analysis and interpretation. Next is analysis and interpretation. This is a strong optimum around AI's potential, especially in economic growth, education, and public service. There is a critical need for upskilling and policy framework to manage description and ensure inclusive growth. It can have a potential to catalyze to realize Viksit Bharat, but systematic challenge like education reforms, regulatory readiness, and ethical concerns means it is overall we can see that there are some challenges are also there in front of Government of India to achieve its target. Then limitations, if we consider about the limitations, secondary data may affect accuracy and timelines. Then in regard to primary data, maybe a geographic, because we have concentrated only on within India and not covered the entire globe. Then projections towards 2045 are speculative and dependent on technology and policy evolution. Ethical and regulatory dimensions are evolving, limiting conclusion policy analysis. Then next is findings and suggestions. In regard to findings, let me tell a little bit. AI is recognizing as a key enabler for Viksit Bharat 2005, high awareness but moderate readiness. Then suggestions part, develop a nation AI implementation roadmap aligned with Viksit Bharat 2045. Conclusion, to realize the Viksit Bharat vision through AI, India must take a balanced, inclusive and future-proof approach, one that fosters innovation while addressing ethical, social and infrastructure challenge. The focus should be on AI for all, not just AI for growth. Thank you. Any questions?
Quickly, like I said, it's pretty elaborate. You try to cover it in that given time. I don't think time can do justice, right? But quick question is, when you say foster ethical practices, right? Make it ethical.
Okay.
What do you think ethical AI would be like or should be like?
It should be like. It should be. Because AI can be misused.
How do you make it ethical? Okay. Sorry. मुझे whichever language you want to speak, that's fine. हिंदी में बोलें, कन्नड़ भी मैं समझने की कोशिश करूँगा, right? Ethical कैसे बनाएं AI को?
नहीं, AI को properly use किया तो वो AI will give us a proper roadmap. Otherwise, we can even we are just now seeing so many in TVs only in regard to our Prime Minister Modi by using AI. What type of opposition parties are misusing AI? Like that, it should not be there. Ethically, we have to think and go forward. And misusing these AIs should not be there. That is. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now start with track 3 presentations. I request all the participants to stick on to the timings of 5 plus 2 minutes. Now I call upon Lakshmi Narayana Maroli to present.
My topic is role of good corporate governance for Viksit Bharat. So this is my topic. As usual, I have taken secondary data, the secondary information for my research purpose. The main objective of my study is to evaluate the ways in which corporate governance standards helps to create an open, responsible and long-lasting business environment in India. Now, what is Viksit Bharat? Okay, Viksit Bharat is the vision of government of India. So means it is a developed India. By 2047, we have to develop our India, all-round development. Okay, so every sector should develop, like industrial sector, agriculture sector, so export import or rural development, like that every sector should develop. Thereby by 2047, so world can say India is a developed country. So I am correlating for achieving this development. So industry is one of the important area. Okay, industry contributes, whatever the industry, business contributes lots to the country's development. So therefore, corporate governance is one of the important factor to achieve a sustainable business in India. Okay, now what is corporate governance? Corporate governance refers to the system of rules. Corporate governance is a system of rules, practices and process by which company is directed and controlled. Okay. Now, if we establish thousand companies, startups, whatever it may be, so it's not enough. That company must be ruled, administered properly. For that, proper system, practices, standards must be followed, especially in company, especially in corporate company as well as small companies also. So, after understanding corporate governance, let us see what are the corporate governance principles. In a corporate governance, we have to follow transparency, clear disclosure of information to stakeholders, accountability, management and board being answerable for their actions, fairness, equal treatment of all shareholders and stakeholders, responsibility, ethical and sustainable decision making. These are the core principles normally corporates should follow. Then in what way corporate governance can assist the Viksit Bharat? Okay, by promoting trust, stability and long-term sustainable growth by moral behavior, stakeholder protection, accountability and transparency, corporate governance can create and support Viksit Bharat, means developed India. How corporate governance can develop India? Develops developed India. It promotes trust and confidence, encourages ethical and sustainable practices, supports national goals, strengthen stakeholder interest, promotes innovation and resilience, increase investor protection and foster accountability. So, normally these corporates can contribute. They can invest in India, talents, promote ethical practices, drive innovation, ensure compliances and exhibit responsible CSR. So, what can I can give some suggestion here. We have to enhance ESG and BSR compliance, capacity enhancement for leadership, encourage diversity within the board, utilize technology for transparency, augment CSR initiatives, and enhance accountability and framework in the administration, promote a culture of innovation. So these are my suggestions. If every corporates can follow these, principles, corporate governance principle, definitely corporate governance can support Viksit Bharat, developed India. Thank you.
Hello. Yes. Sir, I just want to know what is the significant contribution of corporate governance with regard to innovations?
Actually, in some standard companies, there is a separate department called R&D or innovation cell, something like that. So corporate, governance, that team, those who are looking after the administration, it may be board of directors or key managerial personnel, they must and should support this innovation, okay? Research, development in every field. It may be in production, it may be in...
Anything significant you can say? Examples?
No, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So, that's it?
I now call upon Sampada M.
Good evening all. I am Sampada M. I am presenting on a title, A Comparative Study on the User Experience of Mobile Banking and Internet Banking Platforms, under the guidance of Associate Professor Manjula Shekhar ma'am. Next. Banking sector has played a major changes due to globalization, liberalization, and especially in the growth of information technology. Today, customers no longer depend on the traditional methods. They rely heavily on the modern technology like internet banking and mobile banking, where mobile banking enables customers to carry out transactions where it is through mobile app, where it is quick, convenient and easy to use. Where in internet banking, they carry out transactions for a higher level transactions, majorly for higher level transactions.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What is the difference between, from your perspective, I just need to understand your perspective, right? What is the difference between mobile and internet banking? From your perspective, right? Because maybe I'm not getting it right.
As of my opinion, mobile banking is used through mobile apps, and internet banking is used through bank's website.
Okay, all right. Your mobile, when you use mobile apps, you're still using internet, right? Everything has to go through internet,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Right? So whether you use a website of a bank or you use an app from your laptop or from your phone or any other device, internet will be used, right?
Yes, sir.
Without internet, without net, nothing will work, right?
Yes, sir.
Right? So that's it. I just wanted to clear the perspective.
So mobile banking we can carry anywhere. Sometimes internet we usually use through laptops. Sometimes we cannot carry.
No, I totally agree with you, right? But internet will be needed, whether you do mobile or your laptop, right?
Yes.
So without internet, no mobile banking, no internet banking from your laptop, right?
Yes.
From your laptop, right? So that's what. Thank you. Please continue. Sorry.
Next. A review of literature, totally 50 was carried out from resources. Here I have taken 2 review of literatures. Objectives of the study, to study the profile of users of mobile and internet banking platforms, to identify the key factors that shape user experience in mobile and internet banking platforms, to compare the user experience of mobile and internet banking platforms. Next. Here research methodology. I won't explain much, everything is here. When it comes to statistical tools, for data analysis and interpretation, percentages and measures of central tendency has applied, and for hypothesis testing, correlation, regression and t-test has been applied. Next. Here for a first hypothesis, have applied correlation, whether to check it can proceed. When we see the p-value, it is 0.164. It is greater than 0.05. So it can be interpreted that null hypothesis has been accepted. Next. Here, when it compare the p-value is 0.067. It is higher than 0.05. So it can be concluded that it can be interpreted that it is the null hypothesis. It fails to reject alternative hypothesis. It accepts the null hypothesis. Next. 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 Here, when it comes to third hypothesis, the p-value is 0.057. It's also greater than 0.05. So it can be interpreted that there is no statistically significant in the convenience between mobile and internet banking. Next. Findings, when it comes to findings based on objectives, profile of users are, most of them are females and they are married respondents because they have a family responsibilities, so they depend on mobile banking and internet banking. Key factors that shape user experience in mobile banking and internet banking platforms. The main reasons why they use mobile banking is convenient, speed and 24/7 access. Internet banking, even though they have lot of problems, they use majorly for large transactions and also security. Next. Here, when it comes to a comparison of user experience and mobile and internet banking platforms, here when it comes to all the categories, mobile banking leads everywhere, where usage, duration of usage, convenience, features, security, high value transactions, overall experience. Mobile banking leads than internet banking. Next. Suggestions. They need to improve, they have a scope of improvement. They need to improve in mobile banking. The app must be faster and have, many have slow app performance. They need to improve. And also internet banking, they also have security problems and also slow app, login issues and biometric are more. They need to make easy for that. Conclusion, it can be concluded that mobile banking and internet banking has become a most important parts of daily financial activities. Thank you.
What is your sample size and how did you choose your sample? Respondents, no? How did you choose the respondent?
According to my study, I have approximately chose 150 respondents, sir. Not exactly, sir. Approximately. It may be 150, sir. Thank you, sir.
I now call upon Sirisha Manoharan.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sirisha Manoharan, and the title of my paper is An Exploration of Home and Belonging in Select Poems from Northeast India. Can we have the PPT, please? Yes. Next slide, please. Okay. So usually in conversations about Northeast India, we see two patterns. One of them is that the entire region is clubbed into one umbrella term. Now, while that is not very problematic, what becomes problematic is that usually when you club something into one term, so here when you say Northeast India, the tendency is to focus only on the mainstream voices, right? So the voice of the other or the marginalized gets overshadowed when the voice of the mainstream comes into picture. Right? The other tendency is to overtly focus on two dichotomous parts. One is nature and the other is violence. Right? There are other things as well that come into poetry. For example, the poets that I am looking at in this paper are Mamang Dai, Robin Nagom, Anjum Hassan and Nabanita Kanungo. And they write poetry about home, about belonging, about their emotions. Right? But when their poetry is studied, it's overtly looked at if themes of nature are there, if themes of violence is there, and then classified as Northeast poetry, which is where this paper stems from. Now, the ideas of home and belonging are usually seen in the poems from the Northeast because the Northeast has a very complex history. It went through partition. It is currently also going through a lot of violence, which means home and belonging are things that are constantly affected in this picture. Can we move on to the next slide? Okay. When we look at the review of literature, right, themes of home and belonging have come a very long way. When we started with an idea of a very fixed place, a physical concrete structure called home. Now theories are beginning to look at emotions, spaces that are not necessarily fixed in space, right? We are looking at theories where you can feel at home at a place, but not necessarily have a house there. So theories are moving on, but still we associate home and belonging with feelings of comfort, familiarity, and security. Along with that, when the poets in question are studied currently, we are looking at very limited things. We're looking at nature, we're looking at violence, we're also looking at anger and politics, how they're commenting on the political situation. There is a certain gap where even though they're extensively writing about home, it is not being studied, and that gap is what I want to address with this paper. Can we move on to the next slide? Yes. So the objective of my paper here is to compare four poets, compare their sense of home and belonging that comes in through their poetry, and try to understand how their idea of maybe belonging to a place or thinking about what constitutes home, how that differs from conventional theories. We'll quickly move on to the next slide. I have used qualitative research where I have analyzed their poems. I have done textual analysis of the imagery, of the language they've used, and the content they've talked about. And I have also used theories of place identity and place attachment to contrast their notions of home. Next slide, please. Yes. So place identity is when a certain place or a home becomes a part of your identity, right? You cannot think of yourself without thinking of home. And place attachment is when you're attached to a place, but it's not necessarily a part of yourself. The poetry of Mamang Dai and Nagom, both of them are natives of Arunachal Pradesh and Meghalaya respectively. Their parents, grandparents all came from the same place, which means that the place is both a a place of attachment and identity for them, right? So they think that the place that they come from, their home, is a part of their identity. Whereas Anjum Hassan and Nabanita Kanungo, whose parents both migrated to the place in question, which is Shillong, right? So when you look at the insider-outsider dynamic of Shillong, Hassan and Kanungo will both be considered outsiders, right? Which means that even though they feel secure in a place, even though they're familiar with Shillong, even though they are feeling comfort in these places are not home for them because they are still in that outsider status. They are, by virtue of being not from Shillong, they are still considered the other, right? And how home comes in for the other is not something a lot of theories explain. Now, the language they use in their poems is very interesting because when you see Mamang Dai and Robin Nagom, they call their home their homeland, right? And homeland is a very concrete term to call something. It is overtly fixed. It is overtly loyal. It is overtly loyal to a particular place. Whereas if you see Kanungo, she calls it a place of her birth. Hassan does not call it home at all, although the feelings that are associated in the poem are very clearly home for her. So the language used is very interesting. It's also interesting to see that Hassan and Kanungo, who are considered outsiders, use Khasi in their poems, right? Dai and Nagam do not have the need to use their regional languages in their poetry. They write in English completely, which is something you wouldn't expect, right? But for Kanungo and Hassan, they need to use Khasi in their poetry. Now, that is how their ancestry sort of affects their belonging. This is not something we find in one single theory. I've had to look at multiple theories in their poetry because currently no single framework covers this entire experience. Can we move on to the next one? The next slide, yes. So the limitation of the poem is that we're covering only 4 poems. So obviously the entirety of the Northeast cannot be covered in one paper. But the attempt is to go beyond what convention is and to look at the blind spots that these theories have. And when theories fall short of some experiences, literature comes forward, which is where it connects to the theme of the conference as well, where you can only come to a very sustainable, truly inclusive society if you're also considering literature from the marginalized, because that is where they voice out their concerns and their feelings, because sometimes they might not be able to reach policies and theories that sort of reach the stage, right? And that's where literature comes into place. That is it for today. I'm open to questions now.
Just one question, clarification as such. Like all the poets focus on home and belongings. So what is that unique thing which you find different when it comes to northeastern states and the other mainstream parts of India?
So I think the Northeast is not very commonly talked about because each time we have encountered Northeast poetry, even in our syllabus when we learned it, we were only introduced to it in a very political angle. We were introduced to it in a way of anger or an overt romanticization of nature. No one brought it to us saying that this is how they experience home. And it's not just that their experience of home is different. I could also relate to it because I didn't have a concrete sense of home over time. So when I looked at these poems, I found them interesting. I think it is not researched quite a bit, right? Their poems are researched, yes, but the aspect of home and belonging in their poems are not researched too much, and they differ constantly. All 4 of them have very different notions of home. For Mamang Dai, it fits very well into conventional frameworks. For Robin Nagom, there is a profound sense of grief when he talks of home. For Kanungo, she finds non-belonging, but she's so attached to the place that she can never reach the place. And for Hassan, she always has an observer status to home. So that's how unique each of their experiences are, which is why I chose this. I hope that answers your question.
Some different topic, apart from sustainability. But nevertheless, see, in Kannada, Kuvempu has written a poem called as Nanna Mane. Have you gone through that?
No, I have not.
Probably it will bring the same nostalgic feeling what these 3 authors whom you have mentioned would have told. He has put it in a very beautiful manner. I advocate that you please go through that. Nanna Mane. Very beautifully he has put, like, it is a almost, it's one full page where he talks about the childhood he has spent in that particular house, the kind of influence his grandfather, grandmother, siblings, maybe the uncle, aunt, everybody has, contributed to his lifestyle and what he was at that point of time. And this reminds us of how beautiful the place he belongs to, Malnad, Tirthalli, how it is. Maybe northeast, a comparative kind of a thing you could actually do in further days.
I'm glad you could see that connection. Thank you for the suggestion. I will go through it for sure.
So, Sirisha,
Yes.
see, three of us are asking questions. How interesting, right? Different, very different topic compared to what we have heard today, and very eloquently put, right? Explained as well. I just have to ask this, right? When you say the belongingness, right, and the home, actual home. So maybe it's obvious that the poets who are non-natives have to work harder, right? At the same time, they have the grief and they have the complaints, but they have to work harder and, write more in, like you said, native Khasi language, right? Instead of like, but I have to ask you this question, like when you did this analytics, right, analysis, there are a lot of sentiments and emotions in those words and the poems, right? So did you use some tool, or you just you read all of them to make that assessment, or did you get the feedback, or the sentiment analysis was already there, right? Did you read some literature, scriptures, or some journals, articles which provided you that input?
So I didn't use any tool. I read their poems. I read a couple of their poems, and I also went through a lot of their interviews. In all of their interviews, they mention the motivation to write these poems, right? I read that, and I also read how others analyze their poetry, right? A lot of people have different analysis of their poems. In fact, there was one critic who said that Anjum Hassan's poetry is not qualified enough to be considered Northeast poetry because she doesn't have enough politics in her poetry. But I think the fact that she talks about home itself is the most political thing she can do in this scenario. So it's things like these that sort of pulled me through it. I did not use any tool for analysis. It was just what I interpreted and how others interpreted it. Yes. Thank you so much.
We will now have the presentation from Sunidhi Arakere.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sunidhi, and today I will be taking you through my paper, which is on the analysis of liminality through the experience of the commons in Jayanta Mahapatra's poetry. Now, Jayanta Mahapatra is an Indian poet who wrote in English and Odia, and his poetry is known for being very open to eco-critical analysis, but I have taken an angle on it that I believe has not been explored thus far. So when we talk about the idea of the commons, this is actually something that Sir brought up, Mr. Ganapati brought up in our track 2 session. He used this word Porumbokku, which is this Tamil word that means commons. It essentially means commons. And this is an idea I'm borrowing from Mr. T.M. Krishna, where he mentions that the connotation of the word Porumbokku, I'm not a native Tamil speaker, I insist that you forgive my pronunciation, but he says that the connotations of this word are very derogatory. When you call somebody Porumbokku, you are calling them low class in a way. And so using this word that is meant for the commons, for a person in this derogatory fashion, tells you how we approach the commons as a society. So the commons essentially, now that I've used this word, I will define it, are areas that are owned by nobody and therefore owned by everybody. Because if nobody can lay claim to this as mine, it must belong to everyone. But our occupation of these spaces tends to be very different. So the commons can be experienced, of course, as a tourist. You walk through a place and you look through it and you admire the scenery. Or if it is not a very nice scenery, you think of it as a cause that you advocate for, right? Through sustainability, which is what we're talking about here. But then there is an insider viewpoint. There's a viewpoint of a person for whom the commons is their home. So that public-private binary does not exist for them because that is where they live. Which brings me to this idea of liminality that I'm talking about. Liminality is a concept I have taken from Dr. Homi K. Bhabha, post-colonial theorist. He talks about this idea of blurred boundaries, where the distinction between the public and the private is not complete, and so there's a sense of unease in that space. The commons, I interpret them as such a space, because they are a liminal space in that you do not really know whether you are in a public space or a private space. Because the interactions of our private spaces, our caste interactions, our class interactions, gender, sexuality, all these interactions do bleed into the commons. It is not that these interactions magically disappear when you walk into a common space. So, of course, the commons continue to be as political as any other space. And that is why I look at, as Bhabha puts it, Mahapatra writes India in the same way. He talks of it as a world of gaps. He talks of it as a world where people come together, but they are not together, because there are constantly boundaries between them, even when there are supposed to be no boundaries at all. So that brings me to this idea of spatial justice that Mahapatra uses. Before that, this is the methodology I've used. I've used discourse analysis or textual analysis to look at a few of his poems to observe this aspect. So I've taken this poem called On the Bank of the Ganges, which takes us to the river Ganga, the ghats of the river Ganga, and talks about, it puts us in this space of a feeling of a violated sanctum. The Ganga is supposed to be the most sacred of spaces, and water for us should be a liminal space, a commons, because for us it is a shared sacred space. But the experience of the Ganga ghats are very different for different people. A Brahmin experience to the Ganga ghats is one experience. A Dalit experience is a different one entirely. A female experience is yet another. The reports of sexual harassment on the banks of the Ganges are rampant if you look through them. And so there is a feeling of unease, because a space that is meant to be for us all is experienced so differently. And then we look at In a Night of Rain, where he talks about homeless women who have put up their huts. Which means huts are not homes to him. Huts are just spaces that occupy this seashore and they clog it up. To us, they are an eyesore. When we walk through them and we look at them, we think of them as a slum. But for them, it is home. And so that brings us to this idea of ghettoization of fishing villages, where they are pushed further and further into the margins till there is nowhere else for them to go, and so they live on the seashore. There is no further you can go than that, and that is why he talks about unhomedness. And in Dhauli, he takes this idea of the river as the bearer of memory. So this is a place where people come, whether they are natives or not natives, and they come there and they feel this experience of many generations past. He's talking here about the Kalinga war that happened on the banks of the river Daya. And he says, it does not matter whether you are a native or not. You come to this space and you feel that experience. And so there is a sense of belonging, but there's also a sense of unease. And that is this idea of liminality that I'm talking about. So this is, of course, my limitations. I have focused only on 3 poems. I could, in fact, pick out liminality in every poem that Mahapatra has written, but that would be beyond the scope of one paper. And Mahapatra is actually, you would think that he's a Hindu based on his name, but he was raised Christian. And so there are many interesting religious symbols in his poetry, and there's a lot of conflicted politics in his poetry, and that is something I've not been able to analyze because I have looked at the eco-critical angle of it. So what I want to say is that the commons are a rapidly fading resource. We now have people who actually privatize commons and then rebrand them as commons so that they can profit from the use of them as commons. And so when they are a rapidly they're a rapidly fading resource, it is important to look at a poet who uses them in this way and analyze his poetry. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you. I'm open to questions. Sunidhi. Are there any questions or? I think the etymology of slang is also very interesting in that sense. I would have loved to elaborate on that word, but since due to paucity of time, I shortened it and said it was a Tamil word. I apologize for that oversight. Yes. Yes. It actually comes from the Urdu word bezar, so that is also interesting. Yes. So that is also interesting, where slangs are used and why they are used that way. So thank you for that point, and thank you for bringing that up in our session, so that I was very interested. Yes. Yeah. I do apologize for that shortening of the etymology, but yes, as he says, it is not a Tamil word. Thank you.
You should be happy actually, because you picked up that word, you got to know so many things. So, you should be thankful, either way.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time. I will conclude my presentation.
I now call upon Kusuma or Annapurna from Dr. Chinna Devi and team.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Annapurna, currently pursuing BSc in MES College of Arts, Commerce and Science. Today, we are here to presenting on the concept which mainly focuses on conversion of solar radiation to heat and electricity. That is nothing but photovoltaic thermal system, where we know that we all know that solar panel generate electricity. But it also generate heat. What would we can do with that heat energy which produced by those solar panels? We can use it in an efficient manner. And how can we get more efficiency over a single solar system? Is it possible to make it even more efficient? Yes, definitely. We can alter the structure or working of a single solar panel. We can alter the structure or working of a single solar panel by making it as a hybrid system. That is what we are going to study in this presentation, that is photovoltaic thermal system. Photovoltaic thermal system, as the name suggests, photo means light, photo means either light or sunlight, and the voltaic means electricity, where thermal means heat. Photovoltaic thermal system is an hybrid technology that converts solar radiation into electricity and heat. The core principle of photovoltaic thermal system is to mitigate the negative impact of heat on PV cell and utilize the excessive heat for other purposes to improve its overall electrical efficiency. How does the solar panel work? Solar voltaic thermal system works. When a solar radiation strikes on a solar panel, it gets heated up and generate electricity. The thermal observer, which is placed behind the PV panel, observes the excessive heat using heat transfer fluids such as air or water, and removes that any heat in the form of thermal energy, which helps the overheating of PV panels. Moving on to the review of literature, I have studied around 20 to 25 research papers and collected some of the important review, which mainly focuses on improving the efficiency of the electrical and thermal efficiency, and also types of fluids such as air, water or nanofluids, and also PCM, that is phase change materials. And also it focuses on system designs, either flat plate or evaluated tube collector plates. Next, objectives of the PVT system, which will be explained by Kus.
Good evening. Now, I'm coming to the objectives of this study. The main objective of this study is to design and build a PVT cell such that it converts maximum amount of solar energy into electricity and heat. And we should also conduct experimental as well as theoretical research on these PVT cells and assess their efficiency and working, and also to determine the techno-economic viability of these PVT cells. Now, coming to the research methodology, we have 4 steps. Next slide. Four steps, that is system design and fabrication, experimental setup, data collection and analysis, as well as modeling and simulation. PVT cells are designed in such a way that materials used in cells converts maximum amount of solar energy into electrical and thermal energy. Working fluid is used to cool down the temperature of PV panel, because as the temperature increases, efficiency of the system decreases. Hence, coolant as water or air is used. Next, this experiment is set up under the real world conditions, and sensors are used to measure the ambient temperature of the surrounding as well as the fluid flow rate. By knowing this data, we can calculate the efficiency of the PVT system. Now, coming to analysis and interpretation, performance curve. The plot of electrical as well as thermal efficiency is plotted against the temperature, solar radiation and various parameters to know the overall performance of the PVT cells. Temperature. As I said earlier, as the temperature increases, the electrical efficiency of the PVT system decreases. Hence, the temperature should be lower so that the efficiency will be more. Energy and exergy analysis. Energy analysis talks about the quantity of energy produced, whereas exergy analysis talks about the quality of energy produced. As we know, electricity is a high quality form of energy, so we need more than quantity, we need the quality of energy through these PVT cells. Next, coming to economic viability, the cost of the PVT cells, including the installation and fabrication, should be validated against the total output we are receiving from these PVT cells, so that we can know the economic feasibility of these PVT cells. Now, limitations and conclusion is taken over by Ranjit.
Good evening, everyone. Let us see about the limitations of PVT cells. The main limitations of the PVT cells comes as efficiency, where the efficiency of PVT cells is moderate, where most of the commercial cells converts only 15 to 22% of sunlight into electricity, and it is highly dependent on the presence of the sunlight, where it decreases drastically on night, cloudy days, on rainy days, and the installation of solar panels, inverters and storage devices is also expensive. And if you want to see like maintenance of constant power supply or usage of battery or any storage devices makes it even more expensive. And due to low power density of PVT cells, it requires large surface area for installation, which makes an issue in cities like urban areas. And if you see about the last point, inconsistent power supply output, the output fluctuates and it will become inconsistent. So it makes an backup system necessary, and it affects the grid stability. Next slide. Let's see about the conclusions. The efficiency and compact PVT technology generates both heat and power from sunlight in a small amount, and ongoing improvements. Advancement can be made to improve the feasibility and applications. And applications, it can be used in distributed energy distribution and building integrated applications, and sustainable solutions, contribution to an energy efficient future, and it not produce an harmful waste such as radioactive elements, and it requires low maintenance, and low maintenance to do the process. That's all. Thank you.
The limitation you talked about, instead of limitation, you should mention it as the areas where you can work. If you improve upon this, then you can make it an effective PVT system. So instead of mentioning as a limitation, okay, so mention it as areas where it can be improved. So ultimately, improvement is what is required.
Yes.
So otherwise, it's good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. With this, we come to conclusion for the track 3. And with great, privilege, I actually thank both the chairpersons. In the initial part, we couldn't actually introduce, but with an honor, I would like to introduce our chairpersons for track 3. Dr. S. Satyeshwar, who is a distinguished academician with over 25 years of experience in education management, a doctorate in finance management. He has also excelled in the leadership roles in the banking and financial services sectors with organizations like HDFC Bank, ABN AMRO, and Aviva. It is our privilege to have you here, sir, and I thank you. I request our principal, Madam, Dr. Sharmishta Datta, to felicitate Dr. Satyeshwar. We have our second chairperson, Professor S.Y. Surendra Kumar, who is a professor of political science at Bangalore University with over 21 years of postgraduate teaching experience. He has completed his PhD in South Asian Studies from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and has authored over 70 publications, including books, research articles, and chapters. It was a privilege to have you here, sir. I think we need to give a great round of applause for both the chairpersons for sparing their valuable time. Even at this hour of 6:15, they were so patient and they were so interactive. Thank you. With this, we conclude for today's session. We will start tomorrow at 9 o'clock for the presentations. Thank you all. Requesting the teachers to be here by 8:30. I request all the teachers to be here by 8:30.
Madam, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for inviting us and allowing us to be a part of this great international conference. And the word sustainability has brought in a lot of disciplines together. See, this is one of the most important elements which we actually it's a matter of joy and pride. 2047 is really happening. So this is what I can say, and thanks to Dr. Abhinandan sir my good friend, for inviting me. And thanks everyone. Jai Hind.